on CNN was shocked by the response.
Done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
Molly, what do you make of that?
I'm surprised, frankly, that she doesn't have more to say about this, given that she and her campaign know that this is one of the main questions that voters have about her. And one of the main things she's been trying to establish as part of her candidacy is the idea that she would represent a break from the past 4 years, and to not be able to come up with something to say in that moment. She continues to not be particularly nimble on her feet in a lot of these interviews, and this is a very obvious question that gave her an opportunity, frankly, to differentiate herself in a way that would have made news, that would have answered, I think, the curiosity of a lot of voters who want to know how she would lead differently. And she's not very specific in laying that out, and she can't point to a decision she would have made differently, which, in an electorate that thinks that doesn't like the way this administration has led, and that doesn't like the track that the country is on, that may not be a very satisfactory answer.
I mean, it's a delicate dance.
And they're totally right. Of course, a broken clock is right twice a day, but let's give CNN credit where credit is due. Their analysis was pretty spot on. This is one of the most major issues for Americans right now. People are discontent with this administration. They're discontent with the current status quo. And what Kamala Harris is saying is that nothing is going to change. We regret nothing that we did. I mean, could you imagine that? Imagine somebody betrays you and they make decisions, they do something that harms you directly. Let's talk finances, because, that's kind of what's going on. You have a family member who put you in a bunch of debt by doing something awful. How do you think you'd react if that family member then turned around and said, well, you know what? I don't regret any of it and I wouldn't do anything different. That's the ultimate betrayal now, isn't it? My question is, why is that the ultimate betrayal in your personal lives, but then in politics, you're supposed to take that crap? No frickin' way. Kamala's been exposed as the biggest fraud, period. I represent change and something new. No, you don't. And that's clearly evident with what you're saying. The only change you represent is, like I said in the intro, essentially adopting everything Joe Biden stands for. Actually, here's a clip from 60 Minutes that puts it into perspective.
Tell you what your critics and the columnists say.
Okay.
They say that the reason so many voters don't know you is that you have changed your position on so many things. You were against fracking, now you're for it. You supported looser immigration policies, now you're tightening them up. You were for Medicare for all, now you're not. So many that people don't truly know what you believe or what you stand for, and I know you've heard that.
In the last 4 years, I have been Vice President of the United States, and I have been traveling our country, and I have been listening to folks and seeking what is possible in terms of common ground. I believe in building consensus. We are a diverse people, geographically, regionally, in terms of where we are in our backgrounds. And what the American people do want is that we have leaders who can build consensus, where we can figure out compromise and understand it's not a bad thing, as long as you don't compromise your values, to find common sense solutions. And that has been my approach.
Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest fraud in politics. That's exactly who she is, and she continues to prove it. Well, I traveled the country and I realized that people have different priorities. But my priorities remain the same, and I'm still the same person. But I understand that, we need to govern a certain way, but my values haven't changed. She's speaking out of both sides of her mouth constantly. Which one is it? Who is she? She's a total chameleon. Nobody frickin' knows. And as mentioned in that 60 Minutes interaction, people feel that way. People feel as though they don't know Kamala Harris. And many people are open to getting to know her. They want to know more about her. And they want to feel, maybe a little bit more secure in the sense that they're not getting the same failed thing that they've had for the last 4 years. But of course, that ain't happening. It's more of the same old, same old. No regrets. I guess that means more open borders, more wasteful spending, more foreign wars, and pouring fuel on the geopolitical flames. This person is a complete disgrace and belongs nowhere near the levers of power. It's disqualifying moment after disqualifying moment. I mean, that's not even the only one. Speaking of the 60 Minutes interview, there was also this.
I've been covering the border for years, and so I know this is not a problem that started with your administration.
Correct.
But there was an historic flood of undocumented immigrants coming across the border the first 3 years of your administration. As a matter of fact, arrivals quadrupled from the last year of President Trump. Was it a mistake to loosen the immigration policies as much as you did?
It's a long-standing problem. And solutions are at hand. And from day one, literally, we have been offering solutions.
But what I was asking was it a mistake to kind of allow that flood to happen in the first place?
I think the policies that we have been proposing are about fixing a problem, not promoting a problem. Okay?
But the numbers did quadruple.
And the
under
numbers
your
today,
watch.
because of what we have done, we have cut the flow of illegal immigration by half.
But should you
we
have done
cut
that?
the
Should you
flow
have
of
done that?
fentanyl by half, but we need Congress to be able to act to actually fix the problem.
You know, she can't answer these questions, and it's obvious that she can't be honest with the people. She can't be honest with herself, she can't be honest with the policy, and she can't be honest with the American voter. She's just squirming and worming her way, or attempting to, on every single challenging issue, and she continuously expresses no regret, takes no accountability for her awful track record. She is the absolute worst, and that right there, friends, remains crystal frickin' clear. I mean, what a walking, talking disaster. She had the easiest media interview lineup imaginable. She went on The View, this show.
I would say to those Republicans out there who are sitting on the fence, just do it this one time. Do it this one time. Vote for the Democrat to save the country. Listen to Liz Cheney.
She went on a show that's entire purpose is to work diligently to get her elected, and she still managed to screw it all up. That's a special kind of stupid right there. If she ends up winning in November, I don't know about you guys, but I'm gonna have some serious freaking questions. Anyways, that's pretty much what I got for you guys on this one. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. If you did, make sure to leave a like and possibly subscribe. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Hello, everybody. How are you? Hi, darling. Hi. How are you? Thank you very much, everybody. This is an honor. And, you know, I walked in, the first question that I asked, should we change the name from Fort Liberty back to Fort Bragg? First question.
Yo, what's up, guys? We are live here in the panhandle of Florida, Matt Gaetz territory, in a state that is tearing down the gates to make sure that we are prepared for the hurricane. This is a special hurricane bunker briefing on the Benny Show. I thank you, Congressman, for being here.
Well,
What's up,
this
bro?
is the bougiest refugee experience I've ever been a part of. I do want to let folks know the Bay Center in Pensacola, for those who are unable to have the beachside cottage escape from the hurricane, if you don't have any money and you need to evacuate, y'all come to Pensacola. In Florida One, we've got the Pensacola Bay Center open. We've got cots. We've got all the essentials people need. You'll be totally safe. And we just want to make sure that resources aren't a reason people stay in a dangerous situation. But, I mean, we're watching something kind of crazy here. We're seeing people in North Carolina and in Appalachia still frustrated that the relief isn't coming. When private citizens go there to provide water, diapers, the essentials for people, they're often encountering a lot of resistance from FEMA. You've seen people deployed and then not really given orders as to what to do. You've seen even FEMA officials mobilized without clear direction as to where they can help people. That's what's playing out right now in North Carolina and Appalachia. And in Florida, by contrast, you have a governor who's completely taken charge. You've got an emergency response system that is resilient, that is activated. And when I saw this story about Pinellas County, close to your territory, and them tearing down the debris gates, I just want to set the stage for this, okay? In these storms, you get a ton of debris, roof parts, you get different tree limbs, and you got to get that off the power lines, out of the roads to get normal life going. So DeSantis smartly, before the storm, puts out this order, and he says, if you hold a license for a dumping place for debris, you have to be open 24/7. Okay, very smart, because he's putting the people first. And one of these entities in Pinellas County, they just defied DeSantis's order and they shut the gates to their debris removal. And I know the guy who runs our Florida Highway Patrol, he actually was a Democrat in the state legislature. And DeSantis hires a Democrat to go run the Florida Highway Patrol because he just happens to be one of the most competent people on operations. And he tells the governor that he is ripping down the gates here at this Pinellas County debris removal place. They get the Ford F-150s, they tie the chains to the things, and they rip it down, and they deliver for the people, and they're not going to let some red tape or some bureaucracy get in the way. And so, like, you know, what is that telling us right now, where you've got Roy Cooper messing it up in North Carolina, DeSantis doing everything right in Florida, and then you've got this disaster response that, I mean, the worst flavor you would put on this, the worst lens, would be it's on purpose. Because if you don't help the people in South Georgia, if you don't help the people in Western North Carolina, then you can have an impact on the Electoral College. Like, do you have that pessimistic a view as to why this is happening? I've heard the view expressed.
Yes. I mean, yes and no. So there's two ways to come at this. One, it's very close to the election, and you're like, well, why would they want these people to vote? This is Trump country. But then, two, you zoom back out and you realize they did nothing for the people in Mount and Lahaina.
Yeah.
And that's like, there's not a single Republican in that town, and they let those poor working class people burn alive. And in fact, the federal government locked the gates. Speaking of, there's an AP article about this. How the only people that survived in Lahaina, Maui, Democrat stronghold, is the people who defied the federal government and left. And they weren't at all concerned about their lives either. And so at some point you have to step back and say, like, what is it? Do they like care about Americans at all, right? Like,
So yeah, because I could believe both theories. I could believe the theory that if this thing was like an earthquake in San Francisco, you'd have every resource available. You'd be taking care of folks. You wouldn't be having anyone die that didn't need to die. And then the other view is maybe it's just become all so incompetent that it doesn't even have to be on purpose.
Yeah.
That these institutions that we want to work in the time of need, like everybody who criticizes my vision for the party is anti-institutionalist. No, I want a strong FEMA. I want a strong Department of Defense. I want a National Guard that can mobilize and meet our needs. But when like DBI becomes the operative theory, and on the FEMA trainings they're talking about equity being the core value premise rather than saving lives. How do we get away from saving lives and move toward, like, how do we end up with the greatest amount of equity in our disaster response?
they're not saying the best. Like, you can see, I mean, you see that in like Kamala Harris briefing with FEMA, but they said the same amount of money, and say it's like $700 to people who had their entire city burned alive in Lahaina. At some point you have to like assume, man, maybe they just structurally hate Americans and want to, fund fantasies and excursions overseas, and they actually don't care for the people here. They just see us as tax capital.
So did you ever watch House of Cards? So, I mean, you remember one of the plot lines when Frank Underwood becomes president is he steals all the money from FEMA to go do his jobs program in DC. And I'm like watching this play out now where reality is mirroring fiction, right? Because now you've got all of this housing assistance that was under DHS and under FEMA, okay? So like a regular appropriate or regular person might reasonably think under FEMA, housing assistance is going to be there for Americans who need housing in a time of disaster. And that particular pot of $640 million is what has been spent putting the illegal aliens up in four-star, housing hotels in Manhattan. And they've allowed these sanctuary cities and sanctuary states to draw down on this federal money. And now they're saying, oh, well, we don't have the resources if someone is displaced because their house was taken off of its foundation in, outside of Asheville, North Carolina.
So you have a whistleblower in FEMA that has come forward and elucidated what to your office?
The extent to which assets mobilized were not utilized. And when you see these efforts by all the private citizens to try to get resources to people who desperately need them for life-saving measures, it's so frustrating when we're not the only ones seeing that. The people who work at FEMA, who got orders to show up at a hotel or to move to a particular place in Georgia to provide support, they see it too, and then they're not getting clear direction from their own leadership, and then they're watching, you know, all the cost associated with a mobilization, but then not the result. And it's not just one whistleblower. I got in the last 24 hours, I spoke to a FEMA employee who had been mobilized but had nothing to do upon mobilization and wanted to help. People don't sign up. This is not the fault of the FEMA workers. They actually love their fellow Americans and want to help them. But then you get to, is it purposeful delay? Because actually for Democrats, it would be nice if 10,000 people didn't come home in Valdosta, Georgia, and were spread all over the country, you know, disparate in their ability to cast a vote. And so you wonder if it's that, or if it's just, you know what, just giving orders around here is such a hard thing to do. You know, let's send my Orcus back to go buy some more fancy men's clothing or whatever. There's another corollary to this story at FEMA, and it's in an Inspector General report. This isn't a whistleblower. This is a public Inspector General report that says there are hundreds of disasters dating back to the early 2000s where the Congress had appropriated money and grants that were authorized had never been executed. The people who won the grant award never did the work from stuff from decades ago. And so the Inspector General says, well, the terms of those grants allow you to then bring the funds back into disaster relief, which you could use for the disasters that are going on right now. But instead of pulling back the money, Mayorkas and FEMA just keep extending the grants, sometimes for years, sometimes for decades. In one case, a grant extended over 16 years for something that happened way back then when you got folks in need right now, and you could use that money. So simultaneously, they've used housing assistance money intended for Americans for illegal aliens housing and disaster money that should be available. They've got stuck in a bureaucratic churn, probably driven more by special interest than national interest.
How does organization like FEMA with so much incompetence continue on? Right now, I think there's like a desire, if someone were to present a plan to take the FEMA money and just give it to the states and break up and allocate it for the states to operate their own emergency management, people would say like, yeah, probably, let's do that.
We would take that in Florida.
Let's give billions more to Florida so that Florida can do its own work. It's going to do work better than we can.
Yeah, I would prefer to have a FEMA that operated effectively. Like, of all of the federal agencies that you and I would probably scratch off of the list, the Department of Education, the EPA, the Department of Labor, things that just very quickly we would probably abolish with the stroke of a pen, I wouldn't put FEMA on that list because there are times when you have these natural disasters that cross state lines, they require a really robust federal response, and we believe in federally funded, state-coordinated, locally executed disaster response. And that's why you see these heroes at the emergency operations centers in Hillsborough County, Pinellas County. You'll see them Citrus County, all up and down the Florida coast, doing that great work with the state coordination. And I do think there has to be federal resourcing. The problem is when you get incompetent management and then you get a corrosive doctrine that overlay one another, it paralyzes you, and then you spice in like a malintent to not help certain groups of people. It becomes a concoction of failure.
That's like election rigging in the darkest sense. You're like election rigging over dead bodies.
Yeah,
that's what everyone tells us.
Simpler days when they were just willing ballots into existence.
Right.
I mean, simpler days.
Like machines. Now it's like that's almost more pure than we'll make sure that these people's bodies stay in the mud for the next couple of months, and we'll be ordering body bags, thousands of them, which is what's going on actually in Asheville. We have a friend who works at the Asheville hospital, and he's telling me that they've gotten extra 1,000 body bags ordered. They're like pulling people out of the. They just did a training 2 days ago about how to find a dead body under the water, right? How to like search for, because there's so many bodies floating through the water, and they're not getting any heat from this. Like Kamala's not. I don't know. I'm not sure. Is she actually getting heat from this? Is Kamala actually feeling like some blowback? It does seem like she's sort of on the brink of collapse here, and they're doing some desperate treading of water, for lack of a better term. But it's like this is worse than Katrina, right? But it didn't happen to a large metropolitan. It didn't happen to Philadelphia, so people don't care as much, and that's like really.
It's dark. It actually says a very dark thing, and I think we would both wish, regardless of any politics, that those people didn't have to die. You know, that if we'd had the right pre-posture in North Carolina, if you saw the state of North Carolina taking the pre-storm efforts that you saw in Florida, and granted, we're a little more used to it.
I saw no efforts in North Carolina.
It was very scant.
I can't find them.
We had our legislative delegation already organized, already getting a pre-disaster declaration from the president. We already had our emergency operations centers doing tabletop exercises in the hours before the storm. We had the low-lying areas covered with shelters and evacuation plans and notices. No, in Florida, we had all that for Helene. No, well, Helene actually came up in the Perry area, Steinhatchee, Sopchoppy, those communities got the brunt of Helene, but we were all ready for that, and we have good muscle memory for it. In North Carolina, I don't know that you got the same pre-storm action, and so regardless of politics, we wish that things would have happened where those people didn't have to die. But if we're looking at what this means for an election that's in less than 4 weeks now, I don't know that the storm and the response itself would be a major game changer, but I think right now a lot of persuadable voters just feel in crisis, like in one way or another. Maybe you had a family member that you're worried any day is going to die of a fentanyl poisoning. Maybe you're worried that your employer keeps having reductions in force rather than hiring. Maybe you're worried about your insurance payment that's coming due, your escrow going up, the fact that you can't downsize your house now because your starter or your mortgage has locked you in forever. Like, people just kind of feel in battle. You turn on the news, we got war breaking out in 2 different places elsewhere in the world, and then you see this storm hit, and you see that the Biden-Harris crew, they can't do it. They can't handle it, obviously. And so then it starts to make you wonder, what are the other crises that I can believe in them to resolve? Of all the, maybe the storm isn't your crisis. Maybe meeting the grocery bill is your crisis. But if you see that this government that Harris is clearly, claiming credit for and in charge of, can't even get people off of their freaking roof as the water is rising, how are they going to get you into a better mortgage payment?
Yes, bro. It's 20% satisfaction with the state of the American experience, right? According to Gallup, 80% of the country is dissatisfied with the direction of America. Kamala Harris twice yesterday is like, wouldn't change anything, actually. I think things are going great. She said,
how was she not ready for that?
And on the whole bit, she cracked the beer and said, no, I think things are going great. Political malpractice, I would argue.
Well, and that was the key distinction in the debate with Harris and Trump. Like, a lot of the talking heads were critical of Trump, but Trump actually reflected the frustration and the angst, and at times the anger that the American people have right now with what's going on in this country. Whereas the everything is awesome vibes aren't connecting to that suburban swing voter outside of Milwaukee who's wondering how they're going to be able to support a growing family, or how they're going to be able to see that the business where they work is more successful, not less successful in the coming year. And so, those voters, I think, look at the failures around the storm and they say, these people aren't going to deliver for me. And there's great nostalgia for the Trump economy.
I think there's I'm feeling like Jimmy Carter, 1980 feeling, where one side is very serious about the problems going on, and one side's just cruising on vibes alone, and good feelings. And
do they have the View clip? Have you run the View thing before? I mean, the View, it's like 8 to 8. Well, her on the View out there. Maybe the guys will let us know.
We grab the View. So I want to touch real quickly, because this has been blowing up my phone. DeSantis, you're coming in and you're praising DeSantis. I'm very proud of our governor for nuking Kamala Harris, trying to weasel her way in for political points to profiteer off the pain and suffering of the American people. Can you set the record straight? She has never helped the state of Florida. Is this correct?
Yeah, and she has no role in this. Okay, there are important conversations that at times do need to occur between the governor and the president, and you've seen the governor and the president put politics aside and deal with that, which, by the way, they've done in the past in storms. Yeah. But did you ever see Kamala Harris show the first bit of interest in the other storms that have hit Florida, or, by the way, anywhere else? No, okay? She has never, ever been involved in this. Now she's trying to insert herself in it for politics, and DeSantis is having none of it. And good for him. DeSantis is a focused, serious guy. He takes disaster response very seriously, and he's not going to sit there and be part of her, narrative building while trying to figure out how to get the debris off the streets in Pinellas County.
Yeah, bro, this is your third term?
I think I've just completing my fourth and on my way to my fifth term. Gosh, the time flies. Oh man, I'm getting long in the tooth, man.
You're in this game, and it just seems again like political malpractice to attack the governor who's facing 2 deadly hurricanes back to back in as many weeks. It seems like she's like on a tarmac, sniping at DeSantis. She's like attacking him, and being like, "How dare he? You know, not take my call." Like, what kind of like mean girl bitch energy is this? It's just like very, very bad look for her, and you could see she changed that up like real fast. Okay, like when given her talkers, but she's sitting there like going after DeSantis, who's got bodies. I mean, there are 25 people in Pinellas County alone that died. They got bodies like floating, and she's attacking him and now bracing for. And you can see it out the windows here, like bracing for like a monster storm.
It's a narcissism.
She's dumb.
Well, it's deeply
stupid.
Well, I think that sometimes it's just the narcissism, right? It's not really about, for her, the desperate people in North Carolina, the dead bodies in Florida. Was she appropriately respected? Like, right? She's actually the victim of Hurricane Helene because Ron DeSantis would rather talk to her boss, Joe Biden, than her.
The entire worldview is basically victim, so of course.
Well, but how are you reading the Biden response to the Kamala failures? Because he clearly hates her. He hates her, and the press
Tell me
conference.
about it. What do you know? Do you
Well, I mean, I'm watching this press conference. Joe Biden has not done a single press conference. Right? She's getting dogged for not. No, it's Joe. Joe had not done a single press conference from the White House briefing room. Okay, had never gone in there before his entire presidency. She's getting dogged on the trail for not doing a formal press conference. And so he just rolls in there and does one. It is such an epic troll. It is such a troll. I mean, and then she goes out there with her Mean Girls moment on DeSantis, and then he just happens. I mean, they've been hiding this guy in the basement forever, and he emerges just to be like, "Oh, Ron's doing a great job."
I got his number.
Yeah.
Bro was like, got his number actually. We text.
Yeah.
He sent me an emoji.
So what is the third one? Because these things always come in threes, right? So Joe Biden definitely has another round in the chamber for Kamala Harris following his press conference and then his laudatory remarks toward DeSantis.
What's going on with Joe Biden? He's wearing MAGA hats. He's, you've seen the political creature that is Joe Biden. Joe Biden was vice president.
Joe Biden's got his deal.
Like, what's the deal?
Don't you think?
Why is he wearing MAGA hats? Why is Joe? Is it like demon possession? Suddenly he was exorcised and he doesn't have it anymore. Like, how's that work exactly?
Well, I mean, Joe Biden did not want to see the nomination.
That's right. Yes.
No one believes that he wanted to do that.
Do it, including 24 hours before he resigned. Yeah. So there's a scheduled tweet.
Yeah.
There's a scheduled tweet that went up that said, "I'm staying in the race. I'm Joe Biden." 24 hours later.
So he was muscled out by Nancy Pelosi and Barack Obama. We know that. We know that the actual alphas in the Democratic Party are Obama and Pelosi. They're highly organized people who have the moneyed interests following their direction. So they are the puppet masters. And when they wanted Joe Biden out, I mean, it was a true test of the powers of the presidency versus the powers of kind of the liberal elites who control large swaths of the country. And at times I was like, well, the powers of the presidency have to prevail. Joe Biden is the president. He got all the votes in the nominating process. That is a really good hand to play, but that hand failed against Obama and Pelosi, and they were just going to make it more and more painful every day.
What was the strategy?
Well, every few days there were more releases. Look,
they were pretty mean to him. They were pretty savage, leaking and everything. It felt like the Trump years all over again.
Yeah.
It was like suddenly everyone's thinking about what a jackass Joe Biden's look faster.
Phase one was every few days there's going to be a letter signed by different Democrat lawmakers saying you need to leave. And so every few days, all you're going to be responding to is people saying you can't do it. And then the sword of Damocles was the 25th Amendment. They told him, if we get to a critical mass of those and you still haven't gone, we're going to 25th Amendment you. And so, Biden then, what occurred between Biden realizing he had to get out and him getting out was his negotiated package. Because with the Bidens, like, you know, it's always about the money at the end of the day. And so he got his negotiated package where they're going to have their financial opportunities post presidency. I do think part of the package was pardons for Hunter and anybody else, James Biden, anyone else in the family who might need a pardon, and kind of what his role is going to be as a vaulted figure. And I think after he got his deal and understood what his economic package was going to be and kind of what the jurisprudence package was going to be, he was sort of like, to hell with this, man. Like, this lady pushed me out. Obama and Pelosi pushed me out. And every day I think he hates them a little more and hates Trump a little less. And he's Irish. I mean, I get it. You get your Irish up.
But how exactly they sabotage you? You gotta just yo, we've never seen Joe Biden.
So what's the next thing he does? Let's prognosticate. He did the press conference. Like, you follow where she's being attacked. She was being attacked on the hurricane, so he trolled her on that with the DeSantis thing. She was being attacked on the no press conference thing.
Oh, I got it.
So
I got it. Here's what I think.
Okay.
I think he's gonna. I think they're going to go to their for a few friends left in the media, and they're gonna say it was Kamala's cocaine.
It was Kamala's cocaine. You think that? I was thinking something like way more trad.
Like, yeah, you know what? Hunter's clean as a whistle. It's Kamala. Who else could have brought that in? And that's why they had.
Let me throw out my prediction. Timestamp this. I bet you he goes to Ukraine before the end of his presidency. I bet he goes to Ukraine and says, you know, this is my great legacy. I've protected this democratic institution. Gets all these eyeballs on him, and then there she is, like, trying to get the country to believe she's a new direction, and he's soaking up the attention, you know, in like a silver alert across Europe.
Maybe he appoints a special counsel to look into Doug Emhoff's spousal abuse.
Doug Emhoff is an interesting character, isn't he?
What's that guy like? He's creepy.
I've never been around him, but I'm just imagining. It's 3 a.m. at the Cannes Film Festival in 2012, right? You've like been inside. You've you know, I don't know like what people. I've never been to the Cannes Film Festival, but I'm guessing there's a good amount of booger sugar that goes on there. And then these guys roll out. There's a long line for the ballet. It's 3 a.m. She tries to go give the ballet like $100 or something to get in the front. Ballet says, you know, lady, get back in line. And then she starts like rubbing up on the ballet. And Doug Emhoff goes and gives this woman the back of his hand. Isn't that kind of the? That's a wild story.
The report was that she was flirting with someone and that he's smacked her.
Like the valet, not like.
Well, at the very least, okay. So people can report lies about you, right?
Right. Yeah.
And that's fine.
Fact.
Well, you know, yeah, that's right. You know, fact, innocent until proven guilty. But at the very least, you should get a question about that, right? So it's been credibly reported. A bunch of her friends have come forward. She's identified. There's a bunch of photos of him and her. So at the very least, like, ask the bro a question, like, yo, did you hit a nanny and your kid's teacher? You knocked her up, and she was under duress, lost the baby. That's dark, man. And so it fits a character profile, and the whole like, aw shucks, dork dad routine doesn't really quite lock in with the spousal abuser routine. Somebody's hiding something. You can see it in his eyes. He's hiding something, man. You know?
You know how sometimes, like when one woman will like do really well, like a group of her friends will try to drag her down.
Yeah.
Are we doing that to Doug Emhoff? I mean, Doug Emhoff broke gender barriers as the second gentleman. Are we just expressing our like deep-seated jealousy and own insecurity that this record-breaking, this barrier-breaking second gentleman of a man we're tearing him down the way like women in the 80s used to do to each other in the corporate world.
Bro, Doug Emhoff on TV grabbed the back of the first lady's head and just locked lips with her.
Don't hate the player. You're hating the game.
That's just like Joe Biden's sitting there going, like, watching the whole thing. It's like something's going to work. Something's weird. Watch that. That's weird. Something's creepy. You must see a lot of creepy stuff with Rodgers.
Honestly, Benny, it's the corruption. I mean, it's not.
Is that it?
It's. I'm not here to be be the bedroom police for anybody and whatever anybody's got going on. But to me, it's just like it's so sad to be walking around underneath the busts of Jefferson and Adams and Washington, and like to watch people sell out for a $2,000 paycheck, and to see somebody like it's so open and obvious. lobbyists will come up to members and say, hey, oh yeah, we really need you to sign that letter saying you'll support this amendment. And we'll see you at the fundraiser tonight. And honestly, there are times I just wish like James O'Keefe would wire me up and I could go in there and show you. But actually, by now they already hate me, and so I don't have no one would like share any confidence with me because they all hope that I'm not there anymore. Yeah. But it was so sad to see, and you go between anger and sadness, and I just don't get it. It doesn't have to be this way. And some of these people are like highly competent people. Like you went and made $50 million, sold your business, put $1 million in your own congressional campaign, ran, like just so you could get up here and be the valets for the fundraisers and special interests? That's what you did it for? I don't get it.
And this is the most sanitized version of this, because my close childhood friend who worked for my home state, Chuck Grassley, would tell me about when they first got into the Senate, right? When he first got into the Senate. I'm not gonna name names here, but dude, he was like, they introduced me to the cloakroom, and this was before what was the scandal, the lobbying scandal with the suites at Jack Abramoff.
Yeah,
Yeah. That was before that, right? So this is like old school. Like old school Senate was just bags of cash. I mean, the cloakroom was a bag of cash.
Dude, if you go
and they would hand out cash to the senators or their staffers. Senators got smart, and so you send someone there. And there was physical cash. This is like in the 90s and early aughts. Fistfuls of cash just being handed out inside the cloakroom before votes. And this person's not a liar. I'm from Iowa, right? Like if you're one thing from Iowa, you're not lying, right? It means lying. That's the way it worked.
In the Longworth office building, there are still safes in the members' offices as vestiges of those years when members could take cash in their office. There are still, like I had my last term. There are still safes from that. The handing of the cash in the offices, I have not observed during my time in Congress, but just the fact that like you could still have one of the old offices that has the safe in it where that used to go down. And I saw a lot of it just these last few weeks because the one place in the Capitol where you can hand someone a check is on the floor. On the floor, you can hand somebody a check.
Your check.
It's the only real estate where you can do that. So think about it. In these last few weeks, a whole lot of members, the House floor, right? That's the place where you're by rule allowed to hand someone a campaign check. So we're about to go on the whole. No, but your fellow members. So it's the leadership and the people who want to be in leadership and the people who want to be on a different committee and the people who want to be chairman of a committee. So all the kind of member-to-member favor stuff gets recorded in the currency of campaign donations. And we were about to go on this 4-week break before the election, and so you could just only imagine how much the checks were flying on the floor this last week. Just so happened to be when we passed that crappy continuing resolution. So as we're taking the one vote on the continuation of the funding of the whole government, everybody's out there saying, oh, I'd really like to be on the Ways and Means Committee. Oh, well, if this subcommittee chairmanship opens up, I sure hope you'll support me. I'd really like to lead our state delegation. Here's for you before the general election. That was pervasive. And this is not one side or the other. It's both sides.
Yes, that's become evident. That's become very, very clear. That the corruption is endemic, and that the red team, blue team, there is no angels or devils when it comes to the corruption. It's rampant, and it's why people love the Elon Musk plan. Get rid of 80% of the federal government. Get rid of this system. Is it even possible, right? Like, does the corruption go so deep that it's going to be like the Soviet Union and the entire system has to implode before there's any change?
My theory of the case is obviously that we just have to keep shooting at the Death Star. And when I took out McCarthy, there was this view that like everything was going to change. We were going to have a fully liberated House, amendments, single subject spending bills, and I wish that removing McCarthy had resulted in more change than it did. It resulted in some change, and it resulted in meaningful change, but we are largely still funding the government through the continuing resolutions. You know,
for Johnson,
terrible. No, FISA, Ukraine, we expanded FISA. They were violating FISA more than 25 times an hour at the FBI for years, and we gave them more authorities. So very disappointing in some of those fronts, but I do think it showed that the machine doesn't win every time. Now, the machine's resilient, right? When you shoot at it, maybe take off a wing or take off a rudder, you know, it reassembles and it does its best to right itself. But, like, I saw the very same lobbyists who owned McCarthy, like, doing everything they could within minutes to get their hooks in Johnson or whomever came next. And so you gotta, I think, you know, honestly, what I need is more backup. I need more Anna Paulina Lunas, you know, people like Eric Burleson, people like Andy Ogles, Eli Crane, Andy Biggs. Those are the type of people who wake up every day shooting at the Death Star. And we're going to get a few more. And Abe Hamadeh is going to be a great member of Congress. Brandon Gill is going to be a great member of Congress. We're going to get a few more. And then we've got to, like, radicalize others to the belief that if this corrupt system persists, all you're going to get are these incompetent or malign institutions like we're seeing now, where the poor people in North Carolina are having water raising and they're desperately pleading for help, while an incompetent government couldn't serve their needs while it was sending billions more to Ukraine and you know, trying to figure out, like, what the next DEI initiative was going to be so we could all achieve equity.
Yeah, that's right. Equity. You're seeing it with Kamala Harris.
It's all shit. Everything goes to shit as your equity.
Yeah, that's right. Trump, like, that's Trump paraphrase. Trump's doing good. You got some internals on Trump, and it seems like they're running scared. There's been an energy shift in the last week, bro.
I get that on the vibes level. Now, I'm a worrier. I am politically, by my nature, a worrier. The reason to worry is there remain tens of thousands of people currently displaced in 2 states that we were looking very good, and that we have to win. We have to win Georgia and North Carolina. They're key. We have 3 paths. We have the Atlantic Coast path, which is Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina. We win that, we're going to win the election. Then we have the Sun Belt path, which is North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. We win those 4, we win the election. And then there's the Great Lakes path, which is the Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan path. Now, if, you know, Georgia and North Carolina are key to 2 of the 3, you know, vectors to victory. So you got to win those. And I was just meeting with the team in Georgia. I did a rally in Kennesaw for the president, and they're worried about that Valdosta area where people had their homes taken off of their platforms. And the supervisors of elections offices had major disruption in power and getting the mail. And, like, that didn't hit Fulton County and Cobb County and DeKalb County, right? They're running at high octane, but it's the places in southeast Georgia that got hammered. Like, that has me in cold sweats every night. The same for the people in western North Carolina. If you look where President Trump builds his margin, it is in that old Madison Cawthorn, Mark Meadows district that's got Highlands, Cashers, you know, a lot of those places. And people there, like, they just got power back in a lot of those places. So we get any diminution in those areas, all the vibes in the world aren't going to be able to more than account for that. Now, fortunately, we got a great team at the RNC. My man James Blair, fellow Tampa guy, is the political director there and for the campaign. And I know they are relentlessly pursuing these voters with text messages, digital display ads, IP addresses when available, so, you know, everything we can do. But those folks, you have to vote. You have to vote by mail. If you're unable to get back to your polling place or to your normal life, you have to request a mail ballot.
Mobile voting centers down in North Carolina, because the RNC.
Yeah.
James,
They're
doing mobile voting centers to set up a truck or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, but if you had to move,
if I should be more scared about that or not.
Well, look, anything we can do to get those votes cast is critically important, but that mobile voting center isn't going to resolve the issue where you went to live with your cousin in Arkansas while you rebuild your life in North Carolina. Those people are going to have to use the mail. Here's the good news, though. The good news is if you look at the vote-by-mail requests in Pennsylvania, they're at about like 20% of what they were this time 4 years ago. Very, very low kind of by volume generally, which to me shows a diminution in enthusiasm on the left far more than on the right. And if we reduce the number of those ballots that are sent out, then there's an ecosystem that is not as ripe for fraud. What fraud requires is a massive amount of vote-by-mail ballots swirling around that can be collected and voted without an individual actually intending to cast that vote. That is the core thing that the fraud requires. And so if you put downward pressure on that, then you get less fraud.
So it's like the House has been wiped off the face of the earth, yet there's 100 registered voters there, right?
Yeah.
And those ballots got shipped,
right?
And then they got returned, and then there's no tracking.
Well, I think the more likely fact pattern is at a massive apartment complex in Philly.
Yeah, that happened here. So in Phoenix, that's a story right now. 100 registered voters at it, right?
Oh, and that's in these urban areas where there's an apartment complex where maybe that apartment has had 4 families in it in the last 5 years. So you're going to get, you could have 20 ballots show up there, and 2 people live there.
In DC, I got a stack of ballots this thick.
Yeah, and then if you've got a really sympathetic mail carrier, and if you've got a political operative who's ready to show up and come into receipt of those ballots, the signature verification is not the end-all be-all, because in a lot of these places there is no broad adoption of cursive. Like how broadly do you think cursive is adopted in some downtown Philadelphia apartment complex? They don't teach cursive anymore. It's not anybody's fault. Cursive is not taught in schools anymore, and so people at the supervisors of elections offices are accepting mail ballots with just block lettering name written on it, no signature. And then that would be very easy to inject fraud into. And in fact, I believe that's happened in a lot of places.
What happens from a federal level? So let's say it's too big to rig, sweep, federal level. What's currently passed in the House, HR 1, is it? Like what's currently passed in the House to fix elections or to defraud the fraud?
Well, obviously the SAVE Act is our leadoff hitter, right? Because that takes out the illegals voting, which is a real concern, not in every jurisdiction. In most jurisdictions in America, we've actually got pretty responsible elections officials, and I don't want to cast any aspersions on them, but like if just in Clark County, Nevada, you let the illegals vote, you change the whole complexity of that state's overall contribution to the electoral college. So if in just a few places you get bad behavior, you could dilute people's legitimate vote. So that's critically important. And I'm not one who wants to overly federalize elections. I think you establish a floor, a baseline. But if you get down to detailing this shit out, you're going to have a world in which Democrats are in charge one day and there's going to be 84 pronouns required on every ballot in Walton County, Florida. And so I do think elections need to be state-run, and we have seen like states like Georgia be directionally correct on chain of custody, on ballots, on some things. Not a panacea, not as far as we would go. One idea that Brian Stile, the chairman of the committee that kind of oversees this in Congress, had was, remember when the vouchers was this big debate in the country, and they always talked about DC vouchers, and they did vouchers in DC, Congress did, to showcase that it would make the schools better. And then you saw more states like Florida embrace school choice. So what if we imposed like the best election integrity regime on Washington, D.C.? Right. No one could claim it was for partisan purposes. Right. It's 92% Democrat. It's all going Democrat anyway. But what if we did, same-day voting in person with an ID, mail-in ballot only with a legitimate excuse, the disabled, the elderly, the infirm, and just like made it the cleanest elections in the world in Washington, D.C.
Just like only Joe Biden.
And then, and then you go to the places that need to be shamed into better behavior and say, like, if Washington, D.C. can clean this up, right, like, certainly you can in DeKalb County, Georgia.
So it's really frustrating to see election results in by 9 o'clock in Florida. You know the victor, right? Yeah. In Florida, might not like the results, but you know every result by 9 p.m. in Florida. It's like clockwork. Boom, hits. A lot of other countries do that, Argentina and France and so on. And then you have the thing that's going to keep me awake. Please don't have it again. But like this weird. It'll take weeks. We won't know, and it'll only be swing states.
Right.
It won't be California. It'll only be swing states. It'll take weeks. Are you expecting more of that?
Yeah, I tell the people in Maricopa County, you don't have to live this way. Like, I always feel like in Maricopa County, someone is in a dark room, they've lit the candles, they've got the Ouija board out, and they're like wondering who won the election. And in Pennsylvania, there's a clear reason why it's different in Florida. In Florida, if people are sending in their mail ballots, every few days, you get the local judge, county commissioner, community member, and in front of God and everyone, you open the ballots and you get to count the ballots. And then you're not ending up on election day being like, okay, well, it's election day. We've got all the other normal chaos of election day. And now we're going to start opening and counting 400,000 mail-in ballots. That's the crazy system they have in Pennsylvania. We count them as they come in. It's why you like small batch whiskey better than the large batch, right? You can give care to these small batches of votes, make sure everything's right, proper. It's a person at that address, that the person's alive. Take a little more time on the signatures, see that it's working out. But I get it. If it's election night, and you're like, okay, well, it's time to start counting the 400,000 votes that came in. Now all of a sudden, you are not resilient to illegitimate ballots polluting and diluting the otherwise legitimate ballots. And I don't know why the legislatures don't change the laws to be like Florida. Like, what is the constituency in some of these states saying, we actually, you know what, we want to build the suspense. We don't want to know on election night. What are they, like the people who do Christmas like in early January to get the sales? Like, we want this all looks great election day. We want this experience, but we would like it 14 days later on actually getting the result. Is that some sort of weird kink in some of these states where they want to have the pleasure of knowing their election result delayed extensively?
It seems like the plot to get a Democrat elected for the rest of my lifetime is put a candidate that you can rig enough like good polls against and like do enough media hits, and that candidate can like cruise on election fraud like through on the most razor thin margins where they just algorithmically like push the numbers where they need to be in certain counties. And that system is collapsing because Kamala is actually so bad that no one's going to legitimately believe that she won. Like
right.
That, like I think they're kicking themselves right now. I actually believe that Joe Biden possibly may have done better through this time period than Kamala Harris. I think they like pulled the trigger and they're regretting it now.
Well,
there's a lot of buyers.
I don't want to get you banned from YouTube.
That's 60 minutes. That 60 minutes was excruciating, bro. And that's the nicest they could be to her, and it was excruciating.
You wonder after that, like, does she walk out and meet with her team and say, well, that went really well? Like, are the vibes still good? The vibes are always good with her when everything's going to shit for everybody else. But, like, does she, like, walk out of that and be like, nailed it?
Nailed it. Okay, no, but what do you mean conspiratorial?
Oh, so, no, just the like, people say that Kennedy stole the election from Nixon because it was like super close. I mean, it was super close. In Illinois, you get a little bit of ballot stuffing, and it doesn't. And people say that the 2020 election was stolen from Trump because of some of these irregularities we saw in these states. And I think Peter Thiel put it best recently when he said that it's not that they're stealing the election so much as they're fortifying it for themselves. It's exactly what you just described. Like a nip here, a tuck there, a change in the law here. Maybe somebody outkicks their bureaucratic discretion by 8% or 12% in a county. That type of thing in a really close election can fortify the party in power in this case, because they're effectively pulling those strings. I do think our guys at the RNC have done a better job this time, but we had so far to go because we had always put most of our effort into why people vote in the Trump era. Make your economy better, make the world safer, more American pride, get rid of some of these really corrosive things to our culture. They focus on the mechanized process of ballots being counted. And we're changing that ratio. I can't say that I've got total confidence we've overtaken them in how the focus is allocated. Does that make sense?
It's a heavy electoral ballot registration advantage for Republicans this election, which is never been seen, where the ballots in all swing states and the registrations in all swing states flipped so many important counties. And I think it's going to be a lot harder to algorithmically defraud people when you have those type of like mountain slopes. And I love taking the tack that most of the country actually agrees with Trump. The vast majority of the country agrees with American First policies. We do this bit all the time. We go out and we like ask people, like, do you want your money to be spent here or in Ukraine? And it's like every person, including like the Palestinian protesters and the left-wing fucking radicals, you know, pink hairs, like they're like, yeah, spend it here. They all agree, agree with us. Like the basics, they agree. True extremists are actually the people who are in power, and they're becoming incredibly popular.
And the centerpiece is the media.
Yeah.
And you talk about the diminution in the power that cable news has, both on the right and the left, to penetrate through and talk to people.
But they're, you know, even that, I think that's where the panic is coming from, right? So it's like CNN viewership in 2016 cut in half, right? It's now less than 1 million viewers in prime time. MSNBC cut in half from 2020. 2020 it was 2 million, now it's 1 million. It's like, that's, dude, and meanwhile, shows like Complete Hours, Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson, it's like this explosion of freedom, right? Like that's the cool thing, right? The cool thing is that the rage against the machine is that. And I think that vibe is why Trump will win black men by historic numbers. I'm sure you are actually privy to probably the real internals of the campaign.
Where the action is working class black men. Black men who like wear their name on their shirt and like go to work every day and want a better life for their family and love their country. These are patriotic people, and they are welcome in our movement. We are grateful to have them on the team.
Latinos?
Absolutely. That, by the way, that's where the confidence in Arizona and Nevada is coming from. Is the movement in Hispanic voters, all Hispanic voters. We're doing pretty well with Hispanic women. Now, you know, we do better with men, but we're seeing Hispanic voters drive the optimism in Nevada and in Arizona. And there was this belief that the way you got the Hispanic vote was for being for open borders. And like, John McCain, you know, was for a whole lot of amnesty. And like compared to Trump, not even close, you know, when you see how this Hispanic vote's going to come in. And the bottom line is, however you got into this country, it is definitely in your best interest to not have an open border tomorrow.
Yes.
And a lot of even people who have like illegal immigration as part of their story or their family story are saying, well, yeah, but we've definitely got to pull up the ladder on what's coming next. This mass wave of humanity that, despite what's in our hearts, want to be charitable to people, America cannot take that. We cannot withstand this. We cannot. We've seen it in the drain on housing resources. We've seen it in the drain on our social services. And at the end of the day, you know, whether it's Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, VA, I mean, almost anything you rely on, if the systems get overwhelmed, you're not going to really be able to enjoy the prosperity that you ought to as an American.
So preview on Trump term 2.0. Okay. Trump term 1.0, obviously rife with a lot of people who I think were sabotaging the president.
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be no shortage of that this time around too. Donald Trump, like, odds are, the literal smart money is like pouring into Trump in this election. I think he's in a good spot. What happens in term 2? Let's say Trump puts you in charge of declassification, and Trump's promised to.
You're gonna learn a lot more about UFOs if that happens.
Yeah, that's what I want. Okay, so let's rock on this. Trump says declassification. He's on the trail saying Epstein list, JFK. You're gonna find out some of the dirty deeds of your government. Who's been protected? Why is the world's foremost pederast protected? This makes no sense. Like this is like evil, right? Like everyone agrees on. It's like you got a 99%.
On Epstein, Bill Barr is the one that needs to be called in to give sworn testimony on what happened there at Bureau of Prisons, because that is not that. There's just no way that the story you're getting is the real story there. No freaking way, and Bill Barr knows it.
Most people believe that, right? Like it's no way that that's.
I actually think that on Epstein, it was a foreign government that took him out. I don't think it was a domestic enterprise.
Really?
I do. I'm not going to say which one, but I don't think it was domestic inspired takeout. I think that was a foreign operation, government sponsored.
So foreign operation took out his team inside of our prison.
Yes.
So they must have been allowed to.
Oh, I think it was in concert with people in our government, but not at like some low-level guard getting bribed kind of way.
Yeah.
At a state-to-state level.
Wow. So that's probably a lot of party interests in keeping that wrapped.
You better believe it. Weapon systems at play, global deals at play.
Interesting. You have evidence to back that up?
I just am positing it as a theory. Well, we're learning more each and every day. You're getting the tie-traded leaking on the UFOs. Like, it's now open source information that the CIA has a program around craft recovery. It's not a question anymore. And so that's probably where I would start: the craft recovery and the biologics that have been taken from those crafts.
Are people going to be ready for that?
I think you got to let it out there. You don't inure to the benefit of the citizenry by keeping those kind of secrets from them. And look, the declassification stuff's going to be important, but depending on the front end, it's going to be personnel. What I think about frequently is how sad I would be if we won the war and lost the peace. If we were to get Trump elected and then watch these subversive Nikki Haley types layer into the government a lot of people who are going to work against the president. And I think that we're way more resilient to that than we were in 2017, because Trump rolls into town in 2017 with a New York Rolodex, and he had to rely on a lot of people in DC to help him build out that government. Now he's got a better sense of people he's worked with, the Kash Patels, the Rick Grinnells, the people who've really been there for him, the governors, the senators, who've shown that they're gonna, put their shoulder down and really push to get the agenda going. Because if we screw up the personnel, and I'm not even saying the first 100 days of the admin, I'm talking about decisions that have to be made in November and December. If we lose November and December, we could see ourselves again not achieving the max opportunity out of a Trump presidency. I don't think we got as much out of the Trump presidency in 2017 as we would have without some of these people like the James Mattises and Rex Tillersons, who were working against the core philosophy that Trump was putting into place to save the country.
Donald Trump ran on releasing the JFK files. Mike Pompeo stops him, right? He was tearing into his office and stops him. Well-documented story with the battlefield of both parties. And this is what you're talking about, like the institutional stopgaps that would prevent something like that happening, because by law, Donald Trump had every right to release everything about JFK.
Pompeo's an interesting cat. I mean, very smart guy. And knows it. He fundamentally believes he's the smartest guy in the room, and probably is right about that. I found myself often in the Trump administration, locking horns with him on stuff. Pompeo wanted to go to war in Venezuela. It was a crazy idea. Pompeo wanted to start a war with Iran over a downed drone. I thought the whole reason we had drones was so that you didn't have to start wars if one of them went down. Pompeo always seemed to be a defender of the Saudis, even when information about them should definitely be declassified around 9/11. And so I have great respect for his intellect, but oftentimes he wanted the Trump presidency to revert to some sort of neoconservative mean in Republican politics, rather than being the bright light of America First that is really embedded in Trump's instinct.
Couldn't believe it when COVID first broke. Nobody knew really what was going on. We had a meeting with Pompeo, and in his office, he said, "We're probably just going to have to lock the country down for 2 weeks, just 2 weeks to slow the spread." And everyone laughed. Everyone laughed. It was me and a couple other, influencers, podcasters, and everyone just chuckled because we thought it was joking. But wait a second, hold up.
Were you ever afraid of COVID? Were you? Okay, so I initially saw this thing and like everyone was telling me people were gonna die. It's like at the very beginning. I will have to admit this to you. When like an Amazon package would arrive, I would get the Lysol wipe and wipe like just for like a couple days. So I'm not proud of that at all. But then like I remember the day when I was like, I'm no longer afraid of COVID. Is when Chris Christie and Bobby Bowden survived COVID in like the same week. And I'm thinking, you know, Bobby Bowden was like 90 something years old, and I revere the late great Bobby Bowden. But I was like, if at 90 plus this guy can whoop COVID, and then Chris Christie, who like has never been able to drive by a donut stand at full speed, like if he survived it, I was like, I have nothing to fear. I licked 3 elevator buttons that day when I found out that those people survived COVID.
So that's another thing. Clearly, the government knows so much more about the origins of COVID, the funding of the creation of that.
We all know. We all know.
But it'd be nice to have. This was what would be nice.
The FBI said it.
It'd be nice to have somebody. That's exactly right.
They had to.
We could be on the side of the FBI.
Yeah, dude. Christopher Wray was throwing bombs at a lot of those other entities. He was like, just so you all know, it was the FBI first who said that it was the lab leak, that it wasn't the smearing of the pangolin.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you love to be the pangolin's lawyer?
I'd have a pangolin. I'd walk around on a leash with a cool man. I'm not gonna eat them. They said it was bat soup.
Yeah.
This is bat soup.
No, but it jumps
which is
from like
more racist. Like if you think about it, more racist that like Chinese people are like ripping up bats and eating them. Like that's actually more racist than saying that some sophisticated biological laboratory
that we funded
that does horseshoe bat coronaviruses, specifically manipulating them to be infectious to humans. That something leaked from there, given the fact that Xi Zhenli, who's the bat doctor at that laboratory, has a long history of leaking this shit and working with Dr. Fauci.
And our own State Department cables in 2018 said this shit is not safe. Like, yeah. You know, right. This is gonna leak.
Yeah, right. Like everyone knows how this.
Well, the whole bat pangolin thing was a Fauci constructed cover-up.
Yes.
Because he knew that coronavirus had come out of that lab. And so he knew that all that led right back to him. So he used the imprimatur of this great credibility that the country bestowed on him for no reason. And he was like, oh yeah, it's just, the pangolin's not going to be able to like deny these claims.
Bro, you should totally be in charge of declassification. Trump's promised all of this. So the Epstein list, real quickly, let's go through it. The Epstein list. The government knows who the clients were.
Oh, absolutely.
And so why wouldn't they? These people are engaging in criminal activity. This is some of the darkest shit. Like you can't defend it, right? What happened on the island? I'm not saying everyone he ever shook hands with is guilty of it, but he did go to Bill Clinton's White House like dozens of times. Bill Clinton did fly on the Lolita Express dozens of times. And when we found out the testimony from those young women that was just unsealed, they're naming Bill Clinton. They're putting Bill Clinton on that island. And so it's like, is it just to protect? Is it to protect the institution of the American government? Like they don't want the information to get out that Bill Clinton is such a monster because it actually crumbles the legitimacy of the institution. Is that why he's being protected?
No. What do I tell you? Dude, who do you think what do you think Epstein is? Okay. Of course.
Probably a foreign nation.
Right. Right, but let's not name it. Let's not smear any nations. But Epstein is working for a foreign government, and his job is to bait these powerful Americans into these compromising circumstances as a method of compromise. Like this is not a really novel theory of espionage. It goes on all the time. And so he's creating the honeypot. He's getting them stuck in the honeypot, and he has all that. So if you start releasing the client list, don't think about it in terms of how powerful they are. Think about how powerful the compromise is. Because once you know the clients, then you're going to know the deliverables. Like, do you think they just got that information on people and then just kept it and said, don't be naughty? No, those people then had taskings that they had to do for Epstein's bosses. And so everyone thinks that the client list isn't out because the people on the list are so powerful, and there may be a feature of that. But it's actually what was being delivered back as a function of the extortion that I think is what a lot of powerful people in our government don't want exposed.
Because they would be a part of this operation because it would like implicate the American government in part of the scheme.
Let me just, all right, let's break it down this way. Let's say, country X, and I actually think there are probably multiple countries involved in running Epstein, but country X is running Epstein. Epstein gets a powerful person into a compromising situation, and then country X really needs to sell a widget to the United States, right? Now all of a sudden they can put pressure on that powerful official to get that widget purchased. Now assume that widget doesn't work, and we have it. It was just a way to facilitate the money laundering and the payoff. Well, now you got to be able to explain that. Right. And let's assume like some very powerful company makes that widget. It makes billions of dollars on that widget. Now you're doing more than like impacting Bill Clinton's reputation. You're impacting a multi-billion-dollar revenue stream, and people get killed for that stuff.
And he did get killed for it, but before he got killed, he was like let out of prison for those exact same crimes, for like the underage crimes. Here in Florida.
Why do you think that was?
Costa says under testimony, I think he might have been on the committee. He's like, he belongs to Intel. Alex Acosta said it. He belongs to Intel.
Yeah. When you're the like.
What does that mean? He belongs to Intel, right?
That means somebody shows up at your office when you're the prosecutor, and they say this person has to be put back into the information stream, and they need to be out of this problem so that they can be leveraged and utilized.
The American government flexes muscle in protecting terrorists.
I don't even think this is the only example.
So that's why we may never know unless somebody has like the full-throated capacity to go in and muscularly declassify.
And put at jeopardy revenue streams that make people very rich and very powerful potentially to this day.
Yeah, obviously. Right. Is this the same Diddy? Is this a Diddy thing? No. Is it similar?
I have no idea.
The operation seems similar, right? The video cameras, the politicians, the people at the parties. It seems like on paper it seems like a similar.
I guess the reason with Epstein but with Epstein believing that this guy's got like a backstory that you wouldn't even believe if he was a character on Lost. Okay, whereas the Diddy thing is maybe a little more even associated with at the time what kind of the worst parts of hip hop culture. In that era, but like with Epstein, it's just so obviously an intel op. Maybe you'll see the same in Diddy's case. I don't know. I haven't seen that evidence.
Feds were really excited to raid, grab and make videotapes. All right, it even makes you want to scratch a head scratcher. So biologics on UFOs.
Okay. How long have we? Jesus. How long have we been doing this?
I don't know. My producers keep telling me we have to wrap, but
I'm not. You know what? UFOs we're going to have to save for next time. I just told you though, it should be at the top of the list.
Okay.
That'll be my clip.
All right, fine. Final message to people. The hurricane is supposed to hit in the next 24 hours. Final message out here. We're on Panhandle right now, so this is not going to be an impact area. That's why I brought my family up here.
Yeah. Benny's doing like a regular Clyde W. Griswold. He loaded up the whole fam, got in the car, went on the long road trip.
Christmas tree on top
and so when I came in here to see him, his daughters are there, watching television, and one of his cute daughters turns to him and says, "I'd like a book." So if you're wondering whether or not Benny Johnson is raising up a trad little batch of family members, they are tired of the streaming, they are tired of the Disney, they want books in this in the Johnson household. Look, I want to end the same way I started. We've got the Pensacola Bay Center open. If you do not have the resources for hotels or rentals, that should not be the reason you have to put your life in jeopardy in a low-lying area on the Florida Gulf Coast. And so, as we say in the South, y'all come. We're ready for you at the Pensacola Bay Center. Got plenty of assets, plenty of resources, and it won't be an experience that you'll regret. Certainly compared to this storm surge is going to be very serious. And just with the way Florida is shaped, you push that much water kind of into the Tampa Bay area, where you've already had a lot of saturation, there's going to be very serious flooding. And so don't wait too long. We'll help you out here in Pensacola and make sure that you're cared for properly.
Don't listen to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris says do not come.
No, we will not be unburdened by what has been. We'll have to rebuild in a lot of places, but we'll be ready for it.
We'll be ready for it. I have a lot of confidence in the state. Very proud of the governor. I think he's like crushing it right now, and a lot of like the state reps, some of the best members of Congress can come from the state, yourself included, with like big audiences to warn people and like give out good information. I think that's really unsung virtue of having a huge big audience. You can inform people accurately in times like this.
Yeah, Rep Luna's doing a great job for our constituents. That's a sound of freedom. We got. If you ever come to Northwest Florida, the two things you will not miss are our bases and our beaches. It's bases and beaches. That's an F-35 right there. In fact, yeah. It's one of the 30% of them that can fly.
Something else. Maybe something else in the last mile.
We'll, you know what? I'll come back. We'll do the Benny Show on the F-35 and UFOs.
Okay, right.
That'll be our next episode.
Which one is which? Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Congressman, thank you.
Good seeing you, man.
Right.
I gotta roll.
The biggest ships in the sea, all owned by the oldest kings, and their dying legacy, media deal means. So will the Benny Show come to mind? The salt from lips for fun. Leave the gold and bring the gun. We sail for number one. Come to mind, the salt from lips for fun. Leave the gold and bring the gun. We sail for number one. The biggest ships in the sea, all owned by the oldest king.
Yeah, because I guess they were bringing Jordan Peterson around, and they had like the people from the university kind of escorting him as well as his guard or whatever, and they're all kind of done up real nicely. There's Bob tattooed and whatever, and I guess Bob said, "Hey, I didn't know the Mormon Brigade was bringing you around. I would have dressed nicer." And I guess Peterson liked that, so they got into a really great chat.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. What did you think of the talk?
The talk. I thought Father Dave did a great job.
Me too.
Of guiding that. I thought that was really, really good. I'm on the board for the Museum of the Bible in Washington, and that's where he was prior. And so he's on this little tour of.
Oh, okay. You went there? You'll let us know when we're live, will you?
I went to the.
We're live? Yeah. Oh, we're live. Okay, good.
I'm on the board, the Catholic board of the Bible Museum in Washington. Yeah.
So were you there when Peterson came through?
No, I wasn't.
No, I was so impressed with Father Dave. Because, and his wife, I've had some time to think about this, and it's online, is it, the video?
Yeah, they just
maybe we
put it
could
up.
link to that. Jordan Peterson gave a talk at Steubenville, and then Father Dave interviewed him, and that was the best part about it. He was a priest in the best possible sense. He didn't try to match his psycho lingo.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he wasn't intimidated by him, which would be understandable. He proclaimed the gospel, but not in an annoying, preachy way.
Right.
It was just really terrific.
Yeah, that's what I thought too, and I thought that wherever Jordan is at in the in his journey, whatever, that Father Dave, I think, had an impact on him to some level.
Yeah. Then we all prayed over him at the end.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
I got invited to that. Couldn't come for some reason, but I wish I would have.
Yeah.
Because he's one of those guys that in our culture today stood out for some reason. What he's saying, and not many people come along like that.
How long have you been following his work?
Maybe 3 years.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
Why is he so impressive?
I think he's impressive because he's a thinker, and he's very objective in some ways of looking at and bringing psychology into the crisis that people are going through now, and the questions that people are asking, and he's giving, particularly young men, he's giving them a way to live that's doable and that it will make a difference. Starting with, clean your room.
Yes.
Why do I have to clean my room? Clean it.
Yeah.
It's almost like a sacramentality to it, that you clean your room, something happens,
I wonder if it's because a lot of us have theological formation as Catholics, but we have missed the human formation bit.
Yeah.
And so he's kind of going back to basics, which some people scoff at, but many of us aren't living. And so
it's connecting. Yeah, and for some reason, you get these young guys with their Harley Davidsons or whatever, and they listen to him and go, hey,
I know.
I like that.
Well, have you ever read Joseph Pieper's work, The Abuse of Language?
I haven't read that, but
it's a short essay I read over the weekend, and he says that when we lie or when we flatter, that is to say, tell a falsehood in order to manipulate, he says we distort reality, and then we distort interpersonal relations, and he even argues that when we tell a falsehood, we're no longer communicating. We're actually depriving the other of the truth that's their share. And I just thought Peterson does a great job. He seems honest.
Yes, and he'll tell you if he doesn't know.
Yeah.
I think what's attractive about him is he thinks out loud.
Yeah.
And people are fascinated with the way he's going about it.
Now, why do people like that?
Well, I think they like it because we are so much into like quick social media, quick this, 2 minutes that, 2 minutes this, that. When people deep down inside really long to rest in something, and to dwell on something, to savor, And so when he takes on a topic, he slows down and he thinks through it. And there's something attractive about being able to think through. Most people say, I wouldn't even know where to begin. And that's one of the problems, is that we don't know where to begin. And so if you don't know where to begin, then you don't know where you're going to end up. And he thinks that way.
You're kind of being brought along in the journey
Yeah.
of thinking through things.
And I think another thing that's attractive, I wrote a book called When You Suffer a few years ago. I was going through some tremendous suffering in my neck, and I ended up with a fusion in my neck. But it was in the process of that I really learned about the love of God and what Jordan's dealing with and has been dealing with in his life, and his daughter and his wife is suffering. And I think that he is learning, like it says in Scripture, Jesus learned through the things he suffered. And I think that's true with Jordan. The suffering is forcing him to look at ultimate questions, which he taught, but I think it's very personal now. And it's like you and I, we could probably teach on suffering anywhere in the world, look up the catechism, Bible verses, and then get a quote here and there and teach on it. But it's like John Paul II said, you can't teach suffering in the objective. It is a vocation. Come follow me. And it's in the following. It's in the offering up your suffering in union with Christ. Or as John Paul II says, that he loves you so much, he made room in his suffering for you to participate so that you would do what? Know what love is. Taste it. That's the opportunity. And it changed my life. Suffering changed my life.
I was just reading Story of a Soul by Therese, Saint Therese, who, as Patrick Coffin rightly pointed out, ought not to be called Little Flower, but Iron Will. I mean, that woman is a warrior. But she says, I think it's towards the end of the second or third chapter, you alone, God, knew what I suffered. And I thought, that's beautiful to say, because too often we trivialize our suffering, because there's always someone who's suffered much worse.
Mm-hmm.
And so we feel embarrassed maybe to acknowledge that we have indeed suffered.
Right.
She could have rightly said, okay, maybe I was dealing with a bout of depression, but look what all these other people are going through. But she had the courage to say, you alone, God, know what I suffered.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's important to look back into our lives and not trivialize the suffering, the embarrassments we received, the whatever it be, neck pain, which is a serious thing. Bloody hell, you hurt your neck or back, everything else is difficult to do. But I think, what do you think about that? About sort of just acknowledging the depths that we had suffered without trivializing it in the face of other people's perhaps more objective suffering.
Well, I think it's how you look at it. John Paul II says that there's two types of suffering. There's physical, which you and I have gone through. If you've got a cold, anybody with COVID, So you got physical suffering, and then you have what he calls moral suffering. And the moral suffering is the suffering of the heart. It is the betrayal, It is the anxiety of life, a depression, or your son dies. You know, this ache, deep ache, and in your heart. And he said that most people would rather have physical suffering than moral suffering. I'd rather have a broken leg than a broken heart, any day. You know. And then he says there's two kinds. There's temporal suffering, and then there is what he refers to as this unlimited suffering. And that unlimited suffering is to be suffering without God, without love, without everything that is good. And he calls it definitive suffering. Forever and ever and ever. You know, and as George Carlin said, you know, forever's a long time, especially as you get towards the end. You know, and Jesus, he literally, used physical suffering and moral suffering to deal with that definitive suffering. And so when we ask the question, what is the meaning of suffering? And everybody asks that. Jesus was, in Luke 24, walking away from Jerusalem, or walking behind some guys that were walking away from Jerusalem, heads hung low, depressed. And he says, hey, what are you guys talking about? You know, and they said, are you the only one that didn't figure out what's happening in Jerusalem? This Jesus, you know, we thought he was Messiah. And he then began to teach them everything from the Old Testament as to why the Messiah had to suffer. He could have taught them anything. He zeroed in on suffering. And so we find the meaning of our suffering in his suffering. And so if you're united with Christ, you have the opportunity in your physical or moral suffering to unite yourself to Jesus. And John Paul II talks about this a lot, how he came to redeem you, and he redeemed even your suffering. So your suffering is like heavenly cash. And you can, as John Paul says, you can even apply it to loved ones. So that the man of God, can say, well, I've got some physical suffering, and rather than sitting around and complaining, he can actually offer up his suffering in union with Christ. As John Paul says, he opens up a room for you to participate with him so that you'll know him and his love deeper. You can stare at the cross all day long and say, wow, that's so beautiful, he loved me. And it's like Jesus is standing there saying, you want a taste of it? You want to know what it is? Come join me. Pick up your cross and come join me. And that answers the deepest question, I think, about suffering, which Paul said to the Colossians. He said in Colossians 1:24, he says, I rejoice in my suffering for your sake. And I used to think right there, oh, I'm not on the same page as you. I rejoice in my suffering for your sake. And then he says something really odd. He says, I fill up in my body that which is lacking in the sufferings of Christ. Begs the question, what's lacking, in the sufferings of Christ? What could possibly be lacking in the sufferings of Christ? Did Jesus ascend to the Father and, a few eons later say, oh, oy vey, I only got 98%. Father, I don't know how it happened. I only got 98% of the suffering. What are we going to do? The Holy Spirit says, well, make them do something. That's not what happened. I want to be clear. Yeah. But what happened is that the question is, what is lacking in the sufferings of Christ? And St. Augustine answered the question, and John Paul II answered the question. And what Augustine said was, and it's brilliant, he said, what's lacking in the sufferings of Christ is the sufferings of the mystical body of Christ. And then John Paul answered the question in Salvifici Doloris, on the meaning of human suffering, which I highly recommend. I wish I would have wrote that book. That was so good. Huge. That was so good. Kudos to the Pope. So he says in there, what's lacking in the sufferings of Christ? Nothing. But that you might know the love of Christ, he made room for you to participate. And so you have a choice. Do I want to participate, or would I want to run away from this my whole life of suffering and the fear of suffering? It was Bishop Fulton Sheen said, the man who fears suffering the most is the man who only dies deaths at the end of your life. That's the guy who fears death the most. And he says the way you prepare for death, which is the greatest of fears, is you practice for it. You die daily. You give up your life daily, you know. You become a witness, a martyr. Right? You know, that's where the word comes from, for a witness. You give up your life for your wife. You give up your life for your children. You give your life up for the sake of his kingdom. And when that day comes, been here, done this.
Wow.
You know, and I love that. I love that. And so we're equipped.
If Paul had never have written that, you know, say that bit was omitted, though he meant it but never wrote it down.
Yeah.
How many of us would have, or who would have ever thought to say something as bold as that?
I know.
What does it mean to unite your sufferings with Christ? That sounds like one of these theological niceties that I wish I understood. Maybe I understand it partially, but it sounds too ethereal for me to know if I understand it.
No, that's a very good question, because most people look at it that way. You know, they look at the body of Christ that way too, and say, well, it's like a cool metaphor, you know, we got the head and we're like the body. Hey, that's cool. But that's about as deep as they go, you know, many times. What it means to unite your suffering with Christ is that you, in your suffering, have the choice. What do I want to do with it? Do I want to squander it, which means waste it, just focus on myself, my plight, you know, what's going on with me? Or do I want to unite myself with Jesus, offer up this suffering, that famous phrase, offer it up, you know, which my mom used to use that, and that just simply meant get out of the kitchen, I'm cooking, you know. But by an act of the will. Well, I'll give you the answer in real life, what happened to me.
Yeah.
I was about 2 weeks away from surgery on my neck, and I was hurting, and I couldn't sleep. And I was doing Life on the Rock on EWTN every week. I'd fly, you know, from Minneapolis out there. And my wife said to me one morning, she said, I'm going to drive you to the airport. You don't look good. I said, okay. And if you look at those old shows, my left arm is hanging. I can't
How long ago was this?
This was in 99, 2000.
Okay.
Yeah. And my left arm I couldn't even move my arm. I was in pain. And on the way to the airport, I passed out, and I woke up with medics on top of me and trying to get me to breathe right. And it was, I couldn't go to the show, of course. And I got back home, and one night, I woke up at 2. I didn't wake up. I couldn't sleep, and I said to my wife, I'm just going to go downstairs. I said, I just can't take this anymore. I don't know what to do. And get this, I'm teaching at the same time. You know, I'm at conferences. And in my own life right there, I'm like, how do I do this? I know the principle. I know what it means to offer up my suffering, but how do I do it? And you know, as Catholics, that we're looking for, like, okay, maybe I have to say it in Latin. You know, maybe I got to say it backwards in some council, or, you know, whatever. Is there a secret potion? Is there a novena that's going to be the key here? And I went downstairs.
Like a different colored scapula that I'm not yet aware of.
Or I will invent.
Yes.
So I went downstairs. I'm sitting on the couch, and I'm holding my arm. And I'll just be honest with you. I just started to weep. I just started to cry and just said, God, I can't deal with this. I just can't deal with this anymore. What do I do? How do I offer it up? And I felt like the Lord spoke to me so clearly. And he said something to me that a shoe company stole.
From our Lord?
I'm in litigation with him right now. And it was, just do it. Thank you. He took it from me. I guess millions. So he said, just do it. And I'm like, just do it. So I got up, went upstairs. My 2 little girls had bunk bed. Jackie was down below, Tony was up above. Jackie was about 8 at the time. And my oldest daughter was downstairs. And I went over to Jackie, and I knew she wouldn't wake up for anything. And I knelt down next to her bed, holding my arm. I took my hand off, and I put my hand right next to her head. And I said, oh God, I offer up my suffering for Jackie. And I just fell apart. I started just weeping next to her. I just said, for Jackie, Lord, I give up my suffering for her holiness and for her, your will in her life. And Matt, something happened at that point that I cannot explain other than a joy rose up inside of me that I had never experienced before. A wholeness, a harmony, a shalom, a peace rose up inside of me, because I realized that for the first time in my life, I was loving my daughter the way Jesus loved me. And I tasted it. And I didn't want it to end.
That's interesting.
I didn't want it to end. So the question, how do you do it? Just do it.
But see, what's interesting about that is you have no choice but to do it. Like, whether you offer it up or don't offer it up, you are going to suffer.
Yeah.
So is one sort of a begrudging reluctance to accept the pain, and then the other is to what?
That's a good way to put it. Yeah, some people become bitter, some are better.
Yeah.
And for me, it made me better, and it became a tool for me in my discipleship belt.
Wow.
Where if I face it, I know what to do. I know what to do. I know how to offer it. Do I seek out suffering? No, not that way. But if it's going to come, I'm equipped. I know what to do. I know what to do with it. And Jesus has given us this. I mean, what a grace. I used to listen to like Little Flower, and some of the saints would say, "Oh Lord, you love me so much. You allow me to suffer." And I'm like,
yeah,
I'm not there.
Yeah.
But now I can see that Lord, you love me so much that you're letting me taste it.
And I'm not there yet. Sometimes I'm there. I had a moment the other night. I won't go into the details, but I just haven't been accepting my suffering, and it's been brutal. It's been kind of breaking me. I've been somewhat insufferable towards my wife and family at times. But something happened the other day, and it was right when I should have, broken apart in the negative sense. I just felt, I said, "Come, Holy Spirit." I really invited the Holy Spirit, and something changed. It was weird. It was like I was trying to fly, and then couldn't, and then this uplift of wind just sort of brought me up. I'm like, what the heck is happening? I'm responding to this thing differently. Mm-hmm. It's weird to try to explain what happens when you sense the Holy Spirit's help.
Yeah.
Because I think what's hard about it is we're so familiar with Christian language and the writings of the saints that sometimes you say exactly what they say and you're not sure if you mean it or if you're just regurgitating things. But then when you say weird things that don't seem to make sense, like this uplift of wind, what the hell does that mean? I don't know. But it was palpable that I was just, accepting. Yeah. And it was beautiful. It was liberating. I felt like I was actually responding positively to the Holy Spirit's call to endure this thing.
Right. Yeah, and there's so much in the Bible about this too. That Peter makes a big deal out of if you want to share in his glory, you're gonna have to share in his suffering. As well. And over, he talks about that. And Jesus is very, very clear about if you want to become my Talmid, my disciple, then pick up your cross. And we're like, that's 24 karat? No.
Yeah.
No.
Did you mean pillow?
Yeah. Pick up your cross and follow me. And what they did to me, they'll do to you. And you and I, and this gets back to your question earlier about sometimes we say these things and it's like, oh, that's ethereal. But to be the body of Christ is to wake up this morning and to literally be the body of Christ. In other words, the Spirit of God is in me, motivating me, moving me to do what? Not just to go to conferences. He's inviting me to do the work of Jesus, to forgive, to love, to heal, to comfort, to tell the truth, to give mercy, the good news of the gospel, the kerygma. And this, whether I'm a doctor, whether I'm an engineer or a teacher or a homemaker, I am a disciple, not theoretically, not just spiritually. I am the body of Christ in the world, and I am doing what he wants to do. Hopefully, I mean, that's the goal. right there. And once you take on that worldview and you begin to, to do that, it changes your whole day, as a disciple. To become a disciple in the first century, it's one thing I'm really big into this. I love this. Wrote a book called The Activated Disciple. To be a disciple who is equipped with suffering, in 2,000 years ago, you didn't just go to Jesus' talk in Capernaum, and go out there and buy all of his 73 books. you would go there and listen, but the only way you could become a disciple is for him to invite you. That's the only way that you could become a disciple of any rabbi in the first century. And so, of course, he's more than a rabbi; he's the Son of God. And there was two formulaic statements that rabbis would give if they wanted to invite someone to become their disciple. The first was "Lech achrai" in Hebrew. "Lech achrai," come follow me. That was formulaic. You are not the disciple of Jesus unless you've had that invitation. Come follow me. And we know, of course, that he has given us that invitation. He said, "You didn't choose me. I chose you. Lech achrai, come follow me. I'm inviting you to live with me, to be with me." And the second was from Matthew 11. And in verse 28, he says, "Come to me, all who are weary and heavy laden, and I'll give you rest." And then in verse 29, it's a formulaic statement that all rabbis used. And that was, "Take my yoke upon you and learn from me." And so when a rabbi said, "Take my yoke," it meant, take on my worldview. Take on my worldview. Take on my mission. So when you and I woke up this morning, we're men on a mission, and that is his. We're disciples. We said yes to Lech Achrai. We said yes to it, and that means that now I will carry out his mission, and I will suffer if need be. I'll even die if need be, but I will be Christ to this world. That's an adventure that is so captivating, so big, that a lot of trivial things start to fall on the wayside.
Yeah. We had a homily this weekend where the priest made a great point in saying that he worries sometimes that we believe the right things, abortion's wrong, but really that's quite easy to believe.
Yes.
Like once you've come to believe that, it just kind of becomes part of the background. Like nothing's really required of you unless, maybe you get somebody pregnant or you yourself become pregnant and you don't want it. Like there are many of these things that kind of make us look good. Like I'm against abortion,
right,
or I believe in the Eucharist, or I believe that the Pope is the visible head of the church. And in a sense, these things are easy to believe. What's bloody difficult is what you're talking about. Love your wife, anticipate her needs, like be attentive to your children. Don't be merely attentive to yourself. Don't be frantic. Be calm, be at peace. Right. This is like a daily thing that's really hard. So just like we maybe accuse the left of virtue signaling or group signaling, we can do the same thing. If I do a video about how abortion's wrong,
crushed, thrown against houses. Here's tornado. I have information on that as well. There is several large houses or apartment complexes that have been completely destroyed, or at least partially destroyed. And one of the photos which I've been seeing circulating on Twitter, it just got posted actually in the Discord server's weather lobby that I had open a second ago. A dumpster, like a gigantic dumpster that you would see outside of a big business like a Walmart or something, was thrown on top of a house.
All right. Thank you for that update, Elijah. We're going to hear a lot more about those tornadoes, I think, over the next little bit. We're also going to start hearing a lot more about the flash flooding that's going on in around Tampa. That's kind of what we're focused on right now. Additionally, we just got an official wind gust of 102 miles per hour in Sarasota. Yeah, it looks like the trade-off for Tampa here has been, you know, the storm surge is not going to be nearly as bad as what it could have been if the storm went a little bit farther to the north for Tampa. But the trade-off is now this stationary rain band that's going to cause catastrophic flash flooding. So, unfortunately for Tampa, obviously, you know, you can pick which one of those you'd rather be a part of. It depends on where you live, I guess. But it's kind of a lose-lose situation here. Hurricane Milton is the third Florida landfalling hurricane this year. 2024 has now tied with 1871, 2004, and 2005 for the most Florida landfalling hurricanes in a single season. So this, thanks to this storm, and also thanks to Beryl, and Helene, like honestly, this is, you know, this has been a pretty bad hurricane season. This year will be up there, you know, on the lists with all of the hurricane seasons we all remember. Hopefully this is the last one of the season that we have to worry about, knock on wood. I'm ready to talk about snow. Also, an unfortunate stat, there's been more hurricane deaths in 2024 than in 2023 and 2022 combined. 1.3 million people without power. Another place that's having a real rough night tonight, mostly because of the tornadoes, is Cocoa Beach. Tornado touchdown, damaging even the mayor's home. Took significant damage over there in Cocoa Beach. Hey, thank you, Sue Jones. Thank you. What's moving on Brad's? He's just got stuff floating around in front of him. And the wind's starting to pick up where he is too. Ryan, you're not going to have a voice tomorrow. Well, guess what, boys? I don't need a voice tomorrow. No hurricanes tomorrow. How long are you live? We're going to go here for... we're just going to keep going until we have to end the stream, or until we feel like we're not needed anymore, or until I literally can't talk. We're still... honestly, I'm trying to find a way to, kind of show you a little bit more about...
Hey Ryan, it's Brad, still sitting here in Punta Gorda. Just had a refrigerator floating down the road. Refrigerator floating down the road.
10-4, Brad, thank you. Refrigerator floating down the road in front of Brad. I'm trying to figure out a way to better kind of get some eyes on the Tampa area, because I really do think that's going to be the main story over the next little bit, is the extreme flooding up there. We've got Caleb Beecham on his way, but he's had some trouble on his way. There's the refrigerator floating down the road. Is that a refrigerator? Hey, Bulls. What was this? Brad, are you going over there just off screen and just pushing this stuff across the water? I wouldn't put it past Brad. No, the water is rising, and you can tell it's picking up new stuff. This is in Punta Gorda, Florida.
Ryan, it's Brad again. I don't know if you want to play a game with your viewers or not, but I may play a game with the YouTube watchers that are watching my stream. What will be the next thing that I see float past me down the middle of Punta Gorda Canal?
All right, I want to play, but I'm going to cheat. I'm going to use artificial intelligence. Hey, we are covering a hurricane. We've got some storm surge in Punta Gorda, Florida. We've seen a refrigerator and a trash can float by Brad Arnold. We need you to make an intelligent guess on what the next item is going to be that floats by him.
Well, Ryan, given the chaos storm surge can cause, I'd wager the next item could be a piece of patio furniture or maybe even a traffic cone. Strange things have a way of turning up in these conditions.
All right, that sounds good. So you got to pick one, traffic cone or the other thing.
All right, Ryan, let's go with the traffic cone. It has that classic, how did that get here vibe. Plus, it'll make for a standout shot bobbing in the surge.
Thank you. All right, Brad, my official guess is traffic cone.
All right, so I've posed the question to the folks that are watching my YouTube as well. Just waiting to hear back from a lot of folks about that. Obviously, it needs to be something substantial. It can't be something like a Coke bottle or a gas can. It needs to be some furniture. I think we need to put guidelines out there. When you play games, you play to win or lose. So we got to put guidelines out there. You're sitting in a parking lot, Ryan, and I'm running out of things to talk about here. But we're going to do our best.
I appreciate you, Brad. Always love to have Storm Chaser Brad Arnold on the team. Tornado sniffer himself. Honestly, the worst of the storm right now is occurring in Tampa. And it's about to get a lot worse in places like Lakeland and even Orlando. But it's mostly going to be those flooding rains that we're concerned about. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so the National Hurricane Center just sent out a new update on Hurricane Milton. We are now down to a Category 2 hurricane with winds of 110 miles per hour. The pressure is 985 millibars. St. Petersburg also has recorded 16.6 inches of rain so far today. Based on the National Hurricane Center update, they specifically called that out.
We have something large moving.
Thank you,
I can't
Elijah.
tell what it is. It's away from the lights. I will report back when I see it.
All right, thank you, Brad. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to hold on. It's it's about gone, y'all. Bill Myers says, "What AI is that?" That's Y'allbot. I invented Y'allbot to help me correctly pronounce town names.
Ryan, I am happy to report that if you had trash can as the larger piece of item that would be floating down the road, you are the winner.
All right. All right. Thank you, Brad, and congratulations to everybody who just won that game. Water's still rising out here in a lot of these places. I think that the focus is going to shift to the flash flooding situation, if it hasn't already. For most people that are involved with this, the flash flooding in Tampa is going to be really bad if it's not already. It's also going to continue to spread out into the Orlando area and everywhere in between, Lakeland, places like Dade City, Zephyrhills, Green Pond. I'm really worried about y'all and how you're going to handle all this water that's coming in. Over a foot of rain very quickly is coming. Downtown Fort Myers is also underwater as wind-driven storm surge from Hurricane Milton continues to impact the area. Storm surge is still rising in the Sarasota area as well. Jenny says y'all need a sponsorship deal with Hall's Cough Drops. Yeah, it is a problem that, you know, there is a solution for. We need to have more than just water here at the Weather House. How do we differentiate between hurricane and tornado damage? Is accuracy lost rating the scale of tornadoes? I don't think that we'll have too much of a problem with that with this. I don't think that there's very many places that are going to receive significant hurricane wind damage on top of the significant tornado damage. There are some places where it'll overlap, but yeah, we're going to be able to, I think that the surveys will be able to be done without any sort of problems there. But yeah, hurricane damage is, by itself, is very different and easy to differentiate from tornado damage. Ryan, vocal coach here. Please look into vocal warm-ups and cool downs. It'll save your voice. I fear you're doing permanent damage. Well, once again, thankfully, tomorrow there's no hurricanes. I'll probably go 3 days without talking to anybody. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So a few things on the news side now. So now that some of the emergency managing operations are starting to go back into effect, just barely, not a lot, but some are. We have 3 911 calls that were made, 3 different homes of people needing saving. One of the calls involved 9 people with the roof coming off their house and water was coming in. So several people are in the area still that are trapped in Pinellas County, and they're asking for emergency rescue now. So I don't have any more info than that. That just came over the radio.
All right, thank you, Elijah. We have a significant flash flooding situation going on in Tampa. And we also have storm surge continuing to come in Venice, where this is a saltwater flood. This is storm surge. We've got freshwater floods happening on the other side in Tampa, and it's getting worse. Melissa Slack, thank you so much for that. Caleb's still on his way up there. Yeah, Caleb left Bradenton and he's on his way to Tampa. Yeah, I'm not losing my voice simply just because I've talked so much. I do this often, actually. I don't lose my voice every time. I'm actually, my whole family has the flu or the cold or something. So that's adding, that's part of it. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so through the chat I managed to actually see a person's question, which I can answer. So Kelly, Tennessee asked, if winds were 115 miles per hour, why did it take so long for the storm to pass? Like, why does it? Some of that is based on, there's a difference between the rotating winds, like the actual strength of the hurricane, and the forward speed of the hurricane. Tornadoes have the exact same aspect. There's a forward speed, and then there's a rotational speed. So the rotational speed of the hurricane currently is 110 miles per hour at like the peak area. The forward speed of it was at landfall time about 15 miles per hour. I don't remember what it is at this exact moment, but it was 15 miles an hour, like moving horizontally, but the winds rotating around the center of circulation in the hurricane were 115 miles per hour. So that's kind of the big difference there. It's whether it's forward moving horizontally versus kind of rotating around one center point.
All right, thank you, Elijah. Yep, the backside is still yet to completely make it in, and it looks like it's going to be intense. exceptional rain is currently impacting the Tampa area. And on top of that, we still have like almost constant 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts coming in. So any like rescue operations that are going on out there right now, it's got to be a nightmare scenario. Lee, thank you for that. The shed, as far as I know, is still there right now. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, I don't think it came through on the overlay, but we have a much larger flash flood emergency now that encompasses most of the area where we've seen this precipitation be falling.
Wow. Okay, I see it. We've got everybody from Tampa up to Spring Hill, Dade City, Four Corners, and Point Siena. This includes Lakeland, Winter Haven, and Mulberry under that flash flood emergency now. Catastrophic flooding. Sure. Shirley says, I'm donating because I was going to scold you and Brad for joking. Oh, I guess you're talking about the trash can. And during this hurricane, I'm wrong. It's a coping skill we could all use. Honey and tea, trash can winner. Shirley, thank you for that. And yeah, if you're new here, that's a common, like we every time we go live and every time we do this, it's always we're covering something terrible. Any chance we get to lighten the mood even a little bit, we're gonna take it. Huge flash flood emergency in Western Florida. If we've got anybody back there on cameras, can we put up the number 4, Mesobort number 4? It's probably dead. Are you guys not able to hear? Oh. You can't hear me through this?
No.
Oh, okay. Thank you. 1.6 million people without power now. As far as Fort Myers goes, we're still hearing about flooding down there. It's not as bad as Ian, but the water still could come up a little bit. But as of right now, that's all I can tell you. We've got lots of reports of flooding, a couple feet of water inundation. It is making it into some structures and some areas, but the worst of the flooding right now seems to be coming out of the Venice, Florida area. Chandra, if you can hear me, number 5, Mesovort number 5. Number 4, either one of those. Actually, both. Mitchell Beach, Florida. Anna Maria Island. Trying to work out some stuff with the cameras here, y'all. Justin says, I've got family in Lakeland. Obviously, lots of rain and wind there. Any word from that area on how bad it is? I know that they're under a flood emergency, but I'm looking for any update I can get. We don't have any sort of information about Lakeland specifically. However, we do know that the flooding is either underway or it's about to happen. We've got a flash flood emergency there. We haven't heard any specific reports, though, just yet. Sarasota to Punta Gorda are getting absolutely slammed with wind and surge right now. Go ahead, Caleb.
Hey Ryan, I actually just realized that my camera's not actually on my face on Zoom, but I am pulling into Tampa right now, so I'm going to start to investigate the area and see what I can find as far as this flash flooding emergency. Keep you guys updated as soon as I know more.
All right, thank you, Caleb. Everybody that was wondering about Caleb, there you go. We're going to continue to see this heavy rain band go over into the areas between Brandon and Lakeland. Some of the heaviest rain currently is falling right here on Highway 60 near Sydney and Hopewell.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. When you get a second, I know your voice is going out on you, but hit me up when you get a second.
Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
Hey, I was going to let you know we're having to retreat a little bit in the parking deck. The water is we now have onshore flow, and we were about to get that insane, very, very high storm surge. It was probably about 3 feet consistently, maybe rose to about 4 feet, but now it's starting to come up considerably now. We've retreated back to the parking deck, and you can see I've got the shot. I've got the shot of there's a Mercedes. It looks like on the first level of the parking deck that is beginning to take on water. Unfortunately, areas if you're on the lower level of this parking deck, your car is probably going to begin floating once we get that 8 to 12 foot storm surge here.
All right, thank you, Brad. Here's a look at Florida or areas near Tampa right now. The rain's still coming down. We're about up to 5.3 million, or not 1.3 million people without power. Did Tampa get hit? Yeah, they're getting hit right now. How's Orlando? Fine so far. The heaviest rain is about to start moving in. This is a live look closer to Tampa. Now, he is just to the north and west of Arbors at Freedom Plaza. Which is where some of the significant flooding has taken place, but the farther he goes up the interstate here, Interstate 75, the more flooding he will encounter. Yeah, Fort Myers is reporting flooding, but it's not extreme. The worst of the flooding is definitely being reported right now from Venice, Florida, and areas near Sarasota. And I'm talking about storm surge flooding. Freshwater flooding, the worst of that is happening around Tampa right now. Brandon, Riverview, Turkey Creek, Sydney. Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham is going to put us right in the middle of that right here in a moment. Where did the storm make landfall? It made landfall just south of Siesta Key. Yep, there were a lot of tornadoes today. That was the first 60% of the stream. This is one of those near Fort Pierce earlier. Huge. $1.5 million people without power in Florida. $1.6 million. Guys, I've got all the cough drops, all the honey, everything. It's all already, I'm doing all I can do. Caleb's getting close to being in the worst of the flooding. He's not quite there yet. But you can see why we're dealing with the flooding. Those are some of the impressive rainfall rates that we've been dealing with for several hours now, well over a foot of rain in some of these places. Wow. Yep, the hurricane made landfall south of Siesta Key as a Category 3. We're now dealing with a Category 2. If you look at the velocity data on radar, especially around Tampa, you'll notice that there is an increase in the wind speeds aloft over the past hour or so. This is that interaction with the jet stream. We're likely going to see even stronger winds move through Tampa if this thing finally moves out of here. And I think that the wind threat's going to be quite intense all the way through Florida as we have that sting jet kind of effect move through as that's what's eventually going to eject the storm out of here. That's going to add to the winds as it does so. Yeah, still looks like a lot of the worst of the storm surge flooding is coming in from the Sarasota area. I don't have any sort of specifics right now, but some of the reports are higher than what we saw in Venice and what we see right now from Bryce. So basically, what we've got going on in Sarasota is very similar to what we see here from Bryce Shelton, who is close. Also, if you've been watching for a while, you'll remember that we saw more of this door from Brad not too long ago. There's a full door like that a grown person could walk through underneath all that water there. So the water is still rising. I don't know how much longer that's going to happen, but it doesn't look like it's stopping anytime soon here in the Sarasota, Inglewood, down towards Port Charlotte areas. The Siesta Key is also taking on significant storm surge. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so if you look in the stream text chat, there is a map of a 24-hour rainfall recorded map so far.
All right, thank you. 17 inches, St. Petersburg. "17 inches north and east of Brandon as well." We're getting close to 1.7 million people without power. We've been streaming now for 10 hours and 30 minutes. And I don't know how much longer my voice is going to last here. So we're probably going to go for just a little while longer before we have to call it quits, or else I might not have the ability to talk again. According to some vocal experts who are in my DMs here. Seems to happen every year right around the beginning of school season. And then also usually during our biggest tornado stream as well, because usually that's like at the peak of allergies and stuff. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We'll have honey here next time. The rest of the night's going to be very similar to the past hour. We're going to have new flash flood emergencies likely issued from, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like that in Orlando. However, it's too early to tell. It depends on how quickly the storm starts moving. But the heavy rains are really starting in Orlando right now. No more tornadoes. I think we're done with the tornadoes for the most part.
that a lot of trivial things start to fall off.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me out there? We've had to start our stream early today because, man, we've got a bunch of tornado warnings. Right now, we have a confirmed tornado warning. I mean, we've just got a couple of different tornado warnings to go over before we go into the hurricane overview. But in order to cover this whole event,
to this weather. We're talking, there may be another hurricane that could form later on. We don't know for sure, but I just seriously, again, take it seriously. But in the news, we got this funny clip going viral. Apparently, a bunch of news outlets are picking it up, too. Kamala Harris covers her mouth during a live briefing on Hurricane Milton, and then she starts muttering something under her breath, and then all of a sudden Aide says, "This is a live broadcast," as if Kamala didn't know she was on camera with everyone watching her as she was trying to, we assume, the reports are, ask for questions or guidance, because then after something is said to her, she then asks a question. So I don't think it's the biggest conspiracy in the world to find out that politicians don't know what they're talking about or what they're doing. But it is funny that everyone's like, aha, we caught her. She's a phony. I got news for everybody. They're all phonies, okay? In some degree or another. But we'll talk about it. We got a bunch of big news. Donald Trump is crushing the betting odds. Whether you think that matters or not, he's now up 4 points in aggregate. So it's going up more and more. But he's got to run for his money, ladies and gentlemen, because this is going to shock all of you. The porn industry is backing Kamala Harris. I know. No one saw that coming, considering the things they claim about Donald Trump. But yes, they are choosing Kamala Harris instead.
Shocking.
So, shocking indeed. We're going to talk about that and more. But before we do, you got to go to mypillow.com/Tim. Use promo code Tim and buy pillow, because pillows are great. And Mike Lindell, shout out to Mike Lindell of MyPillow. They're sponsoring the show tonight. They say once again, MyPillow has been canceled by a big box store. So they're passing off an incredible deal to you, our listeners. The standard MyPillow retails for $49.98, and now for a limited time, you can receive one for only $14.98. There's a limit of 10 on this offer. Do not miss out on the amazing deal while supplies last. Use the promo code TIM. Anybody who tries to tell you to use a different promo code, they are wrong. They're liars. Don't trust them. Promo code TIM is the only. It's easier to remember too than what are these other codes they got. MyPillow is made of patented adjustable fill. It adjusts your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. Helps keep your neck aligned, and it holds its shape all night long, so you get the best sleep of your life. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen or bath towel set, only $25. The brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get their famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25, and so much more. Go to mypillow.com or call. They have a number, 1-800-544-8939. Use promo code TIM. You'll get a huge discount. And once again, man, they are really coming after this guy. Mike Lindell was just cranking in the dough, selling pillows like a king, like the king of pillows, and he stuck his neck out for what he believed in, and they've tried to destroy him for this. I feel bad, but I also feel inspired that the dude stood up for what he believed in. So if you need a pillow, if you need slippers or towels, mypillow.com, promo code TIM. Also, head over to timcast.com and click Join Us, because we do this work every day, and we're going to have a very fun, members-only, uncensored show coming up at 10 p.m. You don't want to miss it. So again, timcast.com, click Join Us, $10 a month. You're in the Discord. You're talking with very cool people. You're talking with us. You get to call in and talk to us and our guests. And also, if you're listening on Apple Podcasts or wherever you get your podcasts, leave us a good review. We really do appreciate it. Share the show with everyone you know. You can share that URL and smash the like button. Joining us tonight to talk about this and so much more is Terrence Williams.
Oh, I just had some caffeine.
Looks good. I see you've got pancakes.
Yeah, I do. This caffeine is so good. But yeah, thanks for having me on again, Tim. I love coming on this show. For the people who don't know who I am a comedian and the owner of Cousin T's Pancakes and Foods. And
right
yeah.
on. And you're a funny dude. You're on X. You got a big following.
I forget about that. You know, I'm not really braggadocious, so sometimes I don't promote myself good enough. But yes, I am on X. Facebook. I'm still on Facebook. A lot of people don't use Facebook, but I'm still on Facebook. I have like 3 million followers on Facebook. Wow. So I can't give it up. But I'm on everything. I'm on Truth, Instagram, X. I'm not on OnlyFans though. I'm not on there.
Soon. make videos of making pancakes.
Yeah, right.
All right, and
Cousin T
and
brand,
and don't speak.
Excuse me, you bring me on your podcast and tell me not to speak?
I have to introduce you. See, this man was facing a certain death.
That's true.
And we saved him. And that man is Seamus.
Tim saved my life in so many ways I can't even describe, you know. But I'm Seamus Coughlin. I was a regular on this show a while ago before Tim kicked me out, before he said he detested me.
Well, our spoons are still missing.
That's not, you know me. You know I wouldn't do that. I would never do something like that. I'm Seamus Coughlin, the creator of Freedom Tunes. I joke about Tim not liking me because every time I have to step away from the show to focus on my own platform and making the cartoons and create media, I'll always see rumors on Twitter where people are like, why hasn't Seamus been on Timcast? Do they have beef? And people be like, yeah, I think they're fighting. It's literally always just that, you know, I've got a job and stuff. But I am so glad to be back. I love doing this. I've missed you all. I'm excited for a great show. We uploaded a cartoon yesterday on Freedom Tunes I think you guys will like about Kamala's quote-unquote code switching, which she does frequently. It's about her wonderful accents. So if you guys want to go check that out.
She has a new one, too. She made an Irish accent or something.
She's like, I know how hard it is to raise a family of 17 in this economy right now. Don't you understand? This is all Trump's fault. But if you go watch my most recent cartoon, you'll see some of that. We're also releasing one tomorrow on how absolutely horrible she's treated the people of North Carolina.
Indeed. Alad is hanging out.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I am Alad Eliyahu, a journalist here at Timcast. Seamus, it's nice to have you today. Looking forward to talking to you on the show.
You obviously haven't spent any time with Seamus. If you're gonna say it's not. No, I'm just kidding. I'm really glad you're back. It's so fun to see you. I'm Hannah Claire Brimlow. You guys know me. I'm on the show pretty regularly. Let's get started.
Now, I know there's very serious news, but we like to have a little bit of levity, and so I will just say once again, please pay attention to the hurricane, and I hope everybody's okay. But other than that, Kamala Harris was caught on a hot mic bizarre moment. I don't even know if you call it a hot mic moment. She was in a live stream, and I guess she didn't realize that she was in a live stream. The Daily Mail reports Kamala Harris accused of being fed questions in bizarre Hurricane Milton briefing moment. They say Trump's campaign and critics on X are accusing the vice president of being fed what to say during the briefing on Wednesday. While the National Weather Service Director Ken Graham was providing information on the storm, Harris could be seen covering her mouth awkwardly and heard saying, "It's a live broadcast." I think that was her aide who said that, or was that her? Shortly after that, she posed a question to Graham to provide more information to Americans about the severity of the storm, despite it being downgraded from a Category 5 to a 4 hurricane. Quote, Kamala can be heard telling an aide who is feeding her questions that it's a live broadcast before immediately asking the question. She's a total fraud, Trump War Room wrote on its X page with a clip of the moment. The user posted their own takeaway from the moment, writing on X of the vice president, "This lady doesn't know what's going on. Everything about her is scripted and fake." Okay, well, I know what the media is going to say, because the Daily Dot has already written the article. Kamala Harris's live broadcast hot mic moment during Milton briefing sparks new earpiece conspiracy. Okay, but let's pause for a quick second. You know what? I love this. And I know a lot of people are going to say, like, whoa, Tim, you don't know that she was caught on a hot mic being fed questions. Well, how could you make such an assertion? Because the rebuttal is already that, of course she was, it did happen, and you're a conspiracy theorist. The Daily Dot's rebuttal to this, because they often just write stuff like this, is that she wasn't talking to an earpiece. It's like, okay, so she was on a hot mic being fed questions, but the conspiracy is the earpiece. I talk about this all the time, my friends. They'll fact check something with something added to the story that isn't a part of it.
Exactly.
Did Kamala Harris have a hot mic moment on a live stream where it appeared she was fed questions? I say appeared because I'm being nice. The answer is yes. What they then do is, was she caught on a hot mic moment where it appeared she was being fed questions through an earpiece? False. They'll write the whole article up and then say, there's no evidence yet, an earpiece.
Well, and the worst part of it is they're expecting you to deny what you can actually see in the video. Covering your mouth and then saying something when you think you aren't being watched isn't normal behavior, right? So if she didn't have an earpiece or whatever it is they're alleging people are actually saying when they're not saying it, it doesn't negate the fact that that's a bizarre thing to do. Like, does she have multiple personality disorders? She's speaking to her own hand. If she's not being fed questions or she's not talking to somebody,
I feel like
through some
the
kind of
easier defense would have been like, she had something in her teeth. She wanted to politely, like discreetly clear them. She was coughing, but instead they went for the, like, you guys are crazy and you're turning this into something wild.
Gentlemen, she could have just said that the report could have been like, of course she was being fed questions, but that's a bit of, you don't have to say it like that.
Right.
She's in a briefing, her aide is providing her information, and she's going to follow up with questions. The crazy thing about this is the attempt at rebutting it as though there's some weird conspiracy that happened. Guys, people, ladies, gentlemen, everybody listening at home, if you come to me and say, did you know that there was an aide working with Donald Trump who gave him questions before he went and did an interview or whatever, I'd be like, yes, I've met them. Everybody has them. Why? It's crazy to me that the media's response to this is, no, it's a conspiracy. She didn't have an earpiece, instead of being like,
Well, there's good reason for that, though, and it's because they know that the public perception is Kamala is not a person who's able to think and speak on her feet. And so the idea that she's receiving information from an earpiece just validates that.
Yep. Here I am, somewhat defending Kamala Harris.
Yeah, how dare you?
I mean, like, she's got AIDS. She's in a briefing. She's not paying attention. She's campaigning. She's the vice president anyway. Why is she in these briefings? The president should be in these briefings. She's just trying to campaign.
Right. I mean, the bar for her is incredibly low. I agree. I mean, we don't expect her to be able to think on her own. We expect her to be heavily supported by her staff. But I think that's one of the fears going into a potential Harris-Walz presidency. I mean, I don't know if you guys saw it, but she did that interview where she was asked, what, if anything, would you change about the Biden administration, about anything they've done? And she said, nothing comes to mind.
Absolutely insane.
Man did it.
Insane.
This morning, when I was going over her Colbert interview and her View statement, where she's asked on The View, what would you change? She's like, nothing comes to mind. I was like, please, Donald Trump, just put, I'm Donald Trump and I approve this message and run as an advertisement.
Right.
And the Trump War Room posted it. Literally her saying, there's nothing that comes to mind that I would change, and I was involved in all of the major decisions. I'm Donald Trump and I approve this message.
It's also interesting to me though, because they've tried to play both sides of it. There have been plenty of moments where they've tried to act like she had absolutely no connection to the Biden administration, and there was even a fact check that came out. There was an article that was published by some left-wing rag where they were saying the new Republican strategy is going to be to associate Kamala Harris with Joe Biden, as if she wasn't
the president,
his vice president.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it is also interesting though, because there has been, it seems like, growing tension between Harris and Biden. Biden doesn't seem particularly supportive of her anymore. In fact, at times he seems a little barbed and catty. But now he's starting to say, well, Trump is spreading all this misinformation about the hurricane. He is starting to sort of give a line that would be more helpful to Harris's campaign while she flounders in this live media blitz or whatever she's doing.
And then she's running as an underdog.
Yeah,
she's
I know.
killing me with that shit. We're the underdog.
She's acting
We're the underdog. You are not the underdog.
You're the VP.
You're the VP.
Dude, she's running like she has a grassroots candidacy. Like she's running like she just popped out of nowhere.
The woman
And
who didn't
people
get
are
any votes in
energized
the
behind her.
primary.
Exactly. She didn't get a single vote in the primary. She was one of the least popular candidates. And what's so hilarious to me is even when she does people's podcasts, the way that it's discussed is in basically apologetic terms. You guys all know that she, as the normal adult in the room, decided to go on the Call Her Daddy podcast, which is just a brilliant move from a statesperson in our country. But at the beginning of that podcast, because I was curious to see how that went, I listened to the beginning. And the host was basically justifying the decision to her audience. She was saying things like, I just want you guys to hear both sides, and, you know, we've invited Trump on too, and I really just want you to have a more well-rounded perspective. Now, back in 2008, if any popular podcast had Obama on, they weren't starting by apologizing to their audience and explaining the decision, because he was actually popular among groups of young people who do listen to these kinds of pop cultural podcasts, degenerate as they are, right? And so you would think that even with that kind of a fan base, you'd be able to say, yeah, Kamala Harris is here. Isn't that awesome? And the audience would celebrate. But the podcast host knew that they wouldn't, because she isn't this grassroots candidate who people were clamoring for. She was incredibly unpopular as vice president, but then we're told overnight that she is one of the most popular people in politics and that she's going to beat Donald Trump in this election hands down without any kind of a challenge. And you just look at her campaign now and you go, they're flailing. They're not making decisions that people make unless they're desperate. Who goes on a podcast like that unless they're desperate?
Right, and she's criticizing Ron DeSantis, right, for not taking her call, while he says, I talked to the president. I don't know why I would have to talk to her. She's making this about politics.
Good point.
She is really going into this defensive, like, this very defensive position, saying, you know, these conservative Republicans are being nice to me. They're spreading misinformation. I'm here for the right reasons, when ultimately, no, this is actually all an attempt to stay relevant, to maintain this idea that she's the vibes candidate, when the vibes in the country have really changed, right? It's great. She went on Call Her Daddy. She talked to the feminists. Good for her. What is she going to do about the people who are affected by the hurricane? And so far we've heard she's good with sending money to Lebanon, and also she wants to stand by everything that the Biden administration did.
Absolutely disgusting. But this shows that Kamala is not ready to be president.
Yeah.
She is not ready to run the country. Ron DeSantis said he missed the call. He didn't get the call. He missed it. She had a freaking meltdown. Oh my God, he didn't answer my call. Why are they being mean to me? They're not picking like my... You want to be the president of the United States and you are crying because he missed your call?
He's kind of busy right now.
Yeah, exactly. He's actually governing.
He's actually trying to help. He's actually trying to help his people. He's
a
trying to
grown
help the
man.
American people, something that you should have been doing with Hurricane Helene. But that's why she's having a meltdown, is because she's trying to make up for not showing up quick enough for the Hurricane Helene victims. And I was just out there, and I was just out there in Asheville, North Carolina, and it was devastating. It was complete devastation. Like, it was terrible. And Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, they were late to helping these people. They were late. And when I was down there, do you know who was helping out the most? The churches, the nonprofits, volunteers from all over America driving down, putting their lives on the line to help the people of North Carolina. FEMA didn't do anything but get in the way.
Yep.
I was down there on the ground. FEMA was in the way. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden showed up late, and that's why she's blowing up Ron DeSantis' phone so that she can say, "Oh, I was on time, guys." But now she's gonna blame. She's not gonna do anything.
No, she's not. She's prepping us. Well, that's what I'm saying is the reason she's freaking out about Ron DeSantis not taking his call and is making such a big stink about that is because she's not going to do anything for the people of Florida after this hurricane, and she's preparing to blame Ron DeSantis for it.
I'm sick of the misinformation narrative she pushed. She went on Colbert and she's like, please don't pay attention to the misinformation. And I'm like, a guy on video posting it online or having someone film him where he's like, please help me, I'm suffering, is not misinformation.
Right.
A resident going on Fox News and saying, where are you? We're not getting support is not misinformation. They're doing this procedural game where they're saying, because FEMA has helped some people, all people have been helped.
That's right.
So any amount of people that are not getting help, when we say, hey, people are not getting help, they go, that's not true. FEMA is helping some people.
Right. The federal government is totally running cover for Kamala Harris right now. I watched this NBC interview. They had a FEMA director on, right? This high-ranking FEMA person, and they show a clip of a resident in North Carolina saying, we haven't seen anything from the federal government. If FEMA's here, they're nowhere near us. I haven't seen any volunteers. I haven't seen any aid from the federal government. We keep being told that they're here, but like we are not receiving
Where are
help.
they?
And they cut back to the person. They're like, what would you say to this resident who's been affected by the hurricane? And the director's like, well, just because we're not wearing FEMA T-shirts doesn't mean that we're not there.
Oh, BS.
That means that they're not receiving water or food or supplies or like medical, like whatever they need. It's not about we don't see your brand. It's that they aren't receiving support. It's not enough to say, well, just because we're not wearing T-shirts doesn't mean we're there.
Imagine going without water and food for a week, and then hearing Kamala Harris and FEMA say, "Oh, we gave that person water," and there's right now they still don't have water. A lot of people still going out. A lot of people right now still do not have water, electricity, and food. A lot of people are still missing, and then for them to get on TV and say that, oh, this is all misinformation, we have helped everybody. That is a damn lie. I was down there on the ground. We were walking into neighborhoods. It was me and a lot of other volunteers. We were walking into neighborhoods because there were a lot of elderly people who were not able to go search for free food and hot meals.
Right.
And we were knocking on doors. A man literally had tears coming down his eyes because he had been without water for a week. For about 5 days. And he didn't think that anybody would bring him water. So for FEMA to say, oh, we gave everybody water and food. We helped everybody.
We're here.
BS.
You're just not paying enough attention.
It's BS.
Well, and imagine you're in this situation where your town has been absolutely devastated by this storm. You are searching for family members that you pray are alive without supplies. You don't have water. You don't have food. You don't have electricity. And Kamala Harris is on Stephen Colbert's show pretending to enjoy beer. It's insane. She's not competent.
So when I got sent that video, I was like, it looks like she's never had a beer before. And it's funny because I keep hearing the same comments like, has she ever had a beer before?
No.
Well,
it was
like,
let her have a glass of wine.
And then
try to pretend to like things that normal blue-collar people like when they clearly don't.
The best part is, Colbert's like, you requested Miller High Life. And then she spins it around and she goes, the champagne of beers. Like, have you not ever read this before? You requested
obviously
beer.
deeply familiar with it.
The champagne of beer.
Look, they couldn't
That's what it's called.
They couldn't bring her a glass of wine because she has
on the can.
I guess I don't drink Miller because I didn't know it said that.
Yeah, but my point is, if you're requesting High Life, don't you know that the tagline is the champagne of beer. I know that, and I don't even drink beer.
Yeah.
Well, you know, when the Bush administration, based on public perception, did not do enough for the people of Louisiana after Hurricane Katrina, it was a complete disaster for their administration. George Bush said that when Kanye West went on television and said George Bush doesn't care about black people, it was one of the worst days of his presidency. This is someone who's been president of the United States for some massive disasters, 2 wars, right? And Kanye West saying he didn't care about black people deeply affected him, because that was a president, for all of George Bush's flaws, I don't like him, I really don't, but for all of his flaws, he seemed to care to some extent about the people of this country. Kamala Harris doesn't care at all. No one in the media is calling her out for it. No one in the media is talking about this because they don't see the people of North Carolina as important. They don't even see them as people.
We got to jump to this new ad from the Trump War Room. It's everything you've hoped for and more. Ladies and gentlemen, here you go. It's 20 seconds long.
Well, if anything, would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Oh,
She is so freaking dumb.
So I was doing the morning show this morning, Timcast News on YouTube. Subscribe, and this was one of the stories we were covering. Of course, this has been for the past couple of days. And I said, I hope Donald Trump just takes what she said and then puts, I'm Donald Trump and I approve this message. But I'm not saying that because it's my idea. It's because he's done this before. So on YouTube, if you're just listening to regular stuff, I don't know, I've heard people say those listening to music, it's all of a sudden a commercial turns on where Kamala's like, the cost of gas is up, the cost of groceries are up, and rent is up. And then it goes, I'm Donald J. Trump and I approve this message. That is some of the most effective campaigning I have seen. But we got another one, because the Trump War Room posted this from the silent meme majority, and it is like, who wants to be a millionaire? Here you go.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
Would you?
Okay, that one was very good.
That's
the
really
economy, the border, foreign policy. This is epic meme warfare.
Did you see them chanting about how we need change at one of her rallies?
Mm-hmm. And she was like, well, I'm not going to give it to you.
Yeah, no, she's like, well, like you said, they're trying to act like she's an outsider.
An underdog. She keeps saying, it makes me cringe. I'm the underdog. She's acting like Trump is in the White House right now.
Yeah.
Like Trump has been the president for the last 4 years. You are the vice president. You just said that you were part of almost every decision that Joe Biden made, but you are also the underdog. Come on.
Well, dude, no, she believes in Q. She believes in Q. She thinks that Trump is still the president. And that he's been hiding behind the scenes, and that he has the football, and she's trying to get him out of the Oval Office.
I have been wondering what Q is up to.
She's pushing the underdog thing because she's a black, supposedly black minority. You know, she's a black woman supposedly. So she's trying to use her color as the reason why she is the underdog.
Right.
I think the most outrageous part about this question on The View is that it was actually supposed to be an easy question. She was supposed to say, yeah, Joe Biden, while being the president, obviously picking me to be his VP was imperfect. For example, she could have used the Afghan withdrawal pullout, how we pulled out and had over a dozen of our soldiers killed there after the fact. Something about how the border crisis has been extremely exacerbated under her and the Joe Biden administration. Something to differentiate herself, but The View accidentally asked a good question, I guess, because it put her between a rock and a hard place, because she cannot condemn Joe Biden while trying to maintain the coalition.
But she can answer this in an effective way. Being a good politician, I'll throw it to the famous Gary Johnson Aleppo moment and the difference between Gary Johnson and Donald Trump. For those that don't know what the Aleppo moment is, many of you may be a little bit younger. And I mean, this was like, what, 8-9 years ago. Gary Johnson, running for president, is asked, what would you do about Aleppo, which of course is a major city in Syria, which has been flattened. And he goes, And what is Aleppo? And everybody was just like, you want to be the president and you don't know about a major foreign policy disaster happening right now in the Middle East? Now, Donald Trump, how would he answer this question if he truly didn't know about Aleppo? He'd say, everybody wants to talk about Aleppo. They do, they do, but we got to talk about jobs. And I think once I'm in, we can deal with those things. He wouldn't just say, I have no idea what you're talking about. And so for Kamala Harris to be asked this question, what would you do differently? She could have said, you know, hindsight is 2020. Knowing now, if I knew now, if I knew then what I knew now, I could win the lottery, right?
Yeah.
I'd go buy a lottery ticket. That's what I'd do differently. But the reality is we made the best decisions available to us at the time. Now I could say we could have done things better, but only because of what we dealt with. So it's the experience that I will bring in the next 4 years from the mistakes and the failures that everybody deals with. It's going to make a better next 4 years. Like, that's how you answer that.
In other words, we can be unburdened by what was.
She was better off answering the question by saying she was raised in the middle class.
It begs the question, if she wasn't going to do anything differently than Joe Biden, then why are you replacing Joe Biden at all? Why did we go through this entire primary process, pull the rug out from under Joe Biden at the last second, if you would have done nothing differently?
That,
what
to
is
me,
the
says
point
that
here?
you think he
What are we
deserves
doing
another 4
here?
years.
Actually,
and you
no.
have decided
Let's
to
give her some credit. She
Kamala's making me miss
she
Joe.
actually was being honest. She was actually being honest this time.
No, I don't think she's being honest here.
She was
no,
being honest.
I think so.
She wouldn't do anything different.
No, I think
she was
she'd
being
do things
honest.
differently.
What do you think?
I think she'd do a lot of things differently. I think she just doesn't want to damage the coalition that she's maintaining.
I think she doesn't want to make Joe Biden mad because she knows that Joe Biden will become vicious.
Yeah, I question a lot of what Kamala Harris would do if elected compared to Joe. I think she would be a lot more radical than Joe Biden.
I would agree.
Kamala's still trying to figure out her plan for the next 4 years.
Her plan is to get elected, and then everything else is an afterthought. That's the plan. Get elected.
If she was being honest, I'll give you this. She's saying, I don't know what I would do differently. I think it's fairly honest, but I kind of imagine she'd say something like, well, I'd have banned fracking right away. I would have put heavy restrictions on gas-powered vehicle manufacturing, probably shut down the auto industry in the Rust Belt. Like, that would be fairly honest,
Maybe
right?
not pick a backstabbing VP pick. You know, that was probably his #1 mistake.
But let me also point out, Joe Biden shut down Keystone XL, which caused rampant speculation. And I got to break this down for you guys because the Democrats, they're in power. They have to obfuscate, okay? But Joe Biden banning fracking on public grounds and shutting down Keystone did make gas go up. It's actually very simple. We speculate, and sometimes, and people probably shouldn't make whatever argument you want, but people do. We plan how much is our economy going to grow by, and how much oil and energy, gas, nuclear, how much energy are we going to need to accommodate that growth? How do we achieve 3% growth? We need energy production. So when Joe Biden shuts down Keystone XL, which is a massive pipeline transporting tons of oil into the market, what happens then is the marketplace then says, we can now expect X amount negative percentage in the future, which means there will be less energy for use in expanding the economy. This means the demand on oil will go up and prices will go up. This means two things happen. First, speculation. People say, I better buy up shares and I better buy up supply now and hold on to it because the price will go up. Others say, I'm going to start stocking up now because the price will go up to use, and then the increase in demand instantly causes the prices to go up. When Kamala Harris says, I wouldn't do anything differently, understand that right when he got in, Joe Biden's like, shut down energy. And now Kamala's saying, I wouldn't ban fracking. I'm not for that. She said she was for it back in 2019. And I won't play that game. Fine. She says she was opposed to it right now. Okay, well, how about this? She was asked what she would do differently in the next 4 years. Well, in her administration, she was the tie-breaking vote on a whole bunch of this garbage, the Inflation Reduction Act. And if you look at what Joe Biden did energy-wise, it did not work well for us. Simply put.
No, it's true. Well, there's an additional element here, which is the reason Joe Biden had to leave the race. And by the way, remember all of the people who told you that he was sharp as a tack are the people telling you that Kamala's fit for the job. But the reason he had to leave and step out of the race is because it became very obvious to the American people, once they all saw him on that debate stage, that this is somebody who is so advanced in their cognitive decline that they're not capable of making decisions. And anyone who's been paying attention to politics as far back as the bygone year of 2019 could have told you that in 2019 because he was spewing out very senile, demented sounding statements, even during the Democratic primary debates. So let's think about this for a moment. We finally admitted that for the past 4 or 5 years, this man has been too deep in his cognitive decline to really run the country. So who do we decide to replace him with? Someone he picked. Someone he picked when he was in cognitive decline. So he's not in a place where he can run the country because his cognitive decline is too advanced.
Right.
But he is in a place where we could trust him to pick a successor.
I mean,
that's
but
insane.
Do you actually
that's
think he
self-refuting.
personally picked?
No,
Kamala
I don't
Harris?
think
no.
I don't think
it was
he
a staffer
personally.
or an advisor or someone else on his campaign, 100%. And I think that's the pipeline. We talk about the White House or the DNC to media pipeline, but I think that is what a lot of staffers are banking on right now. After Kamala Harris announced that, or after Joe Biden announced that Kamala Harris was going to run by endorsing her, there were several people who left the White House to join her campaign. They want to stay in the executive branch for as long as possible, and they couldn't make Joe Biden, they couldn't hold that puppet up anymore, and so they're jumping on the Kamala Harris bandwagon because to them it's all kind of the same company, just rebranded.
No, you're exactly right, because at this point, if you're talking about the people who the Democrats are putting up for elected office, they are just mascots of a specific regime. And so, again, I don't think Kamala's wrong when she says, I'm not going to do anything differently than Joe Biden. Elad, I hear your point that she probably will do things that are worse, but the reality is I think she is just going to be the face of what the regime has wanted to do all along and move further to the left on all of these issues.
It's hard to say exactly what you will get out of Kamala Harris because she has flopped on all the issues, as Whitaker in his 60 Minutes interview with her kind of exposed. But I am inclined to believe that she would be further to the left, not only on foreign policy, but when she was running for president in the primary, she was for Medicare for all. She was for government-sponsored sex change operations for illegal immigrants. She was strictly for gun control and so on. She's flopped on a lot of those issues, so it's tough to pin her down exactly. But I believe her inklings and she's kind of, it leans left.
Yes.
I think I would say more than
further left than Joe Biden.
Yeah, she's gonna be 10 times worse than Joe Biden. And also, Kamala is literally one of the dumbest politicians in the history of this country. And so somebody, and I don't think it was Joe who chose her, whoever chose her was also telling Joe Biden what to do. They was making decisions for Joe as well. And whoever chose her, Kamala's going to have to do whatever they say. So that is what, now that's really scary, because we really don't know who the hell is making these decisions. Who the hell is really running the show?
Well, we also know part of the reason that Joe chose Kamala was because he promised that he was going to pick a woman.
Joe didn't choose Kamala.
Well,
somebody
but
chose.
He went on. We can quibble over that, but when he went on stage, he said he's going to pick a woman of color.
Yeah.
And then he picked Kamala.
Yeah.
So the whole idea is he's trying to pander to progressives. One thing I will say about Kamala, as opposed to Joe Biden, even though I think they're both terrible, is while Kamala Harris is clearly a puppet of the regime, part of why I think she's dangerous is because she also clearly has her own opinions. She really is clearly to the left. I don't really think Joe Biden has opinions on issues. He's always been a follower of the Democratic Party. He's pretty much just always gone along with the party line and changed his opinions based on whatever he's been told to say by whatever the orthodoxy is. Kamala Harris is someone who was ranked one of the most liberal politicians in the country. She clearly is based on the things you pointed out about wanting to give sex changes to illegal immigrants. Her stance on abortion is very far to the left, though Joe's is as well. I guess my point is just that she really is a leftist ideologue. I think Joe Biden is going to do the bidding of leftist ideologues because that's where the party is, but I don't think he actually believes it. I don't think he actually believes in anything.
Do you think this is part of the generational difference? I mean, she is younger than him. She's not young by any means, but to me, there is a difference between a California prosecutor who entered politics slightly after Joe Biden, because at that point there was a cultural shift, I believe, among the Democrats already. When Joe Biden entered, I mean, you can look back at his record in the Senate, there were all kinds of positions that he had that he kind of shifted on so he could pursue the presidency in modern America.
Yeah.
Terrence, I wanted to ask, so you're obviously a black man. The Joe Biden campaign,
I am
before
black.
during
We
the
have our
primary,
fact checker here.
I'm chocolate.
So, I mean, could you talk a little bit more to how people of color view Kamala Harris? Earlier, you were mentioning, you know, you were putting air quotes up for her being really black and whatnot.
Yeah.
She's obviously black passing. Maybe you could talk a little bit more to that.
Well, you know what? I will say this: Kamala Harris does not have the same support as Barack Obama did with the black community.
And why do you think
more
that is?
black people supported Barack Obama than they support Kamala Harris? Well, this is one thing. This is something that now I've had people say, Terrence, quit bringing up race. No, I'm going to bring up race because they are using the color of her skin to help her win over votes. Well, one thing about black people is this: black people will denounce someone who has a history of not accepting their race, like where they come from as well. So some black people are saying. So there are a lot of black people who thinks Kamala Harris is a traitor because she went years with identifying as an Indian. So they're like, well, why come she didn't identify as Indian and black? Why did she run as an Indian senator? Why didn't she run as an Indian and black senator?
Let me ask, you mentioned that Obama was...
So they say, well, she's not a real black person because she identified as Indian for the longest. And black people do not like that. They do not like that because in their eyes, they think she's ashamed to be black. So therefore, she's not really black, and we're not going to vote for you. And that's why it is important for that's why I think it's important for a lot of black people to know that, hey, Kamala Harris she identified as being Indian for the longest. She didn't identify as black. They don't like that.
Let's jump to this story from the Post-Millennial. Trump surges ahead in battleground states of Michigan and Wisconsin, according to a new Quinnipiac poll. But let's just jump over to the battleground aggregates. Donald Trump has improved by 0.2, and it's a pretty tight race, but battlegrounds are what matters. And for the longest time, Trump was at 0.1. He is now at 0.3. So I don't know how much that matters, but considering the bias, I think this heavily favors Donald Trump. The new poll from Quinnipiac, released Wednesday, shows Donald Trump gaining support and momentum in key battleground states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Trump has surged in Michigan, is leading in Wisconsin, and slightly trails in Pennsylvania. Now, 2016, 2020, the battleground bias was 4 to 7 points. So we should assume that these polls are heavily biased in favor of Democrats, and you still need to make sure you're getting out there, you're voting, you're doing whatever it is you have to do. But take a look at the betting odds. Donald Trump is now up 4 points, 51.3 to 47.3. On Polymarket, Trump is up 7 points. These are real-time decisions made by individuals trying to basically stating who they think is going to win. They reflect better than polls for a variety of reasons, but it's hard to know what to trust. Now, I'll tell you this. For polls, I say it's all garbage. Every single one of them garbage, because we know they're biased. You've got largely left, the pollsters are left-leaning. There are some that are right-leaning, some are better than others, but for the most part, I don't trust any of them. Now, the betting markets are interesting. Some suggest that powerful interests are going to buy as many bets as possible on Kamala Harris to skew the odds in her favor so that people think the assumption of the public is she's going to win. But in aggregate, when you go to realclearpolling.com, and they combine all of the different betting markets, I really doubt anyone's dumping hundreds of millions to shift the market in this direction. The reality is, as soon as Kamala Harris started doing this press run, probably in desperation, her betting odds started to decline. Call Her Daddy, I think, was a big mistake.
Huge.
This is a lifestyle and sex podcast for women, and they're making a big deal, like, why wouldn't Donald Trump go on this show? And I'm like, yeah, why?
Self-respect?
Well, it's not. It's just Donald Trump's like, what's the show about? And they're like, it's sex. And he's like, how is that going to help me? I'm not going on that show. Kamala Harris is like,
They would
I'll take
bash him
whatever.
for that. They would have bashed him for going on there.
Absolutely.
Yes, they would have bashed him. Oh, they would have been calling Trump a pervert.
Yep.
Oh, he's sick. That's why he went on there. Yeah.
With a young woman.
Yeah, with a young woman. He's a, yeah. Oh, yeah, come on. Like, Trump could not have went on there.
I think we don't call women perverts often enough. Like, it is super pervy to be an older woman and go on some gross sex podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think...
What's the key demo for, like, what, or not the key demo, like, what's the demographic of Call Her Daddy? Is it like
women I don't talk
20?
women who
think it's
need and want abortion to be legal is
for
the core
very
demographic
obvious reasons.
For
the thing is, it's just another case of Kamala Harris going to speak to pretty much locked in Democratic voters,
Yeah.
right? I mean, we did see after the Call Her Daddy podcast reports where there were people being like, why are you making this about politics? We actually don't want this podcast to be about politics, which I think speaks to general American fatigue with politics. But the Call Her Daddy audience, like a lot is saying, is effectively women in their 20s and 30s who are probably interested in a very liberal view of sex and a liberal view of dating, and some feminist undertones. Most women in that age demographic are already, this isn't my opinion, this is what polls show us, they're likely to be Democrats. And so Kamala Harris sort of did this thing which made the podcast less favorable among Americans who are sort of like, I don't want to mix politics into every aspect of my life. And then also she just talked to likely Democratic voters, so she's still not securing independents, moderates, or anyone else.
Well, you know, a lot of people do make fun of Kamala for, sleeping her way to the top, right? They say she slept her way into many positions.
But I don't think she talked about that.
Yeah,
on
I
the
know,
show.
but I'm saying, but hey, she probably was, that's probably why she went on.
Kamala needed to be giving Alex Cooper the Call Her Daddy advice on how to sleep your way to the top, because Cooper also followed a similar path. Not as effective.
Anyone who finds that offensive, why? If you're all sex positive, what's wrong with saying that? Why is that offensive?
But if Kamala was smart, she's on a sex podcast while people in North Carolina are begging for help. She should have canceled all her interviews and then on the ground, acting like she cares. That would have looked good.
Acting like she cares.
Yeah, acting like she cares. Yeah,
would have looked
exactly.
I think turnout among women in particular and young women is going to be key for a Kamala Harris win in an upcoming election, and that's why it makes sense for them to double down. I think voter outreach is nobody cares about reaching to the other side anymore. Kamala Harris is trying to focus on the black voters. She's trying to focus on anybody essentially who is not an old white male, and drive up her numbers in the black community, among women, among the youth.
Except in
among
Arizona,
Muslims.
where she is specifically going out and trying to win the Mormon vote. Mormons are famously both white. I would say a lot of them are older and then also conservative. I mean, they skew Republican consistently. I agree with you that she is trying to look at the demographics and say, in which key states can I motivate certain people? But I would just argue that with some of these appearances, Call Her Daddy in particular, but also going on The View and whatever else, like, she is talking to people who are, if they are going to vote, if they are motivated enough to cast a ballot, they are probably already voting Democrat. So she's not gaining anywhere.
But she is pushing people away because it's a disgusting podcast. I mean, people know that this is a toxic podcast that gives women horrible advice, which is only going to hold them back in life. Telling women to do this disgusting, degenerate stuff does not help them find a partner. It doesn't help them find a husband.
Let me ask you.
Doesn't help them have a healthy family.
Let me do something
Bad for
real
their
quick.
lives.
Let me do a Spotify top podcasts real quick, because I'm pretty sure it's like Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan or something, right?
Yeah.
So Call Her Daddy is #1, followed by Sean Ryan. What's the Sean Ryan show? I'm not familiar. It's a very big podcast. Former Navy SEAL, CIA contractor, founder of Vigilance Elite. We tell real stories about real people from all walks of life. We discuss the ups and downs, wins and losses, successes and struggles. So the reason I bring that up is the #1 show among women is Call Her Daddy. The #1 show among men is Sean Ryan show. Why is it? And Joe Rogan and Tucker Carlson, not too far after, Candace Owens, #6. Guys listen to shows like this. We are talking about politics, we are talking about policy, we are talking about voting, what this country is going to be. And women, and not all women, I'm not saying all women, but the most popular podcast for women with a female-dominated audience is Sexual Degeneracy.
So, as the woman expert here, let me speak over Hannah Claire about this. I believe the reason for that is because women are very interested in relationships, but in our disgusting backwards culture, people can only contextualize male-female relationships in the most degenerate, perverted sexual ways possible.
Yep.
And so that's basically all that there is for women to hear any kind of exploration of male-female dynamics.
I agree with you, and I actually think this speaks to why so many women are interested in true crime. True crime is the examination of some legal components, right? And it can be brutal, but it's also like, why did people in this social group act a certain way? Why was this person psychologically drawn to commit this kind of crime? It really is about the the look at the human experience, and I think that is ultimately something women are appealed to. I mean, women are social, empathetic creatures. I don't think that's bad, but to Seamus's point, there are very few options in terms of like what else can we look at. I know one of the fastest growing podcasts that I've listened to among women or had recommended to me is a show about gossip. And gossip is obviously stereotypically something women are interested, but it's really always stories about how people are interacting with each other. And I think these things are not necessarily bad. Women shouldn't be demonized for being interested in knowing how societies work. But I think it is sort of misguided. It's taking advantage of something. You know, girls will go to shows like Call Her Daddy because they're like, well, I want to be in a relationship or I want whatever. And the advice is not good, but no one is there to tell them like, hey, it depends on what you're looking for. If you want a very sex liberal, like feminist lifestyle, take this advice. But if it's not what you're looking for, then maybe this is not the podcast.
I don't think we need to overcomplicate things. It's really simple. Sex sells across media, and this is a form of it. It's not explicit. She doesn't release any videos or pictures, but she talks about the actions. And this is almost a female equivalent to porn. Women prefer romance novels, podcasts about sex. Men prefer the overt visuals about it. But it's a sort of equivalent to that.
I also think Kamala's also one of the reasons Kamala is not likable, because she can't really talk about her personal life, right? She's married to Doug Emhoff, who's not deeply appealing.
Who has sex with his nanny.
Right, and he's got these kids, and like the first time around, they brought out the stepkids a lot. They're not really bringing them out like that. So she doesn't have this sort of personal story to sell to make women interested in her.
But Kamala's also pushing the pro-choice thing, right? So she's going on a sex podcast, and her mind, she's thinking, okay, these women who watch this podcast, they're probably having reckless sex, and they're probably going to want abortions. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to push that.
Well, the thing is, too, it's disingenuous, too, because I'm sure Kamala Harris had many great Call Her Daddy type stories to share on the podcast. She could have talked about her relationships in San Francisco with different people. She had a lot of juice to give, but she didn't give any of that. She gave BS political answers. Well, instead of going on the Call Her Daddy podcast and talking about Call Her Daddy stuff, you know, she shamed away from that.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if Donald Trump went on the Whatever podcast? Because that's basically the equivalent. If Trump just went on the Whatever,
disagree.
He's like, you ran through
No,
304.
no, that's
That is
base.
totally, yeah.
No, that would be terrible. I don't think you should do that.
You're a ran through 304.
It's just
well, okay, Seamus.
juvenile.
Seamus.
Yeah.
From the post-millennial, the porn industry backs Kamala with a new $100,000 ad campaign. The website for the campaign states boldly that conservatives are working to criminalize porn. Hands off my porn, says porn company.
100,000.
The Hands Off My Porn campaign is hoping that its efforts will sway the voting intentions of young men voters. Data from the Survey Center on American Life found that 44% of men aged 18 to 29 and 57% of men 30 to 49 had watched pornography in the last month. The website for the campaign states boldly that conservatives are working to criminalize porn. We must fight back against this ultra-conservative agenda that is rooted in religious conservatism.
I wish.
Well, they're not. And it is kind of funny, though, that Kamala, this is not good for the Kamala Harris campaign. I'm sorry. When the porn industry comes out and says, we're backing Kamala Harris, it just makes you look bad to the suburban women that Trump and Kamala are fighting over for this election.
No, it's true. I mean, this could appeal to a small percentage of people on the far left, but your average American, even though clearly porn has infected and destroyed so much of our country's thinking, your average American is still grossed out by discussing it at the very least. And the fact that porn pushers are endorsing this woman, I mean, I'll put it to you this way, all right? When they're talking about how conservatives want to ban porn, I think that would be great, but the conservative movement right now is not trying to ban porn. What they have done is ask for age verification, and in certain states, they require age verification. And what has Pornhub done? They've said, we will no longer service this state. You will no longer be able to watch porn in a state as an adult if that state asks for an ID. Now, why would they do that? Because the entire purpose of their model is to get minors to watch it and get addicted. They are predators and they are groomers. Of course, they're endorsing Kamala Harris.
Young and early. And I think that's important to point out because they're saying it's a religious thing, like conservatives are religious and therefore they don't like porn. But I actually think there's a very serious secular conversation around the way especially young men, are impacted by early exposure to porn and the long-term effects it has on their relationships. Like, this is something that studies have proven time and time again, that exposure to porn and frequent use of porn has a long-term consequence for the emotional and psychological well-being of young men in America. This is at a time when our Surgeon General declared that we have a loneliness epidemic. It's not, you don't have to be religious to see that this is not a system that is sustainable for happy, healthy culture.
Well, you know what? If this is going to hurt Kamala, then I think it's a good thing. I think they should also have a rally for Kamala. Porno stars for Kamala.
You think she should speak at that rally?
Yes, they should. All the porn stars should come out. Yeah.
I got to be honest. I think, young men have a great opportunity these days. I hear a lot in the media about young men are having a hard time dating. Women aren't dating. Fertility is way down. There's this crazy story. Joe Rogan had a clip from his podcast where they're talking about the fertility collapse and all that stuff. And I'm like, that basically means that, like, any young guy right now has no competition, and he could just better himself, start exercising, eating right, try and work to get a good job, and then he's probably got the pick of the litter. Is that the argument, or what am I missing here?
I think a few things. First things first, $100,000 is peanuts to...
That's not what I was talking about just now. I was talking about the dating scene, but sure, go on.
And the dating stream, the downstream effects of it too, but $100K for this industry is peanuts. Something about the ID thing that you were, or the age requirements that you were saying, they're actually requiring like government issued ID to get by some of these porn sites.
Yeah.
I don't, there are obviously issues with porn. I don't think we should be banning them. I think the issue here is the ubiquity of this stuff on all of our, in our lives, particularly on social media. And then for the hardcore stuff, the soft core stuff, and the ubiquity of that on Twitter, Instagram, and social media, it's like almost like you can't miss it. And that downstream effect on dating, I think is huge and needs to be addressed, or we'll keep seeing issues with people dating.
Yeah, so the age verification laws do require IDs, but I find it ironic that the opposition to that we hear from the porn industry is that that's a violation of a person's privacy when they are showing women's privates to millions and millions of people. They don't care about privacy. What they care about is getting minors addicted to pornography. So I wholeheartedly support the age verification laws, and I think these porn companies pulling out of states over it is very telling about what their MO is.
The technology mixing in with porn is what I think is influencing our society faster than we could sort of legislate this, because when we were children, the only way to access this type of material was sort of at a gas station behind a curtain with a magazine or anything. We didn't have easy access to the internet or websites like these or even social media. This wasn't that prolific on social media too, so I don't know how I feel about an outright ban across the board and the downstream effects of that, but the ubiquity here is something to be concerned about too. And how I feel like the everyday woman, I feel like,
but you're
feels compelled to
referencing these like curtains, right? Like this was true of like video stores that have a back room, and you had
even
to be
gas stations.
You had to be a certain age to go in. So in some ways, to me, adding this kind of curtain to porn site is the same thing. Like it's the bare minimum to make sure that minors are not gaining access to something. And I think this idea that it's a privacy issue is so weird. I think it was Louisiana. Louisiana already had a way to have a virtual driver's license, like an uploaded copy. And so for a while, Pornhub was still operating there, despite the fact that they passed an age requirement, because they were like, well, this one argument that we have that you're going to have to like submit your government ID to the internet, and that could be a privacy thing. Didn't matter. It already existed.
It should be a national thing, though, right?
I mean, I like when things are legislated at the state level. I think that's important for the sovereignty of the states. But I agree with you. I think it should be common. It should be everywhere.
To protect children, to combat sex trafficking, they should probably make it a national thing. National. Because it is to protect the children.
Yeah, I mean, look, I just want to mention this because obviously I'm very open about the fact that I'm Catholic, but I think it's actually, I think it's really insulting to non-religious people to suggest that this is something only religious people want. There are plenty of non-religious people, I would even say most of them in this country, who would say kids shouldn't be watching this stuff. There needs to be something in place to prevent that.
Mm-hmm. But it just speaks to the fact that our culture has changed a lot on this issue. And I think similarly to the Call Her Daddy podcast, like our attitudes towards sex are very rapidly evolving. And in some ways, I think there are some things that are happening where culture is looking around and being misled. This is not this like fun liberation period that they said it would be. This is actually very dark, and it's leading us to sad consequences.
And you know what? The economy is doing so bad. There are a lot of people who want to get into porn because they are struggling. They can't afford to buy eggs. They can't afford to buy groceries. They can't pay their rent, their mortgage because of this terrible economy. I've seen people on the internet talk about they are really considering doing porn because this economy is so bad. So Kamala is probably the reason why people are starting to do more porn.
But that's a lie.
It's not worth it.
But it's a lie.
That you make money?
Yeah, that you make
Yeah.
money. It's not true. It's
Yeah.
it's like all industries. People look at. I get this all the time too. People are like, "Oh wow, YouTube. You get so much money. When you make YouTube videos." And then they're like, "I've been doing YouTube videos for 3 months and I have 10 views per video. I can't make any money." And it's like, not everybody does. Most people don't. The problem is, if you start a YouTube channel or Rumble channel, and you're like, in today's news, Donald Trump does a backflip, and you get no views, what's the worst case scenario? Your friends might be like, hey, Jay, remember when Jim was trying to do the news videos? And you're like, I wish it would have worked out. I would have had fun. And then you laugh and you order pizza and you watch the game. Now imagine if you're a woman, or a guy, I guess, and you're like, wow, I'm going to do OnlyFans. And then it doesn't work out. And then everyone's going to be like, yeah, dude, we know what you were trying to do for money.
Yeah.
You're not going to be happy about that in the future.
Yeah.
So I actually knew this woman 10 years ago or whatever, back when you had, it wasn't like OnlyFans, but it existed. And she's on Facebook posting about how she's broke and desperate. And then I don't talk to her for a while. Next time I see her, she's talking about how she tried doing webcam stuff. She made no money. She was making like $30 to $300 a month. Did not help her in any way. And all it did was result in like thousands of videos of her body all over the internet she can never get rid of.
Embarrassing. Yeah. Imagine that.
Humiliating. Beyond
Imagine
embarrassing.
stooping that low to show your ASS on camera.
Yeah.
And then it don't work.
Or imagine a family member. Imagine a woman you knew did that. Just the shame that would bring upon your family. One thing that we can all agree on across the political spectrum is that doing porn will significantly decrease your quality of life.
And
the
chances of dating as well.
That's right.
Because listen, a lot of guys do not want to date a porn star. Now,
the vast majority, yeah.
They may mess around with one, have fun, but marry one, no.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen have you ever read those articles or watched videos where former porn stars or even current porn stars will be like, my kids found my videos and now they're being bullied. Like,
that's a
there
nightmare.
are long-term consequences to your decisions, and I think one of the things that our culture doesn't do right now is to cultivate people to think about their future in a positive manner, right? We have a ton of people who are like, well, I don't want to have kids because it'll be a burden on my time and resources and maybe the environment, and also they have all these reasons not to do stuff. But when they are asked to make decisions about like what could potentially bring you happiness in the future, they are often coached and I think coerced by culture into choosing immediate, fleeting, good feeling over the idea that like long term this is a better choice. This is a better
And
option.
you know what? But like Tim's, a lot of them think that they're gonna make a lot of money because they hear about one porn star making $400,000 a month. Oh, I'm gonna make that too, and then they end up not making that. But some of these people are the same people who would most likely, if OnlyFans was not a thing, they would most likely their next step is to have sex with people for money if OnlyFans doesn't work. Most of them will do that.
I don't see any difference.
Yeah.
There's this big thing that happened because I said women on OnlyFans are hookers. And then there's there's a woman and she posts a picture of herself in her underwear with her butt sticking out. Her son takes the pictures of her.
That's so hideous.
I just messed up.
Disgusting.
And I just said something like, it's a hooker. I can't remember exactly what I said. There's this big outrage and like, how dare you? And not that there's anything wrong with being a hooker, but she is not a hooker. How dare you? And I was like, it's just the internet version of hooking. It's you're selling requests. Men are requesting sexual content in exchange for money. It's sure the barrier is that it's over the internet, but there's a difference between a guy pornography is almost as bad. It's different, but it's like if a woman goes to a studio and they're like, we're gonna take a bunch of pictures and sell them later. It's like, okay, but if you're talking to a guy and he's saying, here's what I want from you and what I'll give you, and you're like, you got it, baby. I'm like, yeah, you're a hooker. Okay, that's just it. I don't know, whatever. Why are you mad about it? That's what you do.
Yeah. There's something that I read once that stuck with me. This was from George Gilder's book, Men in Marriage. What he said is that whenever we deregulate any marketplace, there ends up being completely intolerable inequalities. And the only area where we're unable to recognize that today is with sexuality. as soon as we deregulated the sexual marketplace, we began to see insane, burdensome inequalities that made people very miserable. Instead of two individual people getting married, having a family, everyone starts sleeping with everyone. A small percentage of men end up having an insane number of sexual exploits. Women end up feeling used. Everyone ends up feeling lonely. Frankly, you end up with this industry where women are more and more willing to sell pictures of their body, and then you end up even with diminishing returns on that, because as more women are willing to sell those pictures, men aren't willing to pay as much for those pictures. It's destroyed so many lives, and we're not willing to talk about it because for whatever reason, we have decided that sex is this one thing that doesn't have any meaningful consequences aside from pregnancy and venereal disease. And I'm sorry, well, those are certainly outcomes. They are not the only potential outcomes.
I just gotta say one thing. Imagine, like, just like some of these people, they're selling their body, like selling, for 50% off. You can see my kitty cat for 50% off.
Bargain bin rates.
For $2.99. Like, oh my.
I just want to say this, you're worth more than that.
That is just, it's shameful. It is.
Can I just say one thing to any man or woman who has had any involvement with any porn at any point in your life, like, there is redemption for you. You can overcome it. You can repent. Don't feel that this has to define you for the rest of your life. There is a way out. Don't get started with it, but if you already started, you can stop. There's hope for you.
We're going to jump to this next story, and I must warn you, more so you as the people in this room, we got to tread lightly because this is shocking. From the Post-Millennial, University of Kansas professor placed on leave after telling students men who won't vote for a woman president should be lined up and, you know what I mean.
Wow.
So we're going to try and keep the language a little light here. It's a family-friendly show, and we don't want to, cross any lines there. But this is a professor who, in his classroom, this video has gone massively viral, has stated there's a lot of men who won't vote for Kamala Harris because they don't think a woman should be president. And he says we could take those, or something about we could take those men and line them all up, and if you know what I mean. Then he panics and says, wait, was that recorded? Delete that. I don't want the dean to find out. Wow. He's been placed on leave. But this is, this
should have been fired, not placed on leave.
Can you imagine placing someone on leave when they
placed on leave? No, you should be fired immediately.
Because you're in an academic setting talking about when you believe people should be shot. That is complete insanity. The fact that you could get away with that and still have your job.
This is the party of love and tolerance.
Yeah.
But this is the same party. This is the same people who cheered and celebrated when they heard that President Trump was almost unalived. Mm-hmm. These are the same people who were laughing about it and saying, "Oh, I'm so sad like that they missed. Oh, they should have had better aim." These are the same people. This is the party of hate and division, disgusting, evil. This is evil versus good at this point.
I mean,
I have never wished death on someone because they didn't support Trump.
Right.
Never.
I wish life, happiness, and safety to the people I don't like. I want Joe Biden to be in his rocking chair on his porch with his kids and grandkids running around in the yard playing with, old, I don't know, what the Commander or whatever the dog's name was. And he's got a little blanket on his lap, rocking back and forth with a glass of sun tea. That sounds nice. Just stay away from our politics. Right. Let us take over and fix things. And we're going to say, go sit on your porch and do whatever you do away from us.
Exactly. No, the reason I want Trump to win is because even though he is imperfect, I think he's going to be better for this country. And that includes for people living in this country whose political views I disagree with. I don't want them to get hurt. Like, my desire isn't for them to be hurt. I think that when Donald Trump gets reelected, there's certainly certain people he needs to stop from doing the things that they're doing. For example, he needs to make sure that criminals are thrown in jail. He needs to make sure that the people in the deep state who have been overstepping their authority and trying to usurp democracy are punished for that. But I don't want my enemies to be subject to violence because of their political views.
Well, we've been saying for a long time the interest in violence, the violent political rhetoric has been one-sided. It's really been coming from progressives in obviously progressives in the media and in other institutions, and this includes academia. And so in this case, I am not totally surprised by this, but at the same time, you cannot say that you guys are the party of peace and have this be sort of a casual conversation that's had. I think this is the lie that the left wants to sell, that you need to live in fear of your neighbors who may or may not have a Trump sign in their yard.
They're lunatics.
At the same time, they're like, you don't deserve life.
That's
if
right.
You won't vote
They are
for the
bullies.
female president.
They call Donald Trump a bully. They call us bullies on the right. People who are voting for Trump bullies. They are the real bullies. If you do not agree with them politically, socially, they will literally vilify you, crucify you every single, like, these people are, they are nuts. Like when Tim posted when Tim posted on his X page, Terrence is coming on the show today. I mean, Tim, man, they called you some names, brother. I said, well, damn. I was like, oh my goodness. I've never heard that before. All because Tim doesn't agree with me politically, so he's this and he's that. You know, I mean, talking about violence, oh, I slap him and oh, I knock him and stop that. I mean, these people are violent and absolutely lunatics, all because you do not agree with them.
Amen to that.
It is insane, but they are not the party of love and tolerance.
Not even close. I mean, they have two rhetorical moods, right? They have two ways that they express themselves. They'll say, you know, we hate conservatives. They'll say things like this, where they actually call for violence against conservatives. They'll say it's okay for our political movement to burn down cities. They'll say we wish violence on you and your family. And then their other rhetorical mood is, what do you want a gun for, you lunatic? Like, it's America in 2024. Why do you feel a need to protect your family? What, are you crazy?
But then when Kamala says, well, of course I had a gun, I was a prosecutor for many years, so like, see, that makes sense. Of course she gets a gun. It's very weird. I think that one of the interesting consequences of this election will be a certain level of political fatigue. I think this is essentially the fourth you can't elect Trump because he will ruin the world campaign that the DNC has launched, right? It was Clinton, 2 different Biden ones, and now Kamala Harris. And I think Americans are tired of hearing Orange Man bad. They don't really believe it. I was listening to this leftist news analyst today who was saying, you know, Jack Smith is doing all this stuff with January 6th, but really he should have brought this case a long time ago. You know, January 6th is not an issue that's swaying anyone's opinion during this election cycle, during October, before the election, because everyone's tired of it. It's been mass hysteria from essentially DNC, but definitely the Biden-Harris administration for at least for the past 4 years. The news media was crazy during Trump's turn. I mean, there is only a certain amount of interest that people have, and so when they start to hear things like this professor's statements, they're like, I want off this roller coaster. Even if they don't like Donald Trump, I think there are enough Americans who look at it and go, this is getting crazy and this is not what I want. That it is sort of for me, it's sort of a white pill, right? Like, the fact that we could maybe have a time where politics don't dominate every conversation. Because you remind me of something earlier. I think it was from the Wall Street Journal, but there was an article out about the study on how many, about the rise in the number of adult children who do not speak to their parents. And this is becoming an increasingly common phenomenon. And I think we all anecdotally know someone who has a family member who doesn't speak to them because of politics. It could be other stuff, right? But largely, I would say that this happens because of the political division in America. And it doesn't make people happier. In fact, it makes it's worse for everyone.
Yeah. But you know what? I do believe a lot of people are not falling for the Orange Man bad anymore.
I agree with you.
Because a lot of people were like, a lot of people are realizing they said that in 2015 and it didn't happen.
Yep.
Like that talk it's not working, and that's why Kamala and the Democrats are begging for black people to vote for them. That's why they're still trying to. That's why they're still pushing the whole fear-mongering tactics, because it's really and it's not working, and they're trying to make it work. But that's why she is struggling with black people, and that's why she is struggling with women, because the Orange Man bad is not working. There are people now who necessarily do not care for Donald Trump, but they care more about feeding their children. They care more about being able to pay their rent on time. People don't want to lose their house. People do not want to lose their jobs. People are going to vote for Trump. I've heard people say, I'm going to hold my nose and vote for Trump. You know why? Because they care more about their livelihood than a freaking woman being in office.
Right.
And that is what matters. Your feelings do not matter.
And to the left, that's fascism, by the way, right? The way the left defines fascism is you putting your family's well-being over our theoretical desires. That is literally, if you look at the way they refer to fascism almost any time they talk about it in media, that's almost always what they're saying. These Trump supporters want him to be elected because they want to get rid of illegals. That's fascism. That's not fascism. That's saying that my priority is ensuring that my family's fed, and this administration isn't doing a good job of doing that, and now they're giving resources to people who broke our laws to come here. On top of that, one thing the Biden administration and and the Harris campaign has been doing repeatedly, and I think you're both correct to say people are over Orange Man bad, is they've been alleging he's going to be a fascist, he's going to be the next Hitler. He had 4 years to be Hitler. He didn't do it. He didn't become Hitler in the 4 years that he had. But just notice this. They're not running on what happened when he was in office, because they know they'll lose if they do that. They're not pointing to what the country looked like when he was in office. And it's in part because they know the only low points of his administration were things they supported.
Right.
The COVID lockdowns and the BLM riots.
Right.
So all they can do is talk about, well, our record's bad, so we can't talk about our record. His record's good, so we can't talk about his record. Let's just make up fairy tales about what might happen if he gets elected. It's going to be a Handmaid's Tale.
Right.
He's like Voldemort. Like, let's point to books that are in the pop cultural zeitgeist right now and say it's going to be like that, or call him Hitler, and that's it.
Right. For the fourth time, they are running on the future threat of what Trump will do, which is fascinating because he is a previously elected president. He served 4 years. He's proven what kind of administration he would have. I don't care if you can look back at Trump's administration and say, oh, well, he shouldn't have done this, or he could have done more here, or whatever. Like that's totally legitimate. But to continue to run on if he is allowed in the White House, the world will fall apart is ridiculous. And I think that there is this, they don't know what else to do. And in part, it's because their candidates are weak. Their candidates themselves do not have a personality or charisma or policies to counter what Trump is offering. And so they just go with, well, he's the bad guy and we're the good guys.
They have to do that because a lot of people know. The one thing that they're not saying is, I haven't heard one Democrat say Trump is going to ruin the economy. They're not saying that. They're saying, they're saying Trump is going to take your rights away. Trump is going to start a war. But they're not saying he's going to ruin the economy. Because a lot of people know that if Trump wins, that the economy is going to be booming and bucking. And a lot of people want to be entrepreneurs. They want to start businesses. And they know the perfect person. They know that Trump is the perfect president. They know that if he becomes president, that they have a better chance at having a successful business under Donald Trump, under a businessman. So that's why they're pushing the whole, he's going to take your, okay, you might make some money. You might make a lot of money, but he's going to take your rights away.
Right. But people right now, the economy is too important. Like, the economy is what will decide the election for a lot of people, because they have been through almost 4 years of Biden-Harris, and they went through 4 years of Trump, and they know the difference. I mean, it was one of the best moments of Trump's appearance on Theo Von's podcast when Trump is talking about, like, during my economy, everyone was happy. And Theo Von goes, yeah, my cousin bought a boat. Like, there were so many Americans who look back at that time and were like, oh, I went on vacation more. I didn't pay more every time I went to the grocery store.
Can we just imagine, like, if there was an honest trailers of Democrats' 2024 agenda, and it's like, well, if you vote for Trump, the economy is going to get a lot better. Right. Not a lot of money, and the border will be more secure, so probably a lot less death. But you can't do drugs. You're not going to be able to have rampant, weird porn videos playing up all over everywhere, and
right.
They
That's
won't
their
show
pitch.
genderqueer to kids. Trump wants to ban genderqueer from schools.
It is funny though, because it's like, no matter how many times I know some people in my life that are Democrats, left leaning. And they're like, yeah, well, they're banning books. And I'll be like, here's the book they're banning. And they'll go, yeah, well, I don't want them in charge of who's banning books. And I'm like, look, man, are you just saying that because you want to argue? Because I'm really just saying I don't want these graphic books for kids. You know what I mean? Like, we don't put those in schools. It's just a weird reality where when you look what the Democrats are actually offering, if you're someone who pays attention to the news, you know that Trump is offering peace agreements and peace accords with other countries. He's offering de-escalation of war and conflict. He's offering other countries to pay their fair share when it comes to national defense. He's offering a secure border, manufacturing return to the United States, a better economy in general. Democrats over the past 3.5 years have given us nothing. Escalation of war, an open border, loss of manufacturing and jobs, though they say it is UAW begs to differ and the auto workers beg to differ. So it's certainly in key areas. They say crime is actually down. Then the National Crime Victimization Survey says, actually, no, crime is way up. If you actually know what's going on, and you look at what their plans actually are, it's more illegal immigrants in your neighborhoods, kids reading graphic adult novels in schools, children getting sex changes, a bad economy where wages are not going up fast enough with comparable to the rate of inflation. if you're actually paying attention, you're looking at the Democrats literally just being a downward spiral into degeneracy and destruction of this country.
Exactly.
And it's fascinating to me that the only arguments I get are Trump's a liar. And I'll go, yeah, but he's racist. Okay. And they're like, he says mean, nasty things. He's a bad person. He's been found liable of sexual assault and criminal fraud. I'm like, wow.
Oh, and then
So tell me again how Kamala Harris is going to fix the economy, help the victims of the hurricane, secure our borders, and end war. Because all you're doing is complaining about Trump. And I'll tell you this, if all those things about Trump were true, he would still be a better president than Kamala Harris. And it was Phil who mentioned it. If Trump did nothing that he promised, literally nothing, he's a better president than Kamala Harris. And I got to be honest, if Trump did 9 out of the 10 things that Kamala Harris would do, he's going to be a better president than Kamala Harris.
Right.
But she's the one stealing his platform right now.
Look, Trump's not going to do what she's doing. I'm just saying.
No, I'm kidding. I mean, I agree with you. A lot of what they're saying about him is complete nonsense. A lot of what they're claiming about him is a total smear. But even so, I find it hilarious when they try to fall back on, well, Trump's just not a good guy. As if we just have a plethora of moral and decent people in politics today to choose from. And Trump's the bad one. It's ridiculous. Kamala Harris isn't a good person. Everybody knows that. Nobody thinks she is.
There's this viral video with this dude, Dean something or other, that was like on Jubilee or whatever, where he's sitting down in a chair and then these Trump supporters are challenging him and he's going like, well, Kamala Harris has got better character and blah, blah, blah. We invited him on the show. He said yes. And then the last minute he canceled on us. So like he was supposed to be here on Friday and he's like, oh, I can't do it. You know why? Because as soon as he started talking to people, they were like, ooh, you're going to go with Tim Pool? You are going to get obliterated. You know why? Because the whole shtick that they have is Kamala Harris, you know, she's got more character than Donald Trump. Donald Trump's been accused of and found liable of sexual assault. That was literally his shtick. And my response is, wow, how does that end the war in Ukraine?
Right.
I don't care. Like, you come to me and you say, as a man, we are trying to solve the world's problems, secure it for those who will come after us, for our families, for our friends. And what we offer up with Kamala Harris is the same thing. She would do nothing different, but she's got better character than Trump. Okay, I'll give you that, but I got to give you something else. She's leading us into war alongside Joe Biden. We've got the black community in Chicago literally saying, and I quote, we are being replaced. Now, how about that? That's crazy. So you tell me all day and night that Trump's a nasty guy, and you know what? I agree with you to a certain degree. Certainly. Yeah, wow. Doesn't change the fact that policy-wise, he's going to do the right thing. And for most Americans, especially working class people, and you got to understand the difference between working class and middle class. Working class people don't have the luxuries of 2 weeks vacation. They live in paycheck to paycheck. And Donald Trump's like, I'm a nasty guy, but I'm fighting for you. And they're like, I'll take it.
You know, I mean, on top of that, like, they talk about how mean Trump is, and setting aside everything I said about just their moral quality, because you can't have immoral people but who come off as kind. They don't come off as nice either. Like, Joe Biden's a nasty guy. Joe Biden, he just come here, fat. Let's measure IQs. Let's do a push-up contest. Yeah. He's not nice to people. He's very rude. He trashes and insults people all the time. It's not like this is not like a decision between Trump and then someone who's just a nice, sweet dove who's kind to people.
You lion dog pony soldier. You remember what he said?
Lion dog faced pony soldier.
You lion dog faced pony soldier.
You should have put that on a hat. It would have made it more likable.
And you know what? Another thing.
I think they did.
I doubt.
Another thing that drives me crazy is when they bring up, oh, his businesses went bankrupt. Oh, shut up. Come on. Now that is another talking point. Well, how's he gonna fix the country when his businesses all went bankrupt? All of his businesses did not go bankrupt. If you have never been an entrepreneur or never started a business, then you don't know how hard it is. Sometimes you fail. And sometimes you.
But it wasn't like an official.
No, I know.
Well, I think there's an important point to make about that, and I've said this before, but they'll say Trump filed for bankruptcy. Now, yes, his businesses did take advantage of bankruptcy law at different moments in time. However, while Donald Trump's businesses lost millions of dollars worth of their own money, Kamala Harris lost at least $42 billion of your money when she was put in charge of a project to expand broadband, and after 3 years still has not connected a single person to the internet. I do not care if a tremendously successful businessman at one point in time lost his own money. I'm concerned about the fact that Biden and Harris have lost trillions of my dollars and your dollars.
That's right, your dollars. Because I was saying, Seamus, you have never had anything close to $1 trillion.
It's all of our money.
Collective.
I have some claim to it. Well, actually, you don't know that, to be fair. I haven't released my tax returns yet.
The gag that Seamus and I were working on was that all of Timcast Media was funded by my voice acting as Dr. Fauci on Freedom Tunes.
Freedom Tunes, that's right.
We're going to do a bit where I was like, Seamus, I haven't had a role in a long time. I need that royalty check. So can you write in Fauci on something for us? The IRL is going to go out of business.
And I've done that before for Tim. We've done Fauci videos where it's like, I don't have a great idea for this one, but I know Tim is going to go under if I don't pen something that involves him.
So he had one where Dr. Fauci is just walking the dog randomly for no reason in his video, and I'm kidding. Let's jump to the story from the Associated Press. We got this. FBI arrests Afghan man who officials say planned Election Day attack in the U.S. This is big news that broke the other day. They say that Nasir Ahmad Tahiri, 27 of Oklahoma City, told investigators after his arrest Monday that he had planned his attack to coincide with Election Day next month, and that he and a co-conspirator are expected to die as martyrs, according to charging documents. Tahiri, who arrived in the U.S. in September 2021, had taken steps in recent weeks to advance his attack plans, including by ordering AK-47 rifles, liquidating his family's assets, and buying one-way tickets for his wife and child to travel home to Afghanistan, officials said. Well, we have this tweet from Ken Delaney, and this is NBC saying, Scoop. The alleged Afghan terrorist charged this week worked as a security guard for the CIA in Afghanistan. The FBI is investigating whether he was radicalized before or after he came here in 2021 on humanitarian parole, a month after the chaotic U.S. military withdrawal. There are a bunch of conservatives right now who have been screaming since the U.S. started bringing in many individuals from the Middle East that we would be bringing in people who will be radicalized, who have been radicalized, or who are coming here for ill intent. And now they're upset that seemingly it's all been proven right. This guy worked for the CIA to a certain degree, and now they're alleging, I mean, maybe the FBI's wrong, I don't know, that he was planning an Election Day terror attack.
It's almost like having that he confessed to that was his plan, to do an Election Day terror attack.
Right.
Well, I mean, this is the reality of the Biden administration's immigration policy, which is right after the terrible withdrawal in Afghanistan that cost American service members' lives. They immediately open the doors to mass asylum migration, which I understand asylum is something that we want to do out of compassion. On the other hand, there were a lot of really terrible stories that came out of mass migration. I mean, there were asylum seekers from Afghanistan who were housed on military bases, and the military bases then had higher reports of, I don't know how to say it on YouTube without getting in trouble, but like assaults on children by older men. And so there was this reality that we didn't ask them to go through a normal vetting process, and so we now pay for the consequences of that. And I think this is something that we don't answer to enough, or not us in this room, but the government doesn't answer to enough. Like, it is one thing to say we want to be compassionate. It's another to say we are going to put our weird sense of debt to another country above the safety of American citizens. And that, unfortunately, as hard as it sounds, is part of a strong vetting process for people who are seeking to enter this country legally, through asylum, whatever the means may be. Like, we have to know who's here.
Yeah, I mean, when we've just completely given up on that, right? There are fundamentally two different positions that you can have with respect to immigration policy in America at this point. One exists on a spectrum, one does not. The one that exists on a spectrum is the one that the vast majority of Americans hold, which is there should be some legal process for vetting people who come here. There should be some restrictions on who we let into this country. We should have some idea of who's entering here. We should probably stop terrorists from entering. And then the other position is that's racist and you're mean.
Yeah.
We have to keep the border wide open. It is wrong to make any determination about who does or doesn't enter your country.
Close the border. Close it. And people...
And nobody out either. Stay.
You stay right here, damn it. No.
I don't know. I'm good without, you know.
Yeah, no, leave. No, but seriously though, it is the law of the land. You have to come here illegally. It's not racist. Come here legally. They need
I'll
to
point
stop.
out in this case that, like, if they were offered asylum, they are legally entering the country. And this is where we have to talk about the consequences of mass legal immigration if we are not going to have a strong vetting process.
If you're coming to my house looking for help, if you come through the back door, you're not looking for help. Why didn't you knock on the front door?
Yeah.
Why are you sneaking through the damn back window? If you coming for help.
Because Joe Biden told them they could.
Exactly, because you're not coming here for help. You coming here because you don't want to come here legally. Probably you don't want to pay the money. You don't want to come. You don't want to go through the process, and you're really not seeking asylum.
Exactly. Well,
that's why you're coming. That's why you're trying to come through the damn back door. You know, but people have to come here the right way. It's not racist because you can't do this in any other country. They will deport you too.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you're absolutely correct. And one thing that leftists will do in response to you pointing out that people should come through the legal process is they'll show you an infographic about just how difficult it is to become an American citizen if you want to be an immigrant. All right, well, excuse me, but I happen to believe that to have the eternal right for all of your descendants to be citizens of the wealthiest, most prosperous, most free country on the planet, you probably should have to jump through a few hoops because we want to vet for people who love this country and will work for it rather than breaking its laws. Like, why is it the worst thing in the world to have a difficult process for people to enter this country?
And also,
don't we want to vet people who love this country? And how do you demonstrate love? By working for something, by sacrificing for something.
And all kinds of countries have strict immigration laws, right? Like, there are Asian countries, there are European countries that have language requirements. They have all kinds of things that you have to meet that the American system doesn't. I think one of the realities that they don't really want to talk about is the fact that, like, yes, restricting illegal immigration is incredibly important, but you also have to close these loopholes that governments take advantage of to continue to bring in people to the country without thinking about what the impacts on the country are. I mean, I'm not trying to bring up all of the dogs in Ohio, but when they talk about the Haitian migration to Springfield, Ohio, the first response in the mainstream media is like, well, they have temporary protected status, so it's okay, they're here legally. Well, should they actually have been given temporary protective status, or is this a loophole that the Biden-Harris administration exploited and let people go into a community that is now struggling with increased violence, longer hospital wait times, more crowded schools? Again, like, migration is something that we will always have a long kind of changing conversation on, but I think ultimately the priority should always be the American citizens. And in this case, just like when they withdrew from Afghanistan, the asylum seekers that were brought here were prioritized over the American citizens.
I love it when they argue, oh, no, they aren't illegal immigrants. They're people who just came here illegally, and now we've given them legal status. Therefore, no longer illegal. The thing about this story is that I struggle with it so hard because I want to compliment the FBI and CIA and be like, oh, yeah, you guys are really doing a great job keeping us safe. Because guess what? I really do believe that. I think there are hard-working men and women who are patriotic at the FBI and CIA. So when I saw this story yesterday, I was like, F yeah, credibility for the FBI going up even more. But then when you see the follow-up tweets or stories to this where it's always just like, oh yeah, and actually there were other informants that were involved, or oh, this was a former employee of the three-letter agency, it's just like, guys, you're killing the credibility. Like, we don't have the full story of this. We're unlikely to ever get the full story of what's going down here, but like, we're seeing so many of these Middle Eastern people here arrested by the CIA and FBI, and then it turns out there's something fishy going on. Maybe the kosher stories just aren't getting out to us, but I don't know. And maybe it could have been somebody who was bad. I think this also speaks to how even when we work hard to try to work with people and foreigners to come to our country for a better life, they struggle to assimilate, and they seek vengeance on our people here for one reason or another, and struggle to get along and assimilate into our culture, and it's tragic.
Yeah, I mean, you make a good point about the fact that people will enter illegally, and then they'll receive some kind of temporary protection status. And I just had to laugh. You know, Trump said, and I believe it was either Trump or Vance who said that they would deport the migrants who were placed in Ohio, and people were saying, they're legal immigrants, they're legal immigrants. They were given temporary protection status. Temporary. That's not permanent. That temporary doesn't mean you get to live here forever, no questions asked, and we have no legal right to send you back. That's not what temporary means. Temporary means for a limited period of time. But the left is very bad at understanding chronological time as a concept. Like, they think that we are accountable for things that any white person 400 or 500 years ago did, even if we're not descended from those specific people.
Oh, that makes me.
Seamus,
I really
700
get
years
nauseous.
ago, one of your ancestors cracked one of my ancestors over the head with a shillelagh, and
You deserved it.
well, how dare you? I deserve
Sorry,
I deserve your coat. You got to give
Shouldn't
me.
have been messing around.
I
All right.
get so.
You know what? It's only fair to give him reparations.
Actually, as I'm actually part British, I assume it was my ancestor who cracked
Yeah,
your ancestor
exactly.
over the head with a stick.
Well, no, but it's true. I mean, if you want to go back and forth, we can all find ways that some of our ancestors hurt our other ancestors. And the reality is, like, just given human genetic diversity, how many humans were. Think about this. There are 7 billion human beings on the planet today, or approaching 8 billion, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
That's the largest the world population has ever been at any specific moment in time. There were times where there were millions of people. I mean, our ancestors end up all blending together.
I think
I
you
like
owe me
that
your
you're blending
jacket.
them with your fingers.
You know what? They're like all blended together. So to even act like it's this clear-cut thing where like your ancestors did this to my ancestors, like, bro, we both have a lot of ancestors. Do you want to do this? Do you want to go through all of our ancestors?
Our ancestors are long and gone.
That coat is very nice, and I don't have one, and that means you are privileged, and you have to give it to me.
I get so, you know what? I get so, it makes me nauseous. I get so sick of it. And listen, I've had a lot of friends and a lot of people in my family. Y'all don't understand. I literally had to hear this from people all the time, from my own family members and friends and people that I went to school with. And we were slaves. We built this. You didn't do a damn thing. Your lazy ass don't even get off the couch. But talking about you built the we built that White House. No, you didn't, damn it. You know, but I really get sick and tired of hearing that. It is so annoying.
Well, let me ask you another question.
And people act like slavery started in America, like slavery began in America. Slavery didn't exist before America. Y'all, this
stopped when we stopped
it. It was literally the way of the world. I probably would have owned slaves
Still,
back in the day.
it still is.
Seriously.
Let me ask you. If I don't know, the construction crew that built One Freedom Plaza, do the construction workers have equity in that building?
Nope.
Do they own a piece of it? Do they get paid rent, royalties for being people who built it? Is that guy's kid, great grandkid, going to be like, it's my people who built that building and it's ours, and we deserve something for it? It's like, look, man, I understand the difference between contract labor and slavery. My point is, to make claims to ownership of something or deserving of something for work done by ancestors or because of wrongs done by ancestors you will create an endless cycle of animosity and hatred.
It's true.
That we need to stop to heal.
Because if that's true, damn it, Tim, I built this building we in right now.
No, it's true.
I built that skate park out there. My people did that.
Well, actually, it's true. Terrence was here.
You were here. I actually saw him do it. So he's
my
being
people
serious.
built
Yeah.
this table. But this is my table.
I know. It's such an insane and insulting claim, because all of the work that every other group did to build this country out gets thrown out. You hear this over and over again. Well, this is a country with an economy that was built on slavery. You're telling me our modern economy is built on the Southern cotton trade from the 1800s?
Right, exactly.
That's nonsense.
No, you're wrong. It is.
I'm sorry. That was racist of me.
Every stock, all old money, all of it just goes back to the
These are people who want things to be handed to them. These are people who cannot figure out life. So they go back in time at a place they never lived. Oh, well, my people built all this, so I should get some of this. That's normally coming from people who just don't want to try to make it in life. They want everything to be handed to them. If you want something, go out there and get it. Go out there and get it. Build it. Stop wasting your money on freaking tattoos and on gold teeth and gold rims, and stop going to the club every damn weekend, and save your money and build something that you want to build. Quit wasting your damn money. At the end of the day, people waste money. That's
just to make everything as acrimonious and contentious as possible. Thinking of oppressive groups and other groups, I had this really funny idea, because I'm a big fan of how the Native Americans handled it in the United States. They got reservations, fought for their legal treaties, and then built a bunch of casinos. They won the right to build casinos. I think it was in the 70s from bingo halls. I think Hard Rock Seminole is the Seminole Casino in Florida was the first one. Then all these tribes were like, yo, we can have legal casinos all over the place, and these people love gambling. Now you've got tribes that are ultra wealthy, like they're living upscale, up class. I was just thinking, like, what if Gaza built a casino?
Hey, they need to come to the table, and we could negotiate out a deal where they get some concessions. But what we didn't see, I think, was the natives consistently terrorize American citizens. And actually, when they did, we'd have very aggressive reprisals against them.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And then one day they were like, hey, let's build casinos. Now, I know in Islam, gambling is forbidden. So I'm kidding, by the way. But my point was simply, what if the resolution... And I'm not saying it's possible in this part of the region, but a part of the world, but we have seen resolutions through commerce, which has resulted in many of these Native American tribes, and not all of them, but many of them are very wealthy now, and they live better than the average American because their tribes set up effective businesses to the best of their abilities and to great effect.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to be successful in the marketplace, you have to compete with the current paradigm. You can't sit there and be like, well, this was our land at one point in time, and therefore this economy is inherently corrupt, and we're not going to participate in it.
I got to throw to Terrence right here, because you got to look at what the white man does. Okay, when Aunt Jemima was on a pancake box, proud, and the family was getting royalties from the sale of the classic brand that everybody knew and loved, Aunt Jemima. It was this I'm kidding about what the white man does, and that's the joke. The corporation said it's racist to pay royalties to this black long-standing family and their descendants for the use of their ancestors' image, so we're going to get rid of it, change our name to something garbage, and we're confident that we can keep selling the product anyway. So it's fascinating to me that while you have this conversation on reparations, the same exact people are demanding that the actual commerce, which is benefiting the descendants of black people like Uncle Ben and Aunt Jemima,
They removed his face.
Get rid of all of them. And it's like, why?
There was a black guy on a matto mill. He got removed as well.
Oh, really?
Yes.
You know, I'm really offended by the Aunt Jemima thing. I'm really offended by that. Because I don't understand why it's racist for me to go downstairs and grab a box out of the pantry with this smiling black woman on it who's making me breakfast, and she's like my aunt. And the idea that I would wake up in the morning as a little kid smelling fresh pancakes, and there's some nice woman downstairs, I don't care if she's black, white, or otherwise, and she's making me pancakes, it's a good feeling. And they're like, get rid of that. We want the Pearl Milling Company on the box.
They replaced a black woman's face with a white building. The building is white. What a white building.
Pearl Milling.
It is
right?
a Pearl Milling building. Yeah, but they say black people need more representation. Now let's remove all their faces from all these food products in the store. Now there's only a white guy in the store, Quaker. And Quaker's happy as hell. He's like, oh, thank y'all so much.
They kept Chef Boyardee.
Yeah, they kept Chef Boyardee.
They took the Native American woman away from Land of Lakes, but they kept the land.
By the way, and I just want to say that obviously none of these mascots or depictions are offensive, but if one was offensive, the Chef Boyardee one is kind of an Italian stereotype. Like the fact that you'd put an Italian guy in a can of pasta with this curly mustache and everything.
The whole Aunt Jemima thing,
I know.
The whole Aunt Jemima thing, they said that white people looked at her like a slave.
That's
so.
Who said that?
It's
What
just not
weird?
true. They said white people looked at her as a slave because they said she did make pancakes for a white family, and they believe that white people in America get a kick out of a black woman making them pancakes.
This is
wow.
Yes, they turned the whole. Yeah.
This is the insanity of wokeness. Okay, it's like if you are a white person, you can't be happy that a black person is treating you to a delicious breakfast.
Exactly.
Like,
racist.
Yo, if Terrence made pancakes for me, I'd be like, wow, that's really nice of you.
Terrence, you need to leave. No, here's what would happen. If you make the breakfast and you bring it out for people, we're like, no, a white person needs to do this. It's very offensive for you to. You cannot get credit for this. A white person has to bring this food out.
Actually, wait. This is a really funny bit. You make pancakes for everybody, and then someone's like, whoa, we think it looks a little racist if a black guy's making food for everyone. Right. We're going to take it. And then Seamus takes it out. Everyone's like, yo, Seamus.
I did it. I deserve credit.
They're like, wow, Seamus, these are great. Thank you so much.
That's not even, it's possible that at some point in time, that's how people conceived of it. Even that I think is cynical, but it's not like there's a black stereotype about pancakes. It's not like people like have that association.
People do make fun of it. Like people make jokes, say, "Oh, Terrence, you are their butler." That's why they're buying your pancakes, because they want you to be their butler. They want you to be their personal chef. You are the house slave, Terrence. But I get called a house slave now.
But this is crazy. So if I hire cleaners, Is that a degrading thing? It's like, my house is dirty. I work all day. I have no time to do the dishes. Can I pay you to do the dishes? The cleaners are like, yeah, no problem. We'll provide that service. And it's like, how dare you pay them to do this? You're treating them like slaves.
Here's my pitch, all right? Reverse DEI. You can only hire white people for those positions because it is racist for a non-white person to ever be in a position where they're serving a white person.
Terrence, you also sell fried chicken.
I do sell fried chicken.
And this is the stupidest thing ever, because I'm going to say, I would imagine 95% of conservatives, if a black man showed up to a bunch of conservatives barbecue with fried chicken, they'd be like, yo, they'd be all excited, be high-fiving him, and they would annihilate it because fried chicken is delicious. Yeah. The woke people would be like, oh,
that's racist. You're buck dancing for these white people. They're laughing at you. Like, it is not everybody. Most Americans love chicken. Most Americans love pancakes.
I had fried
It is not racist at all. You have tons of black people who cook. It's not racist because they have a white customer come in. You know, like, it's not racist. Like,
also,
dude, there's a reason you never see Irish people on food packages because Irish food tastes like crap. Like, it's like, no one's like, yes, why don't I buy the Irish?
The only one they put on is the Lucky Charms guy, and he's a cartoon.
I really want to point out the absurdity of the stereotype of black people in fried chicken, because I don't know a single person who hates fried chicken.
It is crazy.
Like Panda Express literally fries chicken, and it's their staple of their store. They fry it and dump sugar all over it.
Tim, I'm sitting at this table right now because of my very first video that I made. I was eating fried chicken in a car, talking shit about people who wanted to move back to Africa.
That was you?
That was me.
When you're talking about Farrakhan?
Yeah. I said, I hear a lot of my black friends talking about let's move back to Africa. I said, F that. I'm staying here with these white folks. Y'all move over to Africa and let me know how Farrakhan treat y'all. I'm staying over here. And then I was on my lunch break, I was eating my chicken, and people was like, man, that chicken looked good. But that video, my first video, 7 million views, and literally within 2 days, and I had like maybe 1,000 followers. That video went super viral. But people were like, oh, the chicken looks good, and also, Terrence, these white people in the comments talking about their chicken look good. That's racist. You gotta stop eating chicken in front of these white people. I'm like, come on, who don't like chicken or fried chicken?
I literally for the past, I think, 12 days have eaten nothing but fried chicken. I'm not kidding. It's, I'm worried, and I was, you know, I took 1 day off where I had a steak and a wedge salad. Because I was like, at some point, if the only thing you're eating is fried chicken, you're gonna die.
When Google makes all of us wear Oculus implants, it's gonna change whatever food someone is eating in your vision to something less stereotypical, so you won't be offended.
We gotta go to Super Chats.
Can I mention one more thing very quickly?
Fine.
I just want to say, every time Tim and I have talked about doing some kind of cross promotion where I am the face of one of their coffee brands, alcohol is always involved because of my Irish ancestry. Not in the product. We've always joked about like something to do with alcohol, something to do with Irish coffee. And I've never been like, that is extremely offensive to me.
Yeah, but that's not true at all. It was mostly alcohol, but there was one about having too many kids.
That's they want us to reject our fertility as Irish people. Don't
all right. We're gonna go to Super Chats.
Replacement.
Smash the like button, subscribe, share the show if you do like it, because that's how it works, and become a member at timcast.com. Because if you don't, we'll I don't know, we'll go do something else. Maybe I'll just spend my time with the chickens down by the river or something. But becoming a member, we got that members-only show coming up at 10 p.m. And I imagine it's going to be fun and funny, so you don't want to miss it. Here we go. We got Jared the Lifeguard. He says, check out the full comedy special that Ryan Long just released on YouTube. It's legitimately the funniest thing I have seen in a while. Right on. Korowag says, just found out that Michigan primary has had double voting from in-person and absentee ballots. There were 3 clerks and 4 people who are being charged. I think this is a good thing. They are checking now due to scrutiny. Very good. Interesting. Volciferon, Lord of the Winter Mist. Well, it's supposed to be Herald of the Winter Mist, meaning that he beckons its call. He beckons the mists. Originally, Volciferon was a mage wizard. In your morning show, you called me a furry. Since when did I become a furry? Volciferon. Volciferon is my IP, sir. You're not allowed. You are as copyright infringement. So, for those who don't know, the stereotypical furry character that I use to represent the absurdity of New York City human rights law is Volciferon, Herald of the Winter Mists. He is the herald. He announces the coming of the winter mists. But based on the law in New York, if a guy showed up to work wearing a full wolf fursuit and said his full name was Vociferon Herald of the Winter Mists, the company is legally required to call him by that full name. You can't say Volci, Vociferon, you can't say Herald, none of those things. Crazy. And they probably wouldn't, but that's what the law says. That's Dan's Tastic says, Shimcast is back, boys.
We're back, baby.
Limited time only.
Limited time only. I'm gonna upset him. He's gonna kick me out. But for now, I'm here. Go to freedomtunes.com. Become a member.
It was really funny because when we were talking, I was like, "Hey, Seamus is gonna be here." Allison was like, "We still never got our spoons back," and I was like, "That's not funny. We get it, Allison." And she's like, "No, we didn't."
It's not.
And so I was, I defended Seamus's honor, but
thank you.
That's right, because I'm a good friend.
He is a good friend.
And that's why we named it, and that's why I don't call the cat Seamus anymore. I call him James.
Tim, I guess, did want me back. He's been very nice to me lately. Allison is jealous of our friendship.
So we named the cat Seamus, but now I call him James.
I appreciate it
because we don't respect the Irish.
No, because James is an Irish name and therefore more fitting for a cat. No, James is no. I got it wrong. James is British. No. Oh, no.
Yeah, All hail the British.
This is the worst day of my life. I'm leaving.
Yeah. See. Your name is James.
It's Seamus is the Irish variation of James. It's true.
That's right.
Or Jacob. James is the anglicized version of Jacob, and then Seamus is the Irish version.
Yeah, you're James now.
Oh no.
You are hereby British.
That's my slave name.
Although I'm both British and Irish, so I get to I bounce a little back between both sides so that I no matter what I win.
So do you get reparation? Like how does that work?
Oh yeah, but I have to pay and give them.
Oh, that's rough. And then some middleman gets a cut so it doesn't even out.
Right. All right, the Clapper of Cheeks says Biden's first ever, that's a good name, Biden's first ever press conference in the press room happened at the exact same time as Kamala's first press conference. He obviously hates her. I do want to point out how, back in the day you'd be watching the news and they'd be like, we have a letter here from John Smith who says, dear so-and-so. Now it's like we read super chats and it's like someone's name is Joe Biden's child sniffing problem or like Kamala Harris opening her mouth, like just weird names or whatever. Or the Clapper of Cheeks.
Also, that was hilarious because, Joe, remember Trump said during the debate, he's like, Joe Biden doesn't even like her, she's nasty. And then it was the next day that Biden put the MAGA hat on. Do you remember that? Brilliant.
I think Joe Biden has a right to be mad, even from a Democrat's perspective. Yeah. I don't think he's any worse of a candidate than Kamala Harris is. I think all else they're saying, they're roughly equal, have a similar.
So?
I think they have a similar chance of winning or losing to Trump. I don't think she's a huge game changer for the Democrats. I don't think she's a +3 or +5 relative to where Biden was against Trump. I think they're about equal. Yeah.
That's interesting.
You think she's a better candidate than Biden was?
I think she's a bad candidate. I do think she's better than Biden because he was polling worse than her after that debate. Like he totally tanked
but that was
clearly senile.
It was a bad debate performance, obviously, but those things pass.
I think Kamala had I
come back to the mic.
I was back here chilling. No, I totally disagree because you have a lot of Kamala's gonna have a tougher time because of this reason. You do also have people who will not vote for a woman. Period.
Exactly.
You have women who will not vote for a woman. You have men who will never vote for a woman to be their leader.
Totally.
A professor said something about that.
You know what? Since I don't want her to win, I kind of like that kind of thinking.
Wait, so you agree with me or disagree with me that Joe Biden had a better shot against Trump than Kamala?
Yes, but Joe Biden had a better chance.
Yeah, that's my understanding because she's also black, and I think that's
Biden
also
had a better
huge
chance
factor here.
because it was during COVID and the whole George Floyd stuff. They were making Trump out to be this big racist because of George Floyd. So Biden had a way better. He had a better chance.
There was an overcorrection after the debate, and now if I'm Biden, I'm like, I kind of got screwed over by Kamala. And I listened to all my aides. He could have stayed firm and said, "All right, I'll go to war with you, Nancy Pelosi. I'll go to war with you, Chuck Schumer. If you're going to try to replace me, I'm going to drag down the whole ticket." He had the power to do that, and I'm sure he's kicking himself now, seeing how close the polls are. He's thinking, especially
he had the power,
if Kamala
but did he have
loses.
the energy?
When Kamala loses, how dumb will Joe Biden feel? Like,
he's going to do
I could have at
January
least lost to her. I could have at least lost to her. But now it's like, I let Kamala do it. For what?
Well, he just didn't have the energy. I really think that's part of it. Like, you're right. If he were the Joe Biden of maybe 5 years ago, he could have done it. But he is a fatigued person. And so we're getting, now that he's gone on a couple vacations, California, Delaware, he is sort of getting to be this vindictive man that he has a rumored reputation to be. But that's after a lot of rest. I mean, he was not doing well before. And if he had the energy. I'm sure he would have put up the fight you're asking for, and he maybe should have. He just didn't have it in him.
They took advantage of an old man.
Yes.
Our president, the Democrats took advantage of, and they'll deal with the consequences as a result of it.
Yeah, he is fatigued. He hasn't even whispered in a long time.
Yeah.
You know, he do all that whispering in the mic. Here's the deal, folks. I'm going to do the right thing. Like, get vaccinated.
That's that dark Brandon that they keep talking about. That's how he talks to the dictators. He starts whispering and gets really creepy.
It was weird. I did not like whispering Joe Biden. It was a bad
super
era in
creepy.
America politics.
I felt like I was being sniffed when he would do it.
Anyway,
Well, and it
Kamamila is making me miss good old Uncle Joe.
Really trying to make that nickname happen.
So you think Joe would stand a better chance? Of
Yes,
winning
I
the
still think he
Wow.
would lose, but I think Joe Biden is a more formidable opponent because Kamala's a really bad political candidate, a very bad politician.
Listen, I do not disagree with you that she's a really bad candidate, but the man is clearly demented.
He beat Trump once. So.
But I think now that the stress is off of him, he's actually kind of chilled out in a lot of ways. When he needed to go to war with Trump for a campaign, it was bad. Now he's been like, no, DeSantis.
But I just got a call and I got fired for. Is this what you wanted? I hope you guys are happy now. You guys wanted to cancel me and you guys wanted me to lose my job, and I just got a call and I got fired for something I said over the internet. I own my own businesses. The only boss I got is a pretty ass blonde. Look, I never come on the internet trying to hurt nobody's feelings, but if your feelings get hurt, it probably means that you's a bitch. I do be being wrong sometimes. I'll be the first to admit that I ain't always right, but I'll come back and make it right if somebody educates me. Y'all really do be doing the most to other people on the internet just because you disagree with.
Yeah, mods, you did a great job. Appreciate you guys a bunch. I know you guys are still rocking in here.
SeaWorld's this way. Let's go.
SeaWorld? Let's go to SeaWorld. Okay. Appreciate everybody for all the donations today. I probably have still missed a few, but appreciate each and every one of you guys for donating and everybody in the stream here.
This is Trump Force One. And this is Air Force One. Two private jets tasked with taking two incredibly influential people to whatever destination they desire. Both planes are so recognizable that they're practically unmistakable for any other aircraft of the kind. But which one is better? Trump acquired his plane over a decade ago and has fitted it with the best designs money can buy. Air Force One, on the other hand, could be considered a flying White House given all the capabilities within. If Donald Trump steps into office again, will he be downgrading with Air Force One? Or will he be celebrating to once again have access to one of the most technological aircrafts the U.S. government can acquire? Donald Trump once did an interview for Rolling Stone about Trump Force One, stating it's, quote, bigger than Air Force One. He even went as far as saying that Air Force One was a step down from Trump Force One in every way. Now, we wouldn't go as far as saying that, especially considering the state it's in at this moment. Trump Force One is definitely not out of this fight by any means. Well, in reality, Trump Force One is in fact not bigger than Air Force One by any metric. Trump Force One is a Boeing 757-200, which is smaller but no less impressive than the president's counterpart. It measures 155 feet 3 inches in length with a wingspan of 124 feet 10 inches and a height of 44 feet 6 inches. The aircraft is powered by two Rolls-Royce RB211-535 E4 engines, which provide the necessary thrust for a range of about 4,000 miles and a top speed of 609 miles per hour without needing to refuel. Obviously, we can't talk about the plane without also mentioning the famous design on the outside, which keeps the plane mighty recognizable for anyone fortunate enough to lay eyes on it. The private jet's livery features a giant T on the tail and Trump emblazoned on the fuselage. A couple years ago, the livery was even updated with a new black and gold design and an American flag on the tail. However, flying the fortress that is Air Force One, a modified Boeing 747-200B known as the VC-25A, stretches an impressive 231 feet 10 inches in length. Its wingspan reaches 195 feet 8 inches, and it towers at a height of 63 feet 5 inches. With 4 powerful Pratt & Whitney JT9D7R4G2 engines, each capable of generating 56,700 pounds of thrust, Air Force One can soar across continents with a range of approximately 7,800 miles and achieve a cruising speed of around 630 miles per hour. However, the aircraft has capabilities to increase the range pretty much indefinitely. In terms of design, Air Force One is definitely not as lavishly designed as Trump Force One, but is still quite recognizable, currently sporting a distinctive blue, white, and light blue color scheme. The presidential seal is prominently displayed on both sides of the aircraft near the front door. An American flag is painted on the tail fin, and the words United States of America are inscribed in capital letters across the length of the upper fuselage above the windows, making it difficult to confuse just who that aircraft belongs to. So that's the exterior of the planes, but honestly, as long as both aircrafts can get the occupants to and from whatever destination they need, and especially in Trump's case, can do it in style, I don't think either are too worried about the exact dimensions of the plane. So, why don't we explore inside where all the magic happens? If it wasn't evident from the exterior of the plane, Trump's aircraft, while definitely functional as a means of travel, leans a bit more towards form than function. The exterior is all about Donald Trump luxury and his own personal style, and the interior is no different. With plush leather seats, gold-plated seatbelts, and elegant wood finishes. There's a spacious lounge area where you can relax on comfortable sofas, watching a big flat-screen TV, or use the state-of-the-art entertainment system. The cabin has custom seating and a dining area with a large conference table, perfect for both formal meetings and meals. The master bedroom feels like a high-end hotel room, complete with a queen-size bed, ample storage, and a private bathroom with a shower. There are also guest rooms, several bathrooms, and a galley where meals can be prepared in flight. It's a blend of comfort and luxury, ideal for both relaxing and working. The inside of Donald Trump's plane is better than most people's full-time homes. As good as the plane looks, there actually is a prevalent issue with Trump's plane that many aircraft experts may have already picked up on as being a pretty significant Achilles heel. Before we get to that, though, let's talk a bit about Air Force One's remarkable functionality. And Air Force One definitely leans into that function, especially considering it houses the most powerful man in the world. Staff members have their own areas with plenty of seating and workspace, complete with communication, secure and non-secure channels, keeping the president in touch with global leaders and military command at all times. Experience on your travels. Before you answer that question, you probably want to know what that is on the wings and tail. The 750 30 years ago. Unlike modern, over 10 years ago. The plane's first recorded flight was in 1991, over 30 years ago. Unlike modern planes, which use computers to control flight surfaces on the wings and tail, the 757 uses cables and push rods. He did spend $250,000 to have it redesigned both internally and externally, but that really was just a fresh and pretty coat of paint over old and outdated technology. It can fly a decent distance, but without the mid-air refueling capabilities, Trump Force One is going to inherently be restricted to certain flying capabilities. To make matters worse, after Trump entered the White House in 2017 and started flying with Air Force One, Trump Force One was sidelined and wound up sitting at an airport in the Houston Valley with one engine missing and the other wrapped in plastic. Not to mention leaving it outside for years exposed to the elements certainly caused some avoidable damages. Even though Trump has since removed it from storage since leaving office and given it a fresh paint job once again, who is even to say if the special gold-plated interior with fancy leather is even in the same condition it was years back? What about Air Force One? Is it susceptible to similar issues? Or is the United States government on constant watch for the slightest hint of rust on the plane? Surely they keep the plane up with the most state-of-the-art features? The answer to that is yes and no. The current Air Force One models are actually also pretty old and could really use an upgrade, but it's not for lack of trying. The supplier for their aircraft is Boeing, and if you've been paying attention to the news, Boeing is dealing with a few of their own problems. The current Air Force One jets were built in 1990, and they were supposed to be replaced by 2025. Now, Boeing says that it might not happen until 2026. On top of the current delays due to the security audits they're dealing with, Boeing has had trouble finding enough workers with sufficient security clearance to work on the high-tech military planes, especially when COVID cases cause staffing shortages. The order for new planes has been at work for years, but if Boeing can't get itself together, who knows how long it's going to take for the order to actually be filled. It's also important to note that in terms of convenience, Trump's plane, when in working condition, is significantly more convenient. If Trump wanted to, he could hop on his plane and fly wherever he wanted. Unfortunately for the president, travel is a much longer and more annoying process, needing to alert the Secret Service well in advance. If traveling internationally, needing to alert the foreign governments and having preparations be made. It's all necessary considering the importance of the person. However, it's a logistical nightmare anytime you want to do anything as the president. It goes without saying, but both of these aircraft cost a lot of money. Billions if you take into account the additional tech and also the cost of maintenance and upkeep. Who could forget needing to implement the real gold trim throughout Trump Force One? Can't forget that. Regardless, the money has to come from somewhere. Are Trump or Biden reaching into their own pockets to pay for the cost of operation? If not, where is it coming from? In 2022, the Air Force stated that the cost to operate Air Force One is $177,843 per flight hour, or just over $2,964 per minute. This includes expenses for fuel, maintenance, security measures, staffing, and in-flight services. The aircraft's sophisticated communication and defense systems also contribute to this high operating cost. Is Biden fronting the cost every time he steps on the aircraft? Unfortunately not. The money comes directly from the U.S. or corporate accounts associated with the Trump organization. Who is to say specifically where the money is coming from? But officially, Trump Force One is not paid for by taxpayers and is fronted privately. So what do you think? It's no doubt that both of these aircraft are national symbols, and especially in Air Force One's case, has security implications for the president. But they are a luxury, containing things that you definitely could argue are not a necessary.
Here at Wesley Chapel, but once again, wind gust over 60 to 70 miles per hour and torrential downpour, still another several inches of rain on the way. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, an incredible view up there. And that's the thing about what's going on right now. You can see the wind is picking up. We just mentioned it was 20, 25, but it feels about 35 now. So that's one of the most dangerous parts about this whole situation is those gusts of wind can just rush in, rush out, rush in, rush out. But that view, I actually went up and took a look.
Around here, around Kissimmee. Get some rest. All right. Yep. Will do. Bye. Charlotte, thank you so much for your very generous super chat. We all have that fire burning in our hearts, so to speak, to really continue our
It's
passions.
1940, and a Heinkel HE-111 bomber ascends, flanked on either side by two of Germany's main fighter aircraft, the single-engine Messerschmitt Bf-109 and the twin-engine Messerschmitt Bf-110. It's a formation that Germany used over the English Channel. The Heinkel HE-111 is suddenly blown out of the sky. They've never seen anything like this happen before. The pilots of the two German fighters frantically scan the horizon for whoever or whatever just destroyed the Heinkel, but they'll never find it. That's because the bomber was just taken out by an AIM-120 Advanced Medium Range Air-to-Air Missile, or an AMRAAM. It has a 62-mile range and it's capable of moving at Mach 4, meaning the Heinkel was destroyed long before they'd ever be able to set eyes on whatever fired the missile. Before they have time to react, another missile streaks through the sky, then another, and both the German fighter planes are turned into burning husks, falling to the earth. Each pilot will never know that the missile that hit them was just one of 6 carried by a single F-22A Raptor. A 21st century, it's a dual-engine fighter jet capable of reaching subsonic speeds, designed to not only handle believes the accounts must be faked. Something blew his planes out of the sky, but that something couldn't possibly be what's being described. It had a surface ceiling of roughly 39,000 feet and a range of fast as an F-22. As for the Bf-110 guns, they're not even capable of shooting the F-22's missiles out of the sky, never mind tracking a plane that can move at 1,500 miles per hour. The Bf-110s experienced the same fate as the Bf-109. In fact, the F-22 makes even shorter work of them, aided by the Bf-110 being slower than the Bf-109. It can only travel at 349 miles per hour, and is much larger thanks to its 53-foot wingspan. Worse yet for the Bf-110, it's not able to climb anywhere near as high as the time-traveling fighter jet. Its maximum service ceiling is to the target, leaving the F-22 free to fly out of range or move on to engage another packed with enough weapons to take out around a dozen of his bombers during a single engagement. The missiles handle 8 of them. 6 AIM-120s followed by a pair of AIM-9 Sidewinders give the F-22 a potent air-to-air loadout. The jet pilot is completely unafraid of engaging more directly too, meaning the F-22 can take out a few more German bombers with its M61A2 gun before it heads back to the base to reload. To bomb a city successfully, the Luftwaffe now needs to send dozens of bombers for one mission, each flanked by a pair of fighter planes that not only attempt to engage the F-22, but also have to deal with Allied fighters. Therein lies another role the F-22 can play: decoy for Allied fighters when its weapons run dry. The plane is so fast and maneuverable that it can bait German fighters out into the open with little risk, isolating them and leaving them as prey for Allied fighters to pick up the scraps. The Luftwaffe's bombing campaigns continue, but their potency is Myers, Mustangs, Hurricanes, and Thunderbolts that the Allies bring to the table. The F-22 isn't perfect, however, they're usually smaller than the bombs onto which the JDAMs are installed. Each SDB weighs 250 pounds, putting it in somewhat line with the strength of the bombs the Luftwaffe uses in its own bombing runs. However, that smaller size presents a new problem for the German ground forces. With the JDAM bombs, the F-22 is limited to hitting 2 targets before it has to fly back to base and reload. But with 8 SDBs, which are precision bombs rather than free-fall bombs, the F-22 can strike up to 8 individual targets with ease before it has to fly back. Worse yet, an SDB can travel up to 46 miles or 40 nautical miles to reach its target, meaning the F-22 can again launch a bomb without ever having to engage a Luftwaffe fighter to do so. These bombing runs are sound. This first-generation guided weapon could be used to drop their munitions onto a target, and also disrupt ground operations. Just when the F-22 think the plane alone would be enough to win the war for the Allies. Share your thoughts in the
This video is brought to you by to defend his friends even when it doesn't make sense to do so. So seeing Goku insist that this is the enemy that killed thousands would only serve to enrage that Eren, opening up Reiner to give him the Marco treatment. Stabs through the heart, Reiner explains that he wished it didn't have to come to this, but Eren has seen and heard too much. But as Reiner turns to face Goku, he witnesses the powerful eruption of a Super Saiyan. Wide-eyed, both he and Bertholdt exclaim, "The coordinate!" With Eren mortally wounded and Berthold unable to transform again, Reiner takes this chance to sprint towards Goku, transforming into the Armored Titan. Unable to inflict any damage at all, Goku grabs his extended fist and throws him off the wall and onto the Titan-occupied territory of Wall Maria. With no Dragon Balls and convinced the only person he had any relationship with is now dying, Goku leads the pursuing Reiner away from the city as he gives chase. As he does this, Goku notices in the far distance a red flare, followed soon after by a much closer green one shot into the sky. It's Erwin and the scouts en route back to Trost. Intrigued that these people might have some answers to the questions he has, Goku loses Reiner and touches down a small distance away from Erwin, who upon seeing him, immediately shoots a purple flare.
Hey everyone! I need your help!
Who are you, and where did you come from?
My name's Goku, and I came from, over there. There's this big rock guy chasing me, and I'd handle him myself like I did the giant naked red guy earlier, but these guys, they don't stay down. What's that guy's name? Bert something, Burrito. Yeah, Burrito.
Right at that moment, a 10-meter class Titan comes thrashing through the thicket behind Goku. Bracing himself with a confident smile, the Titan bounds right past the Saiyan and heads straight towards the scouts. Confused and taken aback, he turns to see that the Titan is already falling lifelessly before its face even hits the ground.
We are witnessing open miracles in Israel right now. 45 rockets, as we speak, are being rained down by Hezbollah into the north of Israel. And every single one of them has landed in the sea. Guys, can't you see that the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is protecting the Jewish people? They can't even get a scratch, nothing, nada. Why? Because their Father in heaven is protecting them. Am Yisrael Chai, the Jewish people are strong because God himself is protecting them. Let's go! We are witnessing open...
Fun fact about Mushoku Tensei.
This man was fired from the Air Force for pointing out the corrupt system.
Someone was standing right here 100 years ago looking for oil. They drilled a hole in the ground 1,500...
All right, sir, before I take you out of the car, I just got a few questions I gotta ask you. Do you have any weapons on you right now? You do? Like what?
This right hand and this left hand.
All right. Now is not the time to make jokes. I'm gonna ask you some serious questions and I need some serious answers.
All right.
Do you have anything that can poke me, stab me, or stick me? A knife, pocket knife, anything like that, a needle?
I can't check because my hands are handcuffed.
As far as you know, do you have anything like that on you?
Not sure.
Do you have any drugs or alcohol on you as far as you know?
I don't think so.
Okay.
He drank them all.
When we get inside the building, if I find anything on you, that's going to be another charge.
Oh.
So tell me now.
Will I go to jail?
All right, sir, before I take you out of the car, I just got a few questions I got to ask you.
If Satan fell...
This fall season is packed with OPMC anime, so here are all the new ones. Starting with Goodbye Dragon Life, following a divine dragon reincarnated as Dolan, a human living a peaceful life in a remote village before being thrown back into the action as enemies appear. There's also Loner Life in Another World, following Haruka, who gets isekai'd but isn't given any good skills to take on his new world. And then there's the healer who was banished from his party is in fact the strongest, following Rost, who is kicked from his party for being too weak, but surprise, he is in fact the strongest, and forms a new party where he can put his skills to use. We also got the most notorious talker runs the world's greatest clan, following Noel, who's actually given the weakest class called Talker, but uses it in order to manipulate and bring stronger people under his leadership. In the same way, Let This Grieving Soul Retire follows Cry, an adventurer who is not cut out to be an adventurer, but his super strong friends somehow think he's the strongest and therefore respect and follow his leadership, working to form the strongest adventurers guild. And he'll get stronger as they go, of course. There's also Demon Lord 2099, about a resurrected demon lord trying to take over the world again. This fall season is packed with...
If Satan fell from...
What are you supposed to do in the state of Florida if you find someone looting during a natural disaster like a hurricane?
I would highly suggest that if a looter breaks into your home, comes into your home while you're there to steal stuff, that you take your gun and you shoot him. You shoot him so that he looks like grated cheese. Because you know what? That's one looter that won't break into anyone else's home.
In the state of Florida, we had a good old-fashioned saying called, "You loot, we shoot." And it ain't California.
In September of 2023, sensors across the entire planet picked up a strange rhythmic hum that lasted for 9 days. At the time, they found no earthquake or volcanic eruption to explain it, but now, 1 year later, scientists think they finally found the cause. While reviewing survey photos from the Dixon Fjord in East Greenland, they noticed that the side of an adjacent mountain had disappeared. From satellite imagery and computer simulations, they determined a landslide of about 60 million metric tons of rock, the equivalent weight of 6,000 Eiffel Towers, had crashed into the water, producing a tsunami 200 meters tall. As the tsunami raced across the fjord, it reflected between the steep rock walls, stabilizing to a 7-meter high wave that continued to bounce back and forth for 9 days. In all likelihood, this will probably happen again, we just don't know when. But because these events last a while, maybe next time we'll see a whole new extreme sport emerge. Fjord surfing, anyone? Follow for more.
Before Diddy's trial, he made 3 decisions in jail. This also gave Jay-Z and Beyoncé hope to escape charges. First, he aimed to delay. Diddy hoped to buy more time through silence, so he could negotiate a settlement out of court with a large compensation. In the short term, the other party might not agree, but over time, Diddy's lawyers might find a way. This approach actually serves as a warning for many celebrities involved in this matter. They need to raise significant funds to settle and avoid public lawsuits. According to reports, Jay-Z and Beyoncé are also facing multiple allegations. They are rapidly trying to buy off the victims, thus preventing their crimes from being made public. Second, asset relocation. Reports indicate that Diddy's assets are declining. Besides possibly declaring bankruptcy, he may also relocate his assets. This way, the court may suspend the current lawsuit until the financial matters are resolved. Additionally, the compensation might be waived. Third, media manipulation. Regarding Diddy's actions, the initial criticism from everyone has evolved to some media starting to speak on his behalf. This indicates that Diddy has bought off some media outlets. He aims to manipulate public opinion. Before Diddy's trial, he made 3 decisions.
You lost one fight, now you're moping like...
There were so many.
In the Philosopher's Stone.
I am deeply concerned about
What you doing at Westport tonight?
Just hanging out.
And so, are you single or late?
What's up, Amari? Man, this fool took a counterfeit 100 without even checking it.
They misspelled it. 100.
Don't get me started.
You got a description for us?
Oh, better.
Come on. You took a $100 bill from this clown.
How long ago was he here?
30 minutes or so. Hey, I'm still out 100 though.
Unfortunately, yes.
You should have gloved up when you touched the counterfeit bill, in case we needed to pull prints.
You're right. I spaced. I'm sorry. Why didn't you say anything when we were inside?
No reason.
If he loses, man, what?
Worker doesn't eat.
If he loses, man, what? You're fucked, dude.
I'm fucked. If he loses, I'm fucked.
It does seem that way. You can't just be like, yo,
Yeah, I'm like, how long do you think my prison sentence is gonna be? Do you think? Will I see my children? I don't know.
Because it's not like you can say, well, yeah, I maxed out to him, but, you know, I get...
I have no plausible deniability. No, and I've been trashing Kamala nonstop.
Oh, I know!
Worker doesn't eat pork. He's a Christian. I'm like, well, that's crazy.
Y'all, this is the worst flooding catastrophe we have seen from a hurricane in North Carolina. Everywhere from Boone, North Carolina to Irwin, Tennessee is gone. 10 inches of rainfall caused the Lake Laird Dam to fail, pumping 1,700,000,000 gallons of water a second, twice as much as Niagara Falls, to rush down river.
Hey, Florida, I know that there's a hurricane. It's coming hard and fast. Everybody's scared, desperate, and trying to evacuate. I just wanted to take a minute to remind you that if you leave your pets behind, you are the worst type of walking human.
This girl just posted that she
This week marks the 65th anniversary.
How do you know the exhaust is modified?
That's not stock, number one.
Bergerson and Hellevick had just come back up to the decompression chamber after finishing their 8-hour shift. They docked the diving bell to the decompression chamber with the help of 2 dive tenders, William Crammond and Martin Saunders. Once that connection is sealed, the trunk is then pressurized to 9 atmospheres. Then the crew can crawl across the tunnel. They open the hatch to get into the pressure chamber, climb in, reseal the hatch, and then the dive tenders depressurize the trunk and detach the diving bell. But just before the hatch was fully closed, one of the dive tenders opened the clamp to free the tunnel from the diving bell. This sent the diving bell flying across the platform. Crammond held on long enough for the helicopter to rescue him and pick him up, but he died on the way to the hospital. Saunders managed to survive but suffered multiple extensive injuries, including a broken back and a broken neck. Hellevick's body basically was pushed up against that gap in the door, which was right in front of his abdomen, and the pressure then pushed through his body, sending his abdominal organs flying through the hole. And then the rest of his body folded in half backwards and just got shredded through there. Bergerson and Hellevick.
Do you understand why I'm...
Bergerson and Hellevick had just come back up to the decompression chamber after finishing their 8-hour shift. They docked the diving bell to the decompression chamber with the help of 2 dive tenders, William Crammond and Martin Saunders. Once that connection is sealed, the trunk is then pressurized to 9 atmospheres. Then the crew can crawl across the tunnel. They open the hatch to get into the pressure chamber, climb in, reseal the hatch, and then the dive tenders depressurize the trunk and detach the diving bell. But just before the hatch was fully closed, one of the dive tenders opened the clamp to free the tunnel from the diving bell. This sent the diving bell flying across the platform. Crammond held on long enough for the helicopter to rescue him and pick him up, but he died on the way to the hospital. Saunders managed to survive but suffered multiple extensive injuries, including a broken back and a broken neck. Hellevick's body basically was pushed up against that gap in the door.
You understand why I'm frustrated, right? Okay.
I just do. There's nowhere to park, and it's like I feel like there's a million things to look at. And you were scouting the parking lot. I knew when you were sitting right there, you were going to get me when I walked in.
Then why did you park here?
Because there was nowhere else to go when I went in.
There are plenty of parking spaces over there, and you're getting loud with
Write
me.
me a damn ticket then.
I will.
Your little ego too high for that little fit you got on.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
What is your deal?
You, bro.
You are in a parking spot that if there was a fire in this liquor store right now, I don't give a crap.
In 5 minutes, bro.
I don't care. You're breaking the law.
If you're mad about it, your ego's too fucking high.
I have no ego. You know what I came here to do? I came here to simply go get a lunch. That's all I came here for.
Sit your ass over there.
Now you're disturbing the peace.
Bro, get your hands off me, bro.
Nope. Your attitude caused this.
You're mad, bro. That's all there is.
You understand why I'm frustrated, right? Okay.
I just do. There's
Women can do anything that men can do. Prove me wrong.
Okay. What's he doing? No. Just say next question. Just say, you're right. You're right. Women are right. And that's what's important. She doesn't get it. What? You proved him right. What?
Women can do anything.
Well, my house is currently flooding. And my neighbor's house is... What is that? I saw a big old fat log come out. My car, gone.
I beg your pardon?
Could have been up there, but I decided to be hard-headed. And now that poor car is holding on by a thread. I called the emergency. They They said they're going to be on their way, but I don't know how many people are probably already calling them. I probably should have left. I should have listened to everybody. But did I? No, because I'm hard-headed.
This is an absolutely crazy story. She was, in fact, rescued, her and her family, by the grace of God. They rescued her in the middle of the night. It's crazy that we can actually see this, what actually happened to her.
My professor was going crazy about Trump being so evil and so racist, and he hates black people. And I remember I was kind of like, okay, you know, I'm supposed to be a Democrat, and I raised my hand and I asked, okay, if Trump is so racist, why did he put forth the First Step Act, which let thousands upon thousands of black men out of prison? Most of these black men were in jail for petty drug crimes. And under Trump, obviously it was bipartisan. He worked with Democrats. He reached across the aisle to make sure that this happened. So the First Step Act was gigantic when it came to criminal justice reform. Compare that to Kamala Harris, who put an innocent black man in prison. His name is Jamal Truelove. No one talks about it. He was in prison for 7 years, and he was on an interview with Vice News. He said, Kamala came to my sentencing and she acted like it was a celebration that I got convicted, because she just wanted somebody to throw in jail.
And then the fact check says it was reported that she needed to have a tough on crime posture to run for California Attorney General, and this case helped her do that.
My professor was going crazy about Trump being so
mogul who once traveled by private jet to all those mansions is now in a jail that is notorious for its bad living conditions.
Y'all know prison ain't the best thing in the world, but Diddy's current experience just...
How does the transfiguration... I see he's spraying in his yard. Whoa.
Is your mom and dad home?
What?
You need to put that down. You've been playing with water. Yesterday I had pictures.
Yesterday it has pictures. Somebody sent you. Let's see. Where's your mom and dad?
Tunnels are very safe in earthquakes.
Why is that?
Earthquakes are essentially a surface phenomenon. It's like waves on the ocean. So if there's a storm, you want to be in a submarine. So being in a tunnel is like being in a submarine.
A photo has just emerged from days after the Capitol riot on January 6th, showing an upside-down American flag flying outside Justice Alito's house. Now, in case you don't know, this is something that the MAGA people have adopted as a stop the steal symbol. In other words, when you see that flag upside down, that means stop the steal.
Wait a minute, Joy. An upside down flag means country in distress. You can look it up. So when you say an upside down flag means to stop the steal, which you just said live on air, you are spreading misinformation, the very thing that you keep accusing the other side of doing. So based on your own rules, you are now a danger to democracy.
A photo has just emerged from days after...
Actually, they're very great people, but they're good fighters.
During the hurricane, a plastic company forced people to...
Have you ever wondered how the...
During the hurricane, a plastic company forced people to stay in a warehouse and they all died. Tennessee plastics factory staff killed in Hurricane Helene reportedly told not to evacuate. Holy, what the fuck? One worker said Impact Plastics managers would not let employees leave, which the company is denying. Several employees were killed. The company denied that managers had told employees not to leave. When water began to cover the parking lot and the adjacent service road and the plant lost power, employees were dismissed by management to return to their homes in time for them to escape the industrial park. At no time were employees told that they would be fired if they left the facility. For employees who were non-English speaking, bilingual employees were among the group of managers who delivered the message. While most employees left immediately, some remained on or near the premises for unknown reasons. Yeah, it sounds like a bunch of fucking bullshit to me.
Have you ever wondered how the deep, crystal-clear waters of Crater Lake came to be? Nearly 7,000 years ago, Mount Mazama stood as a towering giant in the Oregon landscape until one fateful day when the earth began to shake, the sky turned dark, and in a violent eruption, the entire summit collapsed, sending clouds of ash, molten lava, and deadly gas tearing through the land, wiping out forests and entire indigenous communities in an instant. What was once a mighty peak became a massive caldera that slowly filled with rain and snow over centuries, transforming devastation into the breathtaking crater lake we see today, a symbol of nature's power to destroy and create in one epic event. Thanks for watching.
We're coming! We're coming!
Whoa! Where do you think y'all are going?
Our neighbors to the southeast of us just had a major flood on their farm.
We're gonna take them supplies and get them operating again.
No need to. Faga has got it all under control.
Oh, just like you did with the fires in the panhandle of Texas?
Or how about Maui?
Hey, that was a different branch of Faga.
What makes your branch different from the others?
We're giving their farm $750 in aid.
This sounds just like Maui.
Well, what happened to all the money from our taxes?
Well, we've given most of it to a group of longhorns that migrated into this county.
What? They aren't even from here.
And we sent some to PETA.
They're literally foreign to our way of life.
Sorry?
All of us farmers were better off when we weren't indentured to the government. We'll talk about subsidies another time.
Y'all get back to your farm.
The people in North Carolina, you deserve to hear this. I'm a truck driver, all right? I have a 53-foot step deck. I've been trucking for about 2.5 years.
It could be that the Big Bang was the place where time itself started.
What's the drippiest outfit each character has worn? Well, for Robin, the look that comes to mind is her Miss All Sunday outfit. It just fits her so well. Zoro's Skypea outfit is another favorite, especially with the goggles that make him look like a Digimon leader. Nami's red dress from Whole Cake Island is stunning, and it's a shame that more cosplays don't use that design because her hair looks amazing with it. Sanji's red suit during the raid is super stylish, and Zoro always looks his best when he's shirtless with a bandana on. Robin's green top from Punk Hazard is another great look, especially before she adds the coat. Jinbei rocks the Hawaiian shirt, and even though Frankie doesn't wear much, his Terminator skull and tiger skin combo is unforgettable. Robin's long white dress in Omatsuri is elegant, and Zoro's black suit with a golden chain necklace in Omatsuri adds the perfect touch of class. What's the drippiest outfit each character has worn? Well, for Robin, the look...
When Selena Gomez went live, she started to notice that people were sending her money and then asked this.
Is it true that people give you money when you're live? Yeah. But like fake money. No, I don't want people to do that though.
Knowing she didn't need any of it, she was super concerned that her fans were sending their hard-earned cash to her.
If there's anything that's like paying, please do not. That's so messed up. I could give it to someone.
After her fans didn't stop sending her money, she decided to end the live stream, showing how much she cares for others over herself.
Should I get off? I feel bad. I just wanted to do this for fun, have a good time with everyone.
When Selena Gomez went live, she started to notice that people were sending her money and then asked this.
Is it true that...
I mean, he's not wrong.
Well, Vice President Harris and some members of the media are complaining that people are asking hard questions. In the middle of all this, the Vice President puts out this tweet that she wants to send $157 million to Lebanon. Lebanon is run by Hezbollah. We're at war with Hezbollah. If you give Lebanon money, Hezbollah will take it and use it to buy weapons to try to kill us and Israel. There's no reward for being stupid.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Well,
early this morning,
The Zone. This could be a new business opportunity. After wind turbines are decommissioned, about 90% of them can be recycled. This includes the tower, gearbox, and generator. However, dealing with the turbine blades is more complicated. In the past, the usual method was to cut them into small pieces and then bury them in landfills. Because the blades are so large, direct burial takes up a lot of land and increases pressure on landfills. Although fiberglass and resin aren't toxic, burying them long-term may cause other side effects, like slow decomposition and being non-biodegradable. But if the blades are cut into 6-meter sections and then fed into a large shredder, chopped into pieces the size of a cell phone, and then sent to another shredder to grind them even further into fine bits, they can finally be sent to cement plant. These blade bits are used as fuel for cement production. When blade bits burned, they're even cleaner than coal. This could be a new business opportunity. After wind turbines are decommissioned, about 90%
of men, 33%, a little over a third.
Apologize for being late. My wife just died. All right, we've got a lot on the
Here are some of the biggest glow-ups in one piece. Whitebeard, do you guys believe that this child went from looking like a child standing in a shop like he got the wrong present for Christmas to be a handsome man, and then he became the greatest meme ever? He's so perfect. He doesn't even need a beard to be called Whitebeard. I don't have a lot to say about Alvida except for the fact that her glow-up was insane in so many levels, but some fans believe that it was kind of cheating because it was entirely the result of a devil fruit. Marco looking kinda like a pineapple. But what in the hell is this? Yeah, this is how he was first drawn in the anime, and now he looks amazing, but don't you guys think that his head still looks like a pineapple? And of course, Kobe, his head is shaped like a bean, but I don't know what Garp did to him in the Marines, but what is for sure is for 2 months he was beaten by sticks and ran around in circles and turned into this. Not even Luffy can believe it. He looks like he's 38 years old. Here are some of the biggest glow-ups.
What the US can learn from Japan. People waiting patiently. Suitcases waiting
as to why the city will be a palace again. Damn, I meant to stop white on white Crimea. I don't know what you're talking about anymore, but that's pretty funny. Have you heard of the state board voting for multi-partisan assistance teams from blue states to help the hurricane voter in red districts votes? No, I've not heard about that. That sounds kind of cool. That sounds kind of cool. Joe Davis says VP doesn't care about the election. She's about to become a billionaire from the mineral rights. She's approved for this mining rights. Side note, Clintons have theirs in Haiti worth $1 trillion. Yeah. No, that's what politicians do when they ascend to the throne, is they build their nest eggs. They build their nest eggs. I mean, they're golden parachutes that they set up in corrupt, really questionable, how can this possibly be legal type of ways with their foundations and their different investments. They build themselves nests that are just amazing and palatial and ridiculous. So that doesn't mean she doesn't want to win the election, though. The point is, even if she loses, she's still going to have a pretty healthy financial life for sure. Yes, I'm positive that's true. I'm simply saying it doesn't mean she's not dying to win, and if only because she wants the power, the recognition, the fame, and greater opportunity to build even more financial wealth. So, yeah, good point, Joe. Thank you. Doug Emhoff, woman abuser as per Megyn Kelly. Yes, there's a whole story. I saw that Robert Gouveia was covering that as well, as far as how he's basically purportedly pretty misogynistic. Purportedly, I don't know if this is true. I don't know. I saw reports about him hitting someone within the last decade or so. It's a decade to 12 years. Hitting a woman who he was involved in a relationship. I don't remember. It really might have been as recent as 2018. It might have been as far back as 2012. But it was so I remember seeing something about that. And he talks about Trump's toxic masculinity. There is nothing more toxic. There's no such thing as toxic masculinity. Let me make this clear. The phrase toxic masculinity is a paradox, because masculinity, cannot be genuine masculinity, cannot be toxic. When someone comes across as being some tough bully, whatever, that he's, and he's playing into the manly type of bully type of thing, that's not masculinity. It's toxic, but it's not masculinity. It's insecurity. Insecurity is the exact opposite of masculinity. Masculinity implies confidence. It's femininity, by the way. But yeah, someone who's genuinely masculine doesn't need to hit a woman. That's why someone who's genuinely masculine doesn't need to undercut others. So all those behaviors that they refer to as toxic masculinity is toxic. It's just not masculine.